PUBG Global Championship 2022 will finally kick off November 1st in Dubai, United Arab Emirates. A 3-week-long race to chase a $2 million prize pool. Let's jump in to the new format of PGC 2022. PGC 2022 begins with the group stage with all 32 participating teams. Teams are split into 2 groups, Group A and B, based on their 2022 PGC points. Then, the top 8 teams from each group will advance to the winner's bracket, and the bottom half from each group to the loser's bracket 1. The top 8 teams from the winner's bracket will win their tickets, heading straight to the PGC 2022 Grand Final. However, the bottom 8 teams will move on to the loser's bracket 2 for their second chance for the finals. The bottom 8 teams from each group of the group stage will compete in the loser's bracket 1. The team ranked 16th from the loser's bracket 1 will become the very first team to be eliminated from PGC 2022. And only the top 8 teams will advance to the loser's bracket 2. The bottom 8 teams from the winner's bracket and the top 8 teams from the loser's bracket 1 will form the loser's bracket 2. The loser's bracket 2 will go through the same 10 matches over 2 days. But only the top 4 teams will advance to the grand final, and the remaining teams will gather around for their last chance at the grand survival. In the grand survival, there are only 4 matches, 4 seats for the grand final. 12 teams from the loser's bracket 2, 7 teams from the loser's bracket 1, a total of 19 teams will compete over the final 4 tickets to the grand final. Only 4 teams to win winner-winner chicken dinner will survive, but the rest will be knocked out from the PGC 2022 for good. Here in the grand final, the finest 16 will go through 20 matches over 4 days. And only one best team will be honored as the champions of PGC 2022, along with a $600,000 prize money. Which squad will be the ace and get the throne of PUBG Global Championship 2022? Stay tuned.
No worries, I'm always behind you.
No worries, I'm always behind you. It means confidence, confidence that I can deliver what I set out to.
My goal is for my son to grow into the best version of himself.
Friendship to me is so important.
They make me feel calm, secure, supported, motivated, and they encourage me to be the best person I can possibly be.
Having a team that supports you, commitment and hard work is the most important thing.
My goals are giving them a safe space within their communities.
Like the drummer to the bass player, no worries, I'm always behind you.
No worries, I'm always behind you.
Hi PUBG Esports fans, I'm your PUBG Esports guide Annie, and I'm here again with Paper Thin.
Hey Annie, it's good to be back, and I'm excited for PGC.
Yeah, it's been a long time, and we're here to talk about everything about PGC 2022. But before then, we want to wrap up PCS 7, which was held just before. Asia Pacific, Day Trade Gaming won again, and in Americas, again, Sonics won the PCS 7 Americas. But Europe and Asia had a different champion this time. In Europe, Question Mark won, and Asia, New Happy finally won the PCS 7.
So, and then you go over to EU, and it is kind of interesting. I think a lot of people were looking at Northern Lights, maybe FaZe or Na'Vi, and Question Mark comes through here with a team that's been together in this shape for a while, but they haven't really played that great recently until now. And now all of a sudden they exploded. They played great. In APAC and Americas, it was very much kind of what you'd expect. And of course in Asia, I mean, now that New Happy isn't bogged down in their fight for Yasnaya with Donala, they played amazing, as expected.
So PCS 7 is over, and now only thing left for 2022 PUBG Esports is PGC 2022. It was held in Incheon, Korea last year, right?
Yeah, it was a really cool stage.
Yeah, I remember, and it was really cold back then. But in 2022, the PUBG Global Championship will be held in Dubai. Yay!
Yay, warmer, yay!
PGC 2022 will kick off on November 1st and will be held for 3 weeks. and 32 teams will be competing to become the PGC 2022 champion. This time we have the different format, right?
Yeah, it is going to be a little bit different this time around, and I'm excited because this really gives all 32 teams a real shot to show their best, to really show how hard they've been practicing.
So this time in PGC 2022, we have 6 teams each from APAC and America region, 8 teams from Europe region, and finally 12 teams from Asia region. So we want to talk about the overview of each region, how the play style of each teams in each region is different, and let's look through the PGC points of 4 regions. Let's start with APAC.
Maybe the most fun region to watch. It's a chaotic region, but in a really exciting way where teams will take fights, maybe a little bit more challenging, or they're trying to set up traps more often for other teams. It's really hard to predict what these teams are going to do.
I'm sure that Day2 Gaming and United Esports have shown those kind of playstyle in the previous global events.
Yeah, I think a lot of PUBG Esports fans are going to be really excited to see Buriram back. Obviously, that is a team that brings a ton of explosive firepower. Day2 is just the most balanced team in APAC right now. They're really solid at everything they do. Their decision making is good. And then, of course, I think you also got to keep your eyes on the dynamic duo for Day2, Nurens and Flash, who have been just consistently great players. So obviously, they're 2 players that I would really consider putting on my fantasy team, maybe.
In APAC, we have some of the veteran players that have been playing PUBG for so long, like Rossiter Jr. from T5, and Levis from The Expendables, and also Leo from Shigadui. Let's move on to America's region. There are 5 North American teams and 1 South America team.
This is an up-and-coming region to me. They just seem to keep getting better and better. Obviously the Sonics won PGIS, and they may not have won PGC last year, but they still had some good performances, some good results. When I watch this region, I see a strong region. Teams like the Sonics are cautiously aggressive, where they do sometimes, push out for kills and those kind of things. Latin America is really starting to rise up and catch up rapidly. So this to me is maybe like the region that I think of the dark horse.
Yeah, this region is full of veteran players. Teams like Sonics have always been playing so well in their region. And Luminosity Gaming, this is the old Shoot to Kill members, and they have won the 4th in PGC 2021 as TSM, which means they have potential in the global stage. The team name might sound new, but they are the teams that have been playing in the global stage in the past few years.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, a lot of these players you're going to know and love. United has a young, up-and-coming roster of really talented players.
Yeah, and Yahoo has Sparking, who have IGL, the Brazil team in recent PNC, and they have ranked 3rd. With other veteran players, I think they also could have a potential here. Next is Europe. The tournament format has slightly changed in PCS 7 Europe. There were no invited teams in the grand final, so some teams are very familiar, but we do have some new teams coming in EMEA region.
Yeah, I mean, I think I'm really excited about Polish Power, for example, a team that doesn't have a ton of experience globally other than a few of them who used to be on any trolls in chat, but they played in Americas, so it's pretty exciting to see them and come into Europe and play very, very well.
Yeah, and we have to talk about Entropeak and Question Mark, who won each PCS 6 Europe and PCS 7 Europe, but they're relatively new to the global stage.
I mean, I think everybody's going to know a doozy from Question Mark. He's been one of the all-time great players in PUBG Esports history, and now he's back and better than ever, maybe. Entropeak, it is really surprising to see a team that is as good as they were at PCS 6 not be able to qualify for PCS 7. My hope is that they'll learn from that and they'll be able to compete for the championship.
How about FaZe Clan?
There were a few mistakes I saw, especially with the early rotations from Gustav with his IGLing and stuff, but I think overall this is a team that can correct those and do really well.
Yeah, I hope FaZe Clan will play consistent in the upcoming PGC 2022. And talking about the consistency, I have to talk about NLT again, one of the most consistent team in the world in PUBG Esports scene.
I think the thing to watch with Northern Lights is how smart of a team they are and how well balanced they are. But Batuins does a good job putting this team in a good spot, clearing their edges, making sure that they're safe behind them. They do things like pre-rotations where they're in a car while the circle's already closing. All these really smart ideas that they bring to the table consistently make them a great team.
Last but not least is Asia region. This region is indeed the most competitive region.
Yeah, I mean, this is historically the best region in PUBG Esports, so this is going to be really exciting. PCS 7 was extremely close at the end. You had 4 teams in the final game that legitimately could have won if they were able to get the chicken dinner. So yeah, I'm really looking at this region as the favorites for this event.
This time, Chinese teams took 1 more seed, which means they have been playing so well in their PCS events.
They're all really, really good. New Happy, of course, is first and foremost. The 2-time PCL champions. They won PCS 7 this year. This is a stacked team, incredible players top to bottom. Yes, Ming Ming is widely considered their ace, but ZP Yan has actually been one of their best performers at most of their international events.
And Patrick Road?
This is such a great team. Long and Mill have been playing really, really well too, so you can't count them out, obviously. 3-time PCS winners, they could definitely do it.
And also 17 Gaming, they're always playing very well in PCS and also the global stage, but maybe because of the hot drops, they haven't been playing really well in the PGC level competitions.
Yeah, so it's going to be tricky for 17 Gaming, right? There's 4 teams going to be competing for Pachinki and Picado, 1 from each region. This is a team that I think could win this event, but I don't know what the drops are going to look like.
So this time we have 4 Korean teams. 3 of them looks really familiar. Frakes, Genji, and Danawa Esports have been playing in the global stage from past several years representing Korea.
Yeah, I think it's, especially for the Freaks, kind of par for the course. They do really well in the PWS, then they come to the international events and they're so-so. Genji, of course, you know, a different look than maybe in the past. Now there's a lot of the old Ghibli team members on this team trying to upgrade their firepower. It hasn't really paid out. They're still good, but not great. Danawa has kind of started to fall off this year. Last year, very good at PGC, getting 5th place. This year, it looks a little bit shaky. Adding Lambo to the team as the IGL.
And now it's Bego Pa. The team name is very new, but if you look into the members, these members are full of veteran players who have been playing PUBG for so long, like DG98, PO, Taemin, Sungjang, and Two Heart. It's quite a nostalgic names.
Yeah, I mean, this is a team that made a splash when they decided to come out together. You know, Pio brought this team together. The team name literally means we're hungry, so they're hungry for wins. This team shouldn't surprise anybody that they're this good, right? You're talking about a PGC champion, a FACEIT Global Summit champion, Sungjang, who was on those OGN teams that got 4th at like every major event ever. Two Heart is nuts, and people don't realize, but in Korea, he was really, really good for a while. A great team. Can their style work on the actual global level? We'll see.
Recent PCS 7 Asia, Chinese teams won again, winning 7, actually 8, including Charity Showdown. This rivalry between China and Korea, it has been very long, and we have to see how this will show off in PGC 2022.
Yeah, there's conflicting styles for sure here. The Chinese teams are more aggressive. They're looking for third-party opportunities. They're really good at keeping track of their kill feeds to make sure they know the situations around them and when they should take advantage of them. The Korean teams play a little bit more passive. They're kind of more focused on controlling space and territory and trying to use that to their advantage as the game goes on. And yes, in the past, that has worked very well for the Korean teams. These days, it doesn't seem to, as the kill points are really, really an important factor. So I think now we need to see the Korean teams be a little bit more aggressive.
Yeah, and I think this applied to other teams competing in PGC 2022 to win against Chinese teams. We have been explaining the 32 participating teams, and we have some of the rookie teams and full of veteran teams. And the first step of the journey to the PGC 2022 championship would be the group stage, and the group was decided based on the PGC points rank of each region. And this is how it looks.
I don't feel like either one is significantly stronger than the other. Maybe Team A a little bit is kind of more difficult. You know, 3 of the top 5 teams from last year's PGC that are in there. But still, this is a really, really difficult group no matter which one you're in.
I would also like to explain the power ranking that we can have the information about the status quo of participating teams. Power ranking will be updated in Twire. We'll have the player ranking and team ranking based on their performance until PCS 7. So you can visit Twire and check out the power ranking of the participating teams and players of PGC 2022. So Pick'em is back as always. You can buy a PGC 2022 exclusive item starting October 26th, and you can get the voting coupon. You can pick the winners and reward it with EP if you get right. And there are another ways to earn EPs like Fantasy League.
Yeah, exactly. So on twire.gg, you can go onto there, create an account, make your own fantasy team. You get to pick 4 players. You have a certain amount of money to work with, and each player costs more money the better they have done so far this year. So you get to put together your team, compete against everybody, make your own private groups, compete against your friends, and try to win. And you can win, like you said, some prizes and get some of those sweet purple skins. My favorite color, purple. Seriously.
We've talked a lot about PGC 2022 today, and before we wrap up, please be noted that PGC 2022 is kicking off on November 1st and will be lasting until November 20th in Dubai. And this time we're going to have a crowd in the grand finals.
So I'm looking forward to going to Dubai. Of course, you know, it's the best event of the year, so it's the most hype event, the best players, the best teams. What else could you want?
Please check out the pubgesports.com and PUBG Esports social channels for the ticket info and offline events information. Please stay tuned for PGC 2022 and check out which team will be the best team in 2022. We'll be back with more contents in November. See you in Dubai. Bye. Don't forget to like and subscribe.
弟在车上的一波互相。
都躲到怀里。
PDF 直接来到，只剩一个人，这个手哇！有最贴门，他真係飄㗎！我真係真係。
Exactly where he wants to get the off angle too. Ace finds one, but a bit further, spotted instantly though, but Vectix gets the angle. But
con số 6 kill. Thôi thì cái trò đối phương gái một vài mạo rồi lắc.
All the way to try and stay alive, Hobbs. Sonic's
on top of Chalk.
It's so clean.
until you're dead and gone. Until you're dead and gone.
Yeah, set me free and give me death, there ain't no other choices. When I lay down to go to sleep, I keep on hearing voices. Little whispers in my head, man, is you fake or loyal? Why know why that death is sign, baby, pick your poison. These little demons living underneath my bed, creeping. Know the real, my soul lives above them all, sleeping. Thought you never see me again, looks can be deceiving. When they hear the sound of the drum, they'll be saying, oh Lord, here they come. Yeah, here we come. Here we come. Here we come. Here we come. I used to think that people die because they wicked. Nowadays, people want to see you dead because you gifted. So no matter what, I'm coming back and paying you a visit. Sorry. Yeah, here we come. Hey, here we come. Here we come. Here we come.
Always stick together, stay connected, have each other's back.
We have the best staffs, the best stadium.
With the best fans and community behind it.
그 모든 힘이 저희를 더 강하게 만들어줄 거라고 믿습니다.
Nothing but respect, always like a wolf pack.
We know that for each second in esports, you are dedicated to winning. Over a decade, XL Series has evolved alongside with gamers. We strive to make every product detail perfect so that you can perform at your best. Elevate your skill and maximize your potential with the ultimate gaming monitor. Zowie. Strive for perfection. Focus on winning.
Improvements to the folded shield, some spawn rate adjustments for vehicles, and a collaboration with one of the best footballers in the world. All this and more as we dive into the Update 20.2 patch report. First up, the folded shield is getting a few changes based on community feedback. The inventory weight has been reduced, weapon durability increased for both guns and grenades, and it now installs in half the time. You'll also find it a bit harder to run over than before, with a vehicle now needing to be going at least 10 kilometers per hour, instead of the 1 kilometer per hour it was before. In addition, the shield can now be placed back into your inventory, and deployment can be cancelled before it finishes. Let us know what you think about these requested changes. Next up, vehicles on Erangel and Miramar are getting a slight adjustment, with some spawning more and less frequently. You'll now find more UAZs and Dacias on Erangel, and more Murados and pickups on Miramar. To contrast, we've lowered the amount of boats, buggies, and aqua rails on Erangel. And speaking of maps, this update's rotation will now include Erangel, Miramar, Tago, and Destin for all regions. Regions with map select enabled will also have the option of playing on Sanaa, while regions without will instead drop into Karakin. As usual, the ranked rotation will remain Erangel, Miramar, and Tago. This update also features a collaboration with one of the best footballers in the game, Neymar Jr. For a limited time, you can pick up several Neymar-themed items in the store. Gear up and score big. There's also a reduction in the number of multi-care packages on Tago, some MMR adjustments for normal games, new workshop skins, and more. So be sure to check out the patch notes for full details. Update 20.2 is here, so fold up your shield, pack up the Dacia, and go catch a ball game. We'll see you on the battlegrounds.
Ain't no sunshine.
Remember that one guy in that one show with that one crime? Well, that's how I'm feeling now. I'm finna go make a killing now. Yeah, that's how I'm living now. I'm finna bust through the roof right now. Got a handle on the game. Put a candle on my name. Never can put out the flame. Never cared about the fame. Asking my risk is the time, yeah. They gotta change their mindset. You say we speaking the same language. Guess I ain't speaking your dialect. Already got it. Already got it. Already with it. Already with it. What is the hype about? Already did it. Already did it. Already seen it. Already seen it. It's already done. Already done. What is the hype about? We already won. Already won. Already got it. Already got it. Already with it. Already with it. What is the hype about? Already did it. Already did it. Already seen it. Already seen it. It's already done. Already done. What is the hype about? We already won. Already back to my ways. Back to my ways. Back to my ways. Back to my ways. Truth be told, I'm back to my ways. We're on road. Back to my ways. I'm back to my ways. Thought I was turning the page. I'm back to my ways. Back, Babe Ruth. Prayer hands like Jesus. All praise the Most High. Look, I ain't talking about K2. Taste your girl, I hate you. This right here, my prelude. I created this sound, all y'all buying gotta call pay dues. They show me love when they see me. Don't really know if they mean it though. I know your man wanna be me, but now he would never admit it though. Why is your girl in my inbox? One text and I seal the deal. I hit her up when I'm faded. You better bet she know the deal. Already got it. Already got it. Already with it. Already with it. What is the hype about? We already won. Already won. Already got it. Already got it. Already with it. Already with it. What is the hype about? Already did it. Already did it. Already seen it. Already seen it. It's already done. Already done. What is the hype about? We already won. Already won.
There's been a lot of hustle and bustle over the last 2 days here, but it is time for day number 3 of all of these teams have already planted their flag in the ground and tried to strive for as many points as possible to move through in the group stage. My name's Kyle Lars, your host here for day number 3, live from Dubai to bring you the group stage here for PGC 2022. Joining me to my left-hand side, it's Avenger as always. Surprise, surprise. How are you doing, fella?
I'm doing great. Looking forward to getting the day started, of course, here.
Yeah.
And of course, looking forward to seeing, Group 8 dominate against a little bit more, our home turf teams have been doing well here. Yesterday was a bit of a scuffle, not a single European team in the top 8.
Yes, that is true. So let's see if they can remedy that tomorrow. Of course, today we do have Group A once again, as we're on day number 3 of the festivities, the extravaganza of PUBG that we're going to have over this 3 weeks. Later on down the line, we have our winners bracket, our lower bracket, and then grand survival, then into grand final down the line as well. There is plenty of excellent PUBG coming your way. And to be quite honest, the lobbies just get better and better and better as this tournament goes on. Even in the lower bracket, I would say, Avenger, all of these teams, they've assimilated information from each other. They level up their game as time goes on.
That's exactly it, right? The information that you're able to take from yesterday, the day off, gives you so much opportunity to really get into things today here. You're able to break down every single game. What did you do wrong? What did the 15 other teams do good? And how can we really take into that? And that's going to be super exciting, of course. The overview here with how the system works and the format is.
As you say, and we've already heard murmurs of changes here in Group A. We'll talk potentially about those a little later on. As you say as well, with our 16 teams representing in each of these groups, today we are starting things on Miramar for 3 games and then moving on to Erangel a little later. Here is how day 1 shaped up, and we have to start with OverP, because I don't think many people had huge expectations for them coming in, but it feels like almost a devil-may-care attitude has been able to rocket them to number 1.
When you can play carelessly like they could, it's just so amazing, right? 54 points, 10 points in the second place, 6. But in the top 6, we have 3 teams representing from Europe, so a really difference here in Group 8 compared to yesterday. But yeah, I'm super excited to get things started. Caught off right now, 29 here at Yahoo. And again, our hypothetical cutoff, once we're done with all 3 days for each group here, a soft cutoff of like 90 and a hard cutoff at 100 points, then you're going to be in the top 8.
And really importantly, on that right-hand side, there are some big names in there that are not currently in the top 8. Today is the day that they try and strike out and get themselves some big points. But let's focus on Miramar to start things off here, Martin, because a team that I didn't expect, GEX, really showing up here on the desert.
Yeah, for sure. It's only 2 games, of course. Now we're playing 3 today, so hopefully they can continue to do that. Twisted Minds also there, and number 2 in terms of most points gathered, and Spyro with 5 kills as well with SSR, kind of tying the head-to-head top killers for Miramar.
Yeah, PCS7 seems a long way away when it came to Twisted Minds, aka Northern Lights at the time. Not doing that well on Miramar, however, the problem is it's such a small sample size, as you say, just 2 games of Miramar could quite easily able to kind of push through on just 2 games alone.
But you're so right here. In PCS7, Twisted Minds were able to have 9.9 points per game from Varangle.
Yes.
Only 4.1 for Miramar, right? So normally Miramar is not Twisted Minds' stronger map, so it's good to see them. Still, again, small sample size as we're talking about here, but of course they're going to be able to kind of come off this high note here. They're in a good spot, some good games today, and a good start. They're quite comfortably going to be able to get kind of close to the 80-90 point mark and nearly be able to do whatever they want on the last day.
Yeah, with GES looking as good as they did on Miramar as well, I feel like after what is now years of us covering them on the international stage, it's about time we see Gex being able to flex a little bit. These players are absolute veterans, Martin, and here on a stage like this, the day number 1, they really showed what they're made of.
For sure, and also Miramar is their best map also when we look at the PCS7 stats. They did super well there. They had 5.7 points per game on that and only 2.8 on a Wrangle. So GEX, looking forward to seeing them continue kind of their push here. And some of the map, especially this game here, where they're able to both dominate Cerberus and Entropic. It was super impressive to see SSR, of course, being able to get that headshot in the end. 20 points for that game was super important for them.
Yeah, and Twisted Minds coming in on the opposite side of this as well, taking themselves currently 2nd place with 44 points. So, I mean, they've had a 2nd place on day 1, they had a 1st place on day 1 as well, and usually on international stages, when it comes to the global stage at least, I feel like Northern Lights, previous Virtus Pro, were a bit of a slow starter, but this is a good, fast start for them.
Yeah, I really love that. If they're able to get into the winners bracket, that's obviously super important for them.
Yeah.
But it is going to be very hard to get top 8 for that compared to what we're seeing in the group stage here. It seems like it's, just one good game and you're in the top 8 at the moment. It is still like that for the vast majority of the teams.
Definitely so. So those are the 2 that were able to badonka-donk on Miramar, on Murmur. But we have ourselves as well Erangel to go. There will be 2 Erangels later on, and it is fair to say that 2 huge names that were there were Overpeakers and New Happy. Let's start with Overpeakers, of course, because I think they really did surpass a lot of people's expectations. And it's funny because we've had this discussion. It's like, it's not that they don't care, because that's absolutely not the case. They're just playing with what feels like freedom, and they're just having fun with it. And that really reflects, because they're such veterans, they know how to approach a stage like this.
It's only the pressure of their own expectations. There's no outside pressure, right? And that's really beautiful. Really looking forward to that. Again, it's compared to PCS7, the way that they've been able to play. They have had a really rough PCS7 here for Overpeakers. They only had 3.6 points per game for PCS7. So they had a horrendous PCS7 performance on the Wrangle. So I'm really happy to see them being able to do so well here. Again, small sample size and everything, but still, they were able to really pop up.
I mean, they see this as a last lifeline. PCS7, they thought that they weren't even going to make it here because of all the other results that were going on around them. But they did, and as is such, we've seen some insane performance, especially Clib, what he was able to put up in day 1. It showed why he's a world-class player.
Yeah, it's the guys are obviously saying it's the time to kill here. The guns are insane. It feels like they're so reactive, and they're obviously playing on land here, and the barrel is just an absolute death machine, and the M4 feels like a laser. It's really good to see them being able to bomb here. And the funny thing is obviously that, well, not funny, the curious thing is that they're playing out of Milta. They used to have Pochinki to themselves in Europe, so being able to have go from, it's still 2 of the best spots to drop still, but being able to do as well as they are here uncontested is amazing here. That SLR spray down onto Chewy is just insane.
I mean, this was a salvage mission, right? To try and get a little bit more out of that game, and they did so. But let's move on to New Happy here as well, because, well, for a lot of people, like myself, they were happy that they had, Ming Ming as one of their captain, or as their captain in day number 1. And I think they came out absolutely screaming. Game 1, the defending world champions come out and win game 1. That's a statement alone.
Yeah, for sure. And everybody's obviously looking their way and like, okay, how are they able to do this well? They had some good circles. They did well in this compound, but they had to defend it. There's a lot of ways that they play around it. I love that, Entropic here decided early on, all right, let's just deny this here. It
matters.
Yeah, it matters. It potentially, those couple of points here and there could be the difference maker for who makes it into the top 8 or not. So I like that. With the 9-kill chicken, they were able to gather there in the first round.
And they also got a second place throughout that day as well. So New Happy definitely come into play. But here are the over-performers. We've got ourselves, it's a full EU roster, to be perfectly honest, or EMEA, I should say, with Clib, Perfectix, and Mexi. Perfectix was one of your picks, I think.
Yeah, it is. Number 1 in damage. He's been able to really gather me a lot of points for my fantasy roster. So I'm happy for that. Happy for the Twisted Mind boys, obviously, to be able to perform here from the start. But it is. We're going into day number 2. We are going to continue things on Miramar here, and when we have world-class teams like this, we're really going to see a lot of changes, because teams are going to take in and they're going to look at the VODs, they're going to look at the game like, okay, how can we improve? And they're going to take all the mistakes that the teams made and improve that, potentially gatekeep, potentially camp, potentially being spotted earlier and surprise or, backstep some of the teams.
I mean, you talked about it before. 24 hours in a situation like this. I mean, well, you could even say it's longer than that, but it's a lifetime to be able to kind of extrapolate the information that you need from the previous games from this lobby and try and execute it on the battlefield once again. And teams like Overpeakers, like New Happy, like Sonics are smart when it comes to these kinds of things. So we'll see if we see changes today. But in Fantasy League, of course, Kickstart and 777 yesterday kind of stole the show.
They did. If you're able to have Kickstart as your captain, if you're clever enough to pick Kickstart over maybe some other choices.
Some aren't as clever as that,
Yeah, but that's just how it is. But that's the overall fantasy. But yeah, Kickstart had an amazing day, obviously. This is really good to see the United guys do so well, and himself 71. Personally. 17 points. It's 71 points, just insane. But of course, still 777 with his clutch was mad as well. The individual performances we saw from that yesterday was crazy. Clip only having 1% picked, and Lulu always having 0% means that, and obviously Kickstart in the top with only 4, means that, the rosters, the fantasy rosters that's going to be leading, there's not that many teams that's going to be having these players here. So it's going to be kind of a wild, wild west when you're talking to, the top of the fantasy teams.
But it is only 1 day per group so far, so there is definitely a lot of potential shake-up, and thankfully for me...
That's your excuse.
That might be my excuse for just a moment. My actual main excuse is that I did have Tiggleton on my roster, but hopefully maybe things shape up a little bit better today, and I will be rocketing up the leaderboards here against... Actually, have the Americans ever been in the lead when it comes to the
first and second place? Yeah, it's quite amazing, but it's also Poro has Kickstart. He would have been in the very lead if he had picked Kickstart as his captain.
He would have been so far ahead of us.
Yeah, it would have been 71 points on top of that.
But it's catch-up day for us, I think.
Yeah, it is. Yeah. It is the time. But that was the overall, because we're only showing, guys that are casting today for today here, so that's only what's updating there. But I'm curious to see how it's going to continue after we have, 2 more days played.
I'm going to be winning. Let's take a look at everything that you guys can be doing at home as well. Of course, there is the Pick'em Challenge that is in-game. Not only the Pick'em down the line as to who you think is actually going to be the overall champion, which, as Avenger normally mentions, you don't have to pick just yet, but there's also the head-to-heads that are going on. So that's interesting as well.
Yeah, it's been, 2 teams that have played close to each other that are, the closest head-to-head. You can then pick who do you think is going to win for that there. So make sure you go into the in-game tab and the esports tab in-game, and you're going to be able to either do the head-to-head or potentially claim one of the coupon tickets.
And if you're watching, there's Twitch drops as well as Pick and Go, which is going to be the little bingo game that's going on. You'll get matched against random people, etc., and then you can potentially win yourself some EP along the way. There's so many ways to get EP, actually.
It's crazy.
So many ways.
And if you're good, you're going to be able to get a ton of EP.
Big EP. Let's get on with it. All right, well, thank you very much, Avenger. It is time to head over to our commentator team now for game number 1. It's day 2 of Group A, Game 6.
We're back with Group A, day number 2. We've got another 5 games, Kemi. Of course, we head back to Miramar, and hopefully we can continue on with what was a wonderful start for PGC 2022. Very top-heavy, this group, but so many different storylines developing.
Yeah. And talking about Miramar specifically, there are a number of teams that, while they might have started slow, they ended up very, very strong. Yoho is one of them. I think Entropic was another one that we noted. And GEX, they ended the entire first day with the win, and they're one of the biggest underdogs at this tournament. They're one of the best teams from the region, from their own little sub-region, which is why we see them at these international tournaments a lot, but they never, rather rarely show up huge when it comes to the full globals. And I mean, they performed well yesterday. Can they keep it up, though? Well,
a couple of regions that did perform well yesterday. Americas and APAC. That was not the case, though, of course, on day 1 for this particular group. It was all about EU. It was all about Asia, of course. Over Peakers, Twisted Minds, and obviously New Happy, all performing extremely well in this group. They are the top 3 at the moment. They are kind of soaking some of these points. And I think a large factor as to how this group is going to develop in terms of by the end of the week comes down to those 3 teams. Do they keep soaking up those points? Do they make that barrier of entry for the top 8 a little bit easier for the teams towards the bottom?
It's really hard to tell. One of the teams that's, of course, at the very top is Overpeakers. They had a phenomenal day 1. I think it's fair to say that that level of performance is incredibly hard to maintain, partly because they have 1 second place, 1 4th place, no other podiums beyond that. So much of their points is from all the fighting and the kills that they got in the mid game, and that style of play, just going for fights after fight after fight, it's very hard to maintain that level. But for Twisted Minds and for New Happy as well, these are some teams coming into this event that are very consistent across the entire year in their region. So I think it's more likely to see those 2 maintain themselves at the top.
That's a little bit of EU, a little bit of Asia. We have, of course, got some representation from Americas and APAC inside of the top 8 at the moment. Yahoo, Cerberus Esports, both just sort of hanging on around that 7th and 8th position. And both of them actually did it more so on the final 2 games on Miramar, which is precisely where we're going to be heading back to, of course, the start for day 2, Group A. So, underway we go. 5 games. We start with Miramar for what is officially match 6 of Group A.
The other big question that we have to discuss, have to talk about, is, of course, the hot drops between the Sonics and SGD. It was on Arangel, it was on Miramar. And on the final game, just when you think Sonics was able to start to turn it around, Overpeakers comes on in. The big question is, will that maintain? Will Sonics hold the ground? Before this tournament started, that's what they've essentially communicated to everyone who has asked them, is that doesn't matter, we're going to stay, because that is how they know how to play the game. They've been dropping in this position for years at this point.
I love that, though, but of course, as being on LAN, we do get the opportunity to speak to these teams and sort of try and gain some insights, and I think there's been a lot of different chatter about what Sonics are going to do, what SGD are going to do, and as we know, of course, SGD, they will go back for Picardo, but for the Sonics, there's your answer straight away, Cameron. They will not be contesting SGD. They have forfeited Picardo. With that, there might be the assumption they may very well forfeit Pachinki later as well, and they are going so down south. They're not going Los Leones. They are playing the coastline, it seems. That is such a big statement, though, for this tournament. Sonics, the #1 team from North America, have given up the major city of Picardo to SGD from APAC.
Yeah, it's actually... this is one of the multiple reasons why it is so rough to make that decision to leave, is that where are you going to go? Where is available? You're going to have to pick the runt of the litter, essentially, which is why they're not even going South Leones. They don't even want to contest New Happy there. You can fit multiple teams in Leones. It's the biggest city in competitive play, but you still don't want to have to bother with that, which is why they're basically relegated down to the coast side. And with, well, a phase 1 like this, they're going to have to rotate all the way to the north.
And, well, rotating to the north, yeah, that's going to be a long, long distance. But with saying that, they will get to rotate. They will get to play
they will
the
be
game.
able to rotate. That's definitely it.
They're actually able to do something. And that's something that, obviously, we'll keep our eyes on, not just for Sonics, but also SGD. And I want to make this point, you know, being someone from the APAC region, of course, for SGD, their strengths lie in their microplay. They are really good in those close quarter combat fights in those cities as well. But we do have some feedback and some thoughts here from Tiggleton.
We made a lot of mistakes. I don't think that they particularly outplayed us. We just kind of gave them the space to, which is definitely on us. So we're going to review that tonight and go back. And yeah, like I said, it's only the first day. So if OP didn't third party us, you know, I think these are still very even hot drops, if not in our favor. It's a pride thing above the tournament. Like, We won out of Pachinki Picardo. That is our territory. We want to defend it. There's no reason for us to give it away to teams that we think we're better than, that we can kill. Like I said, it's just day one. Today was absolutely a clown fiesta. It was messy. I think both parties made just tons of mistakes. It was not clean PUBG by anyone.
I think that is important to recognize that Overpeakers came in and essentially spoiled the lead that Sonics had in the hot drop on Game 5. And you also throw your minds back even further to, I believe it was Game 3 on Erangel, where Yoho also swept through and see if they could pick anything off. So that also raises the question of, if it was only going to be them versus SGD, would they commit here? But at this point, they've been third-partied, harassed by other teams picking up points for themselves. That just throws too many questions into them just trying to, I guess, formulate their strategy here for the Sonics.
22 Esports, Haven, bottom 3 at the moment. Not too bad though when it comes to the point 16. It's okay, but definitely struggled a little bit on day one in being able to maybe take some fights on their own volition. Too many times losing a player on rotation, and it did cost them. Yahoo, and one of those teams actually similar to Overpeakers that did try and take advantage of that battle in Pachinki, obviously on Erangel, and it wasn't necessarily all that successful, but still it kind of says what was going on there. Teams were starting to take notice and see if they could collect for themselves. But yeah, obviously Overpeakers talking to the town right now. 54 points, leading the way in this lobby, and rightfully so. A massive performance that we saw on day one. Klib and Vard, 26 kills between the two of them from 5 games. That is ridiculous.
Yeah, they have 10-point lead over Twisted Minds after 5 rounds, and they have a 14-kill lead over Twisted Minds, who are also second place in kills total. So that just, again, shows these guys are incredibly powerful in that mid-game section. I mean, yeah, we're looking at Klib, looking at Vard for the majority of the kills. Jeems as well had that good run towards the end of one of those Erangel matches on the south side of Stalber. So like all 4 of these players, not only are they just veterans in the scene overall, some of them we've been seeing from day one of PUBG competition.
Yeah,
they absolutely know what they need to do.
And of course, it seems like at the right time here, Twisted Minds, the team directly below Overpeakers. I mean, we said this sort of as we were introducing the Group A lobby again. It was very much EU heavy, Asia heavy as well, and rightfully so. Of course, Twisted Minds with a lot of expectations coming into this event, and they had a very solid day, 44 points, sitting in second. We probably estimate that cutoff for winners bracket to be around 90 or so, so almost halfway there already. Have another good day here, and they could probably have 1 foot in the door. Guangdong Freaks, they're actually trying to knock the door down at the moment on 9th position, tied with Yahoo. Maybe an early fight. Nade in towards Xiongjiang. Pio lands the tag. Bagapart struggled on day one, only the 18 points. They would not want to go out early to one of their rivals from Asia.
Yeah, but Pio has a very nice angle, but of course is going to be countered by Hikari. I see 2 Heart there on the map trying to rotate up to the north side, and then of course backup from KDF as well, but Songjiang is going to just retreat. They're going to give this position up, pull away a little further towards the north, which I think is going to be the right decision. We saw initially Pio had that side angle for that initial defense, and if he was able to get a knock from that spot, then this could be a completely different story, completely different game, but it's way too early in the round to contest as much as BGP would be if they were to just stick around.
And they're not fighting so much this tournament, Bagapar. They're a team that wants to sort of be in and around the edge, but also more, I guess, passive, defensive in some ways, and they're not looking to be too aggressive. They do give up that position slightly, but falling into a decent position themselves. GEX having an amazing day number 1 for Group A. 39 points. They had a couple of really good performances to speak of. Of course, that battle west of Quarry with Twisted Minds and Danoa, that was a big highlight for them, where they racked up a lot of kills and really, I think, made a statement that they can hold their ground. They can hold their own against these top international teams.
Yeah, see if they can't continue it even further. They're currently driving in, one of the last teams to arrive. We still have a few more of the further south teams that have to make their way up. But they're coming there in on the edge. GEX right in front of them is going to be Cerberus, just on the far west side of that field that they're about to approach. But Entropic also moving in from the east, coming in onto that KDF territory that they just took away from Begopa. QBE is going to be scouting out. Probably spotted a person there real quick.
Entropic finished strong on Miramar. Miramar was where they found a little bit of rhythm to close out day 1. Of course, we've got the 3 Miramar games to date, followed then by 2 Erangel. obviously 4 in Tropic, and a lot of other teams that finished strong, like Cerberus, Yahoo, Miramar seems to be where they can find some points. So very important for them to continue to rack up points here while they can. Still 2 more minutes though until phase 2, and
yeah,
it's a very, very quiet Group A lobby. Is when we don't have the hot drops that we saw on day 1, it does allow, of course, for us to kind of look a little bit more at the way teams are sort of moving and shaking on those early rotations. But phase 1, north side, there's so much room. Ooh. There's a lot of space to be gained for pretty much most teams.
Look at this, talking about space and Tropic. We saw 2 of them actually go around to the opposite side of KDF, potentially trying to set up a pincer. Not only is that just going to be control over KDF's compound in general, but if they get a shift in their direction, it's going to be a good 2-2 split. It's not too wide, not too far from each other to able to assist. We do still have a bit over a minute and a half, and it just seems that everyone else is doing a similar game plan, just setting themselves up, taking a few shots if they can to try and deal some pressure, push some other teams back. But ultimately, it's just waiting for phase number 2.
Very edge position there for New Happy as we watch the Sonics. They were the most southern team along with Tiamba, who's over towards Jumisera, as Sonics being led by H-Wing, close by now to El Pozo. So their rotation, of course, being tested here for arguably the first time this tournament, and they've got a long one at that from south of Los Leones all the way up north. The good news for them, western side of the circle, largely open. They can actually make their way in over towards Crater if they want. And play off of that position. If they get a western circle shift, that will benefit them greatly. And the same can be then said for Tiamba. They're just a little bit behind them, a little bit more south now, pushing in over towards Monte Nuevo. Overpeak is a great position for them at the moment, and it really does bode well for them. 54 points already, good position, they're fragging out. Expect big things again from them today.
But look how wide they were. We were seeing that camera pan all the way to the north where Jeems is way far north of everyone else. They're in a Y211 at the moment. And the reason why they're able to get away with it right now is just because of how north this circle is. No one is going up towards Oasis. The chance of the circle going up that direction is very, very low, so they're given the space to be able to do so. Hopefully they know how to retreat and condense their positions, no matter which way the circle goes. But for now, they're able to hold this one strong.
2-2 split as well for Theraton 5. Bottom of the standings at the moment. Only team in single digits, but they control a lot of territory in the center of this circle, so it might just be a dream start for the Thai team of Theraton 5. We are moments away now from phase 2, 5 seconds to be exact, and these might just about be the first shots that we heard ring out in this game. Circle shift, it is going to be slightly north over towards the Oasis side of the map. That's perfect for Bagapar. Overpeakers will love that with the split that they hold, and obviously Theraton 5, the 2-2 split will benefit. They'll have Pat and Pong and Exquisite group up with the other two in a more northern direction, but for the teams around the south side, around San Martin's side to be example, Cameron, they got a bit of work to do to get inside of this circle now. In fact, that only thing that's open is the very north side around Oasis.
Yeah, unless we see multiple teams start to make some wide wrapping rotation and come in essentially from the northeast or the northwest, everyone's going to be going through this area that Overpeakers were holding, Big Up are holding, Navi, we saw them rotating on through. In fact, Big Up is just going to be holding this position, so we could be seeing a couple of potential crashes super early in the game only because the choke points are forcing the teams into these directions. Navi is trying to make their way past, not too many shots landing. In fact, all of them are going to be on the vehicles themselves, so they're going to be okay, but where do they stop? Where do they stay?
I don't necessarily mind this, and I think they've done a good job of threading the needle straight through Bagapur's 2-2 split. They get to a good side of the road. They clearly are looking at this sort of main road as this sort of halfway point for this current phase 2 circle. They sense there's probably a bigger, larger portion of it onto the north side. The terrain of Miramar, fortunately, can be your ally. It can be your defensive fort if you play it well, and I think Navi's position could be very, very strong from here. We'll see how it plays out for them. Of course, there is Theraton 5 having grouped up now from that 2-2 split, all 4 onto this one compound. They're actually quite close by to Yahoo, 22 Esports as well, and New Happy on the move. Now, this is a team that on day 1 for this group, Cameron, they did catch a few circles. They did all right in that, but even in the games that they didn't, their rotations, their positioning, they still were just so pragmatic. They were perfect in every single way. And again, when we look at this rotation, they're going wide wrap out east, coming in on the north side, understanding that's where there's going to be a lot more vacancies for them to be able to get into this circle.
Yeah, same thing with the Sonics here on the exact opposite side. That could mean these two teams inadvertently run into each other, but I'm looking at the map and the timing seems to be okay for both of them. Not to mention Sonics don't seem to be too keen on pushing that much more forward, that aggressively. They're just going to be scouting things out, taking it step by step, bit by bit. And at the moment, so many of these teams are still on that south side of that mountain that's south of Oasis. It's a little bit of a split in the circle here. No one's really gone into Oasis itself outside, of course, Overpeakers.
And just very quickly, we had Tiamba on our screen, but this was a team that actually won a game, obviously, on day one. And they only got the 21 points, though, so clearly a sort of one-game wonder from them, and hence why they've now dropped down into the bottom 5. So expecting for Tiamba, we know what they're sort of capable of as a team. To sort of bounce back from somewhat of a rough day, all things considered. Chewy there climbing his way up the mountain, and it's Petulans that's right on the tippity top.
Here's the question. Do the other regions know as much about Twisted Minds and Batulan, especially the Mountain Goat himself? This position isn't even in the circle, but it gives so much information, so much power to potentially support and assist his team, who is essentially holding gatekeep on this south side. Oh, this actually could be really big. If he's able to get a knock here onto Chewy, that could completely derail Tiamba's plans.
Yeah, and that would probably be a straight elimination as well. But the one thing I will say is Petulans doesn't have a whole lot of time here. The blue will start to envelop his position as we see the map overview. 12 more seconds until phase 3, and it does mean Petulans has to sort of make up his mind here.
But that's the thing. Why would Tiamba expect anyone behind them in the blue? It is early in the game, so the damage isn't going to be that much. So really, I am quite worried for them. And this shift in this direction means that Twisted Minds can essentially hold this spot. They don't need to rotate to the opposite side of the map. They could continue to lay on this plan and just, there it is. The shots do finally come out. Knock comes through, going to be an easy confirm. He'll bleed out.
There it is. Well... Easy confirm in the end, indeed, for Petulans, and our first death of the game, unfortunately, for Chewy. And this is probably the circle shift that will start to kick off the lobby. Nail Up taken down, and Baker have some visitors, and I don't think that they're going to be the only visitors here, 22 Esports. And guess what? They are in basically between 3 other teams. You've got Guangdong Freaks, Na'Vi, and Baker all around the vicinity. They push straight onto the compound. Song Jang will be quickly eliminated. That was a nice, clean entry from 22 Esports. Pio wants to respond, but he's out of the open. A little bit too aggressive from Pio. Haven shuts it down. That's 2 quick kills for 22.
Immediately, they just run on in, get the knock, get the confirm, get the flush, and Baker they're just falling to pieces. Pio tried to have an aggressive save on the positioning of the compound and even had the potential on the 2-person lineup, but it just did not happen, did not work their way. 22 come in like a screaming rocket.
Love the offensive smoke there to block the window on 2 Heart. Really well played from 22 Esports on that entry. Na'Vi did not go for the third party. Neither did Guangdong Freaks. Both of those 2 teams were around the vicinity. DG98 throws the nade out, brings out the barrels. Only 2 members left for Baker, and they're not even clear to each other. So they're basically like 2 solos at the moment. DG98 trying to deal with Na'Vi, 2 Heart trying to deal with 22 Esports, but this should be a pretty quick and easy clear for Na'Vi. DG can't even get that first aid kit off in time. Example gets the down. Na'Vi get the position, and a good position at that as well.
All under 2 Hard right now, and it's going to have to be a 1 versus 4 because 22 know that he's there. He's got the shotgun. We know how powerful that weapon can be in close range fight, but it's still versus an entire squad. He'll be lucky to get a single confirm off of the knocks that he's able to get.
The veteran, one of the oldest players at PGC, 2 Heart, has he got the discipline here to maybe get a down or 2. Flash goes out, shotgun, well, unfortunately he too is blinded here. Molotov to just try and buy some time. It's all a little bit hopeless though for 2 Heart, is it, at the pressure mounting. He does still have that window as an escape ready if he needs it. He desperately does. Nade landing at his feet. It's Bagapa out in 16th position, bottom 3 position now.
Yeah, I mean, this team is really, really struggling. They're not afforded the space that they get in their own regional events here, and then they've just been crashed 3 separate times. Really 2, but it feels like 3. Well, I guess you can count KDF as the first one to start it all off, but either way, they're going to be out in 16th place. Entropic in a fight up against GEX, coming out on the very, very far east side. There are a couple of members of Entropic still in the blue, so we'll see if that extra angle helps them out.
This is a fight that's been brewing for a while. We've, of course, saw Nail Up get downed earlier by GEX. He does get revived, though, and they've got the better position. Wow, that is an incredible shift down to the south. Right on top of Yahoo. Over Pika's good position, too. Of course, Na'Vi, the compound that they gained, quite strong for them. And a lot of teams, well, New Happy have not got the circle feed this game at all. It is just moving away from them as we move back over to Entropic. Nail Up trying to peek over this ridge, but it is risky here. He doesn't want to over-peek and then put himself in that dangerous position where he's kind of silhouetting.
Evis's ankle is just not giving anything, so he's having to rotate in. This is a temporary 4 versus 3 if GEX take this fast, but the shot's going to come out from QBE. More counter grenades as well. It's just a constant stalling of the fight with all this utility coming out, and with as far as the teams need to move, it's going to have to happen eventually, but 2 quick knocks.
Lucarex down almost. Nail Up is the one that is down, and SSR very low on health. Yan Lee, probably the one that needs to find the next knock, next down. Try and stop Entropic here, and he has gone and done it. Gets the knock onto Lucarex. Obviously still have SSR. This is still winnable here for GEX. Good position from SSR and somehow survives that. QBE, suddenly the last one alive, and Tropic looked like they were going to win this fight, maybe even win it comfortably. SSR goes down to the blue, and so does GEX. Well, QBE survives, and Tropic will live on. No teams close by to come and clean up the mess. They might be able to get a revive or two. Not sure.
Yeah, but the distance they have to travel with the blue right on top of them, not even at their back. They're in the blue trying to revive. It's going to be a rough traverse for them. More fights, however, as SGG are having moved
no
to the
revives.
north.
Yeah, it's going to be only a solo QBE for Entropic moving forward, but at least still alive for the time being, and a couple of kills. H-Win now spots Leo. Oh, can you believe it? It's Sonics and SGD once again, but this time outside of the cities and out in the open fields. Sonics looking for revenge.
Shed right now just hiding behind a rock, and also don't forget about New Happy. SGG are quite spread out. But Leo, he's on the flank trying to catch Sonics off guard. Will he be spotted, or will he be snake in the bush?
Well, he was spotted. He was shot at by H-Win. They should know that he is on the edge of this cliff here. 50 seconds till phase 5, but he's doing a decent position of getting towards the backside, so much so that he is now behind them. H-Win has got no idea. Shrimzy can't even get the trade, but now he does. Really good discipline from Shrimzy to not over-peak that.
Yeah.
He played that perfectly, and they do get the punish there onto Leo.
It was a good idea by Leo, but the fact that Shen got knocked first initially forced him to try and counter out. It was a recovery attempt by SGG, not a full-on collapse, which means that Sonics are now able to recover themselves. SGD, they're in shambles. I believe it is only Jervis standing outside of the zone. Gonna have to cross through either New Happy or the Sonics. Over here at Cerberus, though, opposite side of the zone, southeast side, taking some shots at KDF. Gonna have to go up this hill that T5 are still holding on to.
So we are now 5 seconds away from phase 5. Still 14 teams alive inside of this circle, and it continues to remain on top of Yahoo and Theraton 5. Both teams of which have been in their respective compounds basically since the start of the game. We get rid of SGD though very quickly, now down to 13 teams as Duckmai finds the kill onto Ian. That does relieve a little bit of pressure for the Sonics, but again, they and also with New Happy keep having this circle shifting away from them.
And look, Yahoo have an angle. Yahoo are on the high ground overlooking that spot. So Sonic's gonna have to fight through New Happy, Tiamba, and Yahoo all at the same time, seemingly, but New Happy are the first ones to move. Gonna be driving into Overpeaker's territory while Sonic shoots them in the back, and it is more knocks, more kills for the European squad.
Yeah, it's Overpeakers shooting them in the front. They're the ones actually landing the shots and getting those downs, of course. It's Overpeakers. They're the ones that continue to just clean up this lobby when it comes to the kill points. Nan goes down to Vard. Nothing really giving there for the Sonics and being able to get points themselves from this situation. This is a very unfortunate moment for New Happy, but just kind of one of those games where everything went against them. Circles just constantly shifting away every time they started to rotate for the positions. Tiggleton versus HS though, throws the molly out, blinded, but they got the numbers. It's a 4v1. They cannot be losing a player here at all, the Sonics.
HS trying to hide out. Really good utility usage by both sides, but more angles.
QBE
it's actually QBE. I was wondering who was shooting them, because Overpeakers, they were hidden from them. But no, final shot, final kill for Entropic before they go down.
Valuable point.
Yeah?
Valuable point. You just never know. That 1 point. Mine knocked by Vard, and this is where it's going to get really rough for the Sonics. I don't really see much of a successful way for them. They have to push through the Overpeakers. That is not an easy task. Obviously, a hard task here as well for DAY2 Esports, because they're knocked down by Daikon. A chance here for Cerberus with a somewhat high advantage as well. 3 kills already, and a really good spot to rack them up. Duckmai gets over-aggressive. He falls to Lash K. Guangdong Freaks, they want to keep fighting back, but they've lost the CAD.
Bit of a body block there, I think, allowing Lash K to stay alive and get that initial knock. He's got 3 more members of Cerberus to deal with. Swinging outside from the smoke. Gets 1. No more than that.
There's still damage. And a little reprieve as well for Haven. Na'Vi, though, have opted to not push on this. Maybe now they will. Maybe now they'll start to make their way over to a wounded Cerberus who have to go for a double revive onto Himas and Duckmai. H-Win from a distance gets the down onto 77 from Tiamba. One more still in his sights, but tough shots to hit from there. 3 kills for the Sonics, but losing players rapidly and still not inside of those placement points position. The only team in this lobby without placement point. Cerberus just cannot get up this hill at all. Here comes DAY2 5. Thailand versus Vietnam right in front of our eyes.
Ooh, Pong down to 1 HP. Tycon unfortunately only has flashes seemingly. Ubah's helping out. And Sonics are eliminated in 9th place. Cerberus Tycon, the young gun himself. Can he get any more kills onto T5? But it's still just a huge resistance there.
No kills yet for Tycon, and no kills this game for Tycon. Exquisite will get the kill. That's 8th for Cerberus. They did get a couple of kill points and a placement point in the end. Currently 6th. Not a bad start for day number 2 for this group. The circle goes north, over towards Overpeakers and Na'Vi. And I think we continue on with that, maybe an EU tradition here on Group A. Salute will finish off 77. Tang will die out to Sparking. Big point for Yahoo. And it's again, I'm going to say it, Cameron, the teams from day number 1 showing up again early here in day number 2.
But don't forget about T5 in 16th place. They're still in 16th place, but only 2 points behind the Sonics. And they are not in the zone anymore, but their high ground position could give them more opportunities to get some kills, break the way into the zone, and get a podium finish on this first game.
Sol angled over towards Maxi, but he's just going to shoot the tires for now. 23 minutes has now elapsed here, deep into phase number 6. Danawa over Peekers Clib, of course. Top fragger from day number 1 for Group A. Good headshot onto Sol. 4 kills for the Overpeakers, and they haven't really been able to sort of push out and flex their muscles this game. They've been quite condensed over towards that warehouse, only just now really pushing out. My worries, though, is Na'Vi. If Na'Vi push on to Overpeakers while they're dealing with Danawa, they could get pincered.
Yeah, and I wonder how much information Overpeakers have onto Na'Vi. They should be aware there's a team to the east side, which means that they can't really go aggressive on Danawa, which means that Danawa can just shoot at them seemingly for free. Na'Vi at some point are going to have to move in because they're still outside of the zone as it stands right now.
Towards the south, Twisted Minds just making their way up slowly. They'll be most likely engaging with DAY2 5 or potentially Yahoo. Yahoo too, not pushing out of this compound position, only got the 3 players, but realistically, if they wanted to get aggressive, they could try and sweep in behind Danawa. But I think just wanting to hold the only compound remaining inside of this phase 6 circle, still a minute and 13 seconds remaining until phase 7. DAY2 5 have a very slight position though still in. That wall on the outskirts of this compound will stay in for phase 6. They can still play off of that. They'll get their vehicles ready. 5 kills for them and somewhat close to getting off of the bottom position.
Here comes the crash, or at least a little bit of a nudge forward by Na'Vi. Alia's trying to look for an angle, trying to look for the first opening opportunity. At the moment, Overpeakers are full committed onto Danawa, sending shots that way, which means that if they're not prepared, if they're not careful, could get run over. But Na'Vi still haven't gone that aggressive just yet. In fact, it's going to be Salute there with the first knock on to Mixie. Should be revived, but that is going to be a potential opportunity.
Yes, they should be, but yeah, Na'Vi, as you said, have started to sort of creep on over, and if they get even an ounce of an understanding as to what is happening here, they may just go for a full push, but I wonder, do they prioritize position instead? The other thing with Na'Vi, if they push over towards on top of Overpeakers, I wonder then if they are in the sight lines of Danawa as well. So that might make it difficult, and that might be the reprieve for Overpeakers. But I mean, you look at that map fit, you look at that position for the Overpeakers, and I just can't see a world in which they're going to get out of this position alive at all. Phase 7 coming our way now. A Shimboy knocked down by Hallen. So Yahoo getting in the mix. It's actually Hallen watching that backside, as you can see on the map. He's just watching for anyone looking to maybe push out of that compound. Big knock onto Shimboy means Yahoo's not going anywhere anytime soon.
The fact that Danawa are pushing onto Overpeakers with only 3 of them just shows the confidence, and they know how entrenched Overpeakers are, but also Na'Vi are on the push as well. This is going to become a clown fiesta. Spray comes out. No knock for Na'Vi just yet, but Overpeakers are falling apart.
There are the knocks now coming, of course. Uber leading the way, getting the first 2 there. Vard Mexi still alive. Mexi knocked down as well. Oh, just a clean sweep there, courtesy of both Na'Vi and a little bit of help from Sol of Danawa. So they get rid of the Overpeakers in 6th position. 5 teams now remaining. Twisted Minds, Danawa and Na'Vi all knocking down the door now for that top position themselves. And DAY2 5 have made the initial move. They try and go for position in front of Twisted Minds. And it's a pong nade onto Perfectix that will kickstart this one. They may feel like they've got the aggressive position here to push on this, and they do with the Cruiser in hand. Exquisite doesn't land the shots initially that he wanted to. And Batons can still play the rock. DAY2 5 have got to be careful going up against a team like Twisted Minds.
They're also careful about the teams from the north side. You can tell, not just going for the revive, but making sure that Na'Vi doesn't push onto them. Yoho are eliminated by Danawa Esports. That happened in seemingly a blink of an eye, and it was only a duo of Danawa still standing. Twisted Minds, they're trying to recover. They still need to go for their own revives. Grenades come out. Ranger X does get confirmed, but that's going to be by Na'Vi all the way through the north.
And Na'Vi's the only team that's really healthy at the moment. So many red helmets, so many players now eliminated as well. But Salute, still that really high ground position for Danoa. Exquisite still looking to get aggressive onto Twisted Minds, not allowing the Duelins to get away from this rock position. Clean with that grows up from Exquisite. Couldn't quite get the second knock that he was looking for. It's only Spyro that's left here, remaining alive. Well, never mind, Perfectix as well, still inside of that smoke. But surely from here, Deraton 5 should be able to deal with them. But what a decent job from Twisted Minds in staying alive for this long, making them really work for it, and suddenly giving Na'Vi an opening to third party.
Na'Vi just are not allowing T5 to have a clean take, a clean push, a clean wipe of Twisted Minds.
They're getting revives.
They are somehow, some way in these smokes. They're staying as healthy as they can. They might be able to enter the endgame with 3 up. Na'Vi, however, lost 2 members throughout all of that. Surely to Danoa there on the west side with the most high ground in the game at the moment. No one is at full health right now.
Wow, so they are going to have 3 players up. Twisted Minds have somehow escaped the inescapable position. They were stuck at a rock. They had to throw out all the smokes that they had remaining. They had multiple players down. Deraton 5 had the position. They had the weaponry that grows up close. They should have been able to deal with it. But Twisted Minds, to their credit, have weaseled their way out and now put themselves in a very strong position to potentially come away with the win here.
They have one of the worst positions in this zone, however.
They've got the numbers.
They have the numbers. Let's see if that can work out for them, if they can swing that into their favor. Helen and Salute hold on to the west side. They need to push just a bit forward to get inside the zone. They're going to try and hold on to this high ground for as much as they can, but it seems at the moment Twisted Minds and Na'Vi are well hidden.
So Uber's positioning, though, playing more for a Twisted Minds push. He understands, of course, the battle that was raging between Deraton 5 and Twisted Minds. They got involved with that themselves. Gamble spotting Salute down to 20 health. So at least some information there gained for Na'Vi. Shots off into the distance will be what's heard for Twisted Minds. But are they aware of the more ever-looming threat that is Uber? And they will be now. Flashes go out as he wants to retreat back and maybe play off more of what Example has in terms of vision here. He does move away.
Backs away one hill. XMPL there swinging out from the side of the smoke. He's going to have to move just as Danoa are because the blue is finally pushing in. Blue has eyes. Uba needs to go big right now to give his teammate assistance. Spotted just outside the rock.
He has been spotted as well. He has been shot at. He can't really peek from that position. I think Example's in a big, big world of hurt. He can't stay behind that rock for long. It's not inside of the circle. So Uber will make the push, and it could be a massive push, could have huge ramifications here if he can find a knock or 2. Example, he needs a bit of help here. Uber, the only chance you guys win this game, I think, is if you push up and get a knock. Helen! Oh, Danoa comes with a third party. Uber may feel like he doesn't have to push this now.
That alone, the flashes from Uba and the knock from Helen keeps Twisted Minds from being able to finish XMPL, and so he's inside the zone. Uba swings up for a little bit, adds some more pressure, but again, does not overcommit. He knows that it's going to be a potential 1v3 situation if he pushes over that ridge. He's trying to stay as close to XMPL as possible.
Danoa have played this beautifully, though. They've gone more so for position here. Salute pushing towards the center portion of the circle, while Uber pushes towards Twisted Minds. Same with Example. Suddenly, they might just give up position over towards Danoa. Perfectix gets down onto Helen. It's not over just yet here for Twisted Minds. 2-2-1 is at current the standings with the players left alive. Salute, last one. Uber, gone. He couldn't survive it now. Salute will take on Perfectix and Spyro here. In a 1 versus 2, he does have position. Needs to get this knock onto Perfectix. So low, he gets it. It's a 1 versus 1 for Salute. Done such a great job for Danoa in this game. 5 of the 9 kills. He's got position. He's got center. Spot in the circle. Spyro, low on health, will move.
Swinging up from the low side. Salute might be calling this. The grenade is in that direction! And it's right over his head!
Wow! Kobe!
11 kills!
On top. That is an amazing performance from Danoa. An amazing performance from both Salute and Helen as well as the duo towards the end. Played that wonderfully.
Man. And almost every single kill that Danoa got seemed to just be here and there. There was no really big major team fight outside of the push onto Overpeakers, but that push was countered extremely well by Na'Vi, so never once did Danoa feel like they were in huge control here, but they held on to what they could. They didn't push it too much, they didn't push it too far, and they come out with the win with double-digit kills.
Incredible. But as I was sort of saying in that game, it's again the same teams from day number 1 at the top end of the standing. So that does kind of tell us a story potentially developing, that top heaviness will continue on here in day number 2. I've got still 4 more games to play out to see if that will be the case, but there's an indication that it may be. And if that is the case, then suddenly 7th, 8th could very well be a little bit lower of a barrier of entry in terms of the final day.
Yeah, at this point, I'm pretty sure Danawa have overtaken New Happy. I mean, there was only 1 point divide between them. Danawa might have even overtaken, they're probably in 3rd place right now, but that's enough for us at game number 1. Let's go back to the desk. We can hear them break down map number 1, Miramar.
What a win from Danawa coming in here with a very, very strong movement over on that west side. The wraps and then the duo to round things out. Helen and Salute. You couldn't ask for a better one. What a performance coming in for the start of day number 2 for this group.
To win a 2 versus 2 versus 3 with a 1-1 split, the greed, the eager, and the perfection of execution here was what won this game here. And I'm here sitting cheering on Perfectix because it's my fantasy team, but that was just an insane clutch, and I was so happy to see Danawa being able to finish this one out. But as the casters were talking about, this just feeds the top sponging here. The 3 last teams are already in the top 6, and it's going to continue here. But yeah, super exciting game, and I love the shift here, the way that we ended, where everybody kind of had to fight for it. Kind of a King of the Hill fight a little bit, so that was very interesting to see how that developed.
A very cool circle to finish things off. Let's take a look at the highlights from this game, as Danawa just put in an absolute shift. Interesting though, speaking of shifts, I mean, we did see Sonics not go to Picardo. They are not there. We even heard in the arena SGD shouting, "Sonics, where are you?" And it was very loud.
Yeah, Sophia screaming on the top of his lungs, "Where are you, Sonics?" That was really fun. We had a little bit of giggle of that. But yeah, obviously shifting off to go somewhere else, and it worked out with some frags for them. They were in a good spot to really kind of set themselves up at it, but then it did shift away a few times, and they had to fight for it. They did get the kills. They did also manage to get a few SGD members, so they did go up against each other again. But here in the very end, towards how Danawa, they really made a good push and closed it in. There was a little bit of a time gap where Uber had an opportunity to maybe push a little bit more aggressive after that stun.
Onto Twisted Minds.
Onto Twisted Minds. That could maybe have made a difference, but 21 points here in the celebration for Danawa.
It will be them taking the first chicken dinner of the day. Danawa puts themselves on the map yet again here. Helen and Salute towards the end, looking absolutely pristine. And I think one dynamic, I mean, there are so many dynamics that are playing out in that final 3-team split, but Example felt like he was so preoccupied with trying to make the transition across Uber, of course, with that stun to try and give him a little bit of cover. But as he found himself in the middle of that circle as time's going on, still forgot about Salute. Coming over, being able to take him out, and that, unfortunately, spells his demise.
I honestly I don't think he expected him to be in such an off-anchor spot.
Correct.
Still.
Yeah.
He was obviously still, like, Example was playing anchor, trying to push the Salute, and push the Danawa members over towards the fight towards Twisted Minds. Twisted Minds, they were super pincered in so many situations here. Also haven't seen 5 in the top 4, able to put themselves in there with a bit of frags as well, and the way they tried to eliminate Twisted Mind almost succeeded if it wasn't for the help of Na'Vi being eager to get some of the kills that they felt were necessary to get in the canyon.
I think the more impressive thing about Therodon 5's play as well is that yes, they had a good compound, yes, they were able to hold that down, but you were mentioning it whilst the game's going on, the flex out to make sure that the east side is clear on a circle like that, when you know that the terrain on your west side is as it is like this. It's smart. It's a smart play.
And they were just following the kill feed at that point. They could see so many fights going on with 22, with Cerberus, and with Kwanang Freeze, and they're like, let's take a peek over our compound here, see if we can get some from it. And with that, Danawa, 21 points added to their already 38 points, so good.
And the excellent thing about the 21 points is it was a very dynamic game by Danawa. You think about the potential that they could have pushed into Yahoo's position. They could have tried to dislodge them, and they could have played from there. But they didn't do that. They wrapped around, looked for vulnerabilities north. We saw as Overpeakers really fell victim to that from Danawa as well as Na'Vi. And then, yes, Danawa loses 2, but it shows the world-class potential of names at the top.
The proactive play that they were able to do, remember, they started next to Twisted Minds on the southwestern side, and they almost got 180 degrees on the other side. I felt like it was a little bit of a fail attempt onto Overpeakers because Na'Vi actually managed to clean it up, get most of the kills, also managed to get 2 kills onto Danawa, but then as our 2-man with Salute in the lead there with 7 kills.
Huge.
Insane clutch here as a 2-man roster to be able to take on a 2 versus 2 versus 3 and win it with a 1-1 split.
I mean, that's 7. And they're going to bump up to 2nd place here. But that's 7 kills there coming in. It's akin to what we kind of see from a Kickstarter, a 777 yesterday.
It was.
That is the kind of level that we're working with here with these individual performances. Again, this was kind of more of a duo effort than anything. But Salute and Helen really paying dividends in that game. We've got Overpeaker still in number 1. Danoa jumps heavily up, but so does Na'Vi into 4th place.
Yeah. And that's obviously going to be super top heavy still, as the guys are saying. This bunching is continuing. Yahoo maintains their 8th spot with 34 points. They're obviously super happy here. They're sitting in the compound that it ended super close to, but Danoa just took them down. And I don't think at all that Yahoo expected a kind of a gatekeep almost, because they obviously knew that they're going to be pushing on the northern side towards Overpeaker, so they need to have someone defending them. And he did so perfectly. They took all of Yahoo down without losing one of the members there in that situation.
If I'm Yahoo, I feel a bit bamboozled in general.
For sure.
If I'm them, I'm expecting the eventual push from Danoa from that kind of southwest side that never came. Where is it? They've gone up to that north position.
Exactly.
And then, as you say, that holdout continues on. Danoa played a very intelligent game of PUBG, it felt like there, as we were able to round things out. It's not just the intelligence that pays off. Again, it is the raw power of Salute and Helen at the very end that pays the money. So, 2nd place is now theirs. And moving on forwards, it would be nice to see Danoa continue on this kind of trend. Because again, I feel like in Korea, a lot of the times, there was a lot of occasions where they were always the bridesmaid, but never the bride.
Yeah, and in a circle and a situation like this where they have a long transition, they're not getting into some of those first early priority compounds. It's so impressive to see how proactive it was. And usually, especially in PCS7, Miramar wasn't their home turf. Na'Vi though, 4th now. It was kind of close. Uber had an opportunity. I don't think he realized how effective that stun grenade onto Twisted Mind was, because they got completely blinded. He stopped. The intention was to make sure that Exam survived in that case and succeeded, but it was with a little bit of a push, he could potentially take it 1 or 2 down.
I get you. An Example was on a tear.
Oh my god, yeah.
He was doing example things.
He had 6 kills, a lot of damage as well. And good to see 3rd and 5 in the top 4 as well. They had a really rough day number 1. They're still in the bottom here with 16 points now. Good to see that they're able to get 11 total out of this one here. So they're going to have to continue, obviously, their campaign throughout.
Well, they're loving life seemingly here. 3rd on 5, a good start for them for the day. Let's try and see them bump up even more. Time to head over to the casters. It's Miramar once again with the commentator team.
Game 2, day 2, Group A. Cameron, back over to Miramar we go. So many different storylines again continuing to unravel, but the one that I just can't look past, the top heaviness, the top teams that just continue to dominate this group, those being Overpeakers. Now I'll include Danoa into that as well. Twisted Minds, you've got Na'Vi. I mean, it's looking really strong at the top 4.
Yes, but that lead that Overpeakers had has been reduced to 1 singular point, so we still have so much to play for. We're not even halfway through the groups right now, which means that anyone, even down to Begopod, T5, and Sonics towards the bottom, one good game can easily swing them back up in the mix. And we have to remind you guys, this isn't about necessarily winning the group, though of course that would be a good thing to have. It's just about being top 8.
Yes. Yeah, and obviously we probably estimate top 8 around 90 to 100 points should get you there.
Yeah,
but
like
the importance for the top 8 though is of course to get into that winners bracket. That's the main thing that probably want to sort of convey here, is that if you make it into the winners bracket, that's your best shot of being able to get to the grand finals. If you do not make top 8, you have a gauntlet to run. It's not a very friendly one.
Yeah, losers bracket 1 is top 4. So no, losers bracket 1 is of the bottom. Okay. The desk already broke all this down. It's if you don't make top 8 in winners bracket 1, you have to go to losers bracket 2, and only their top 4 immediately go. Everyone else has to go to the grand survival, and you want to avoid the grand survival.
Yes, you do. You
at all costs.
Do. So, GEX, while they find themselves in 5th position at the moment, they continue to just sort of play that consistency game. 42 points, not a bad showing for them. New Happy has dropped away a little bit. We'll touch on that later and as to maybe some of the reasons for that. But we do get a Lost Leona's Circle. That will be a big one for actually New Happy, so I may as well continue on that. The last game, Cameron, it just kept moving away from them. We saw them having to go for that long rotate. When we look at that position actually over towards Los Leonas, you get a Northern Circle like that, and it goes for Sonics as well. it's not an easy game to play when you have to rotate that far. Teams are going to get the good positions, and then it just keeps shifting away from you.
It's the fact that it shifted towards the north the second time with Phase 2, which meant that both of these teams, Sonics and New Happy, swinging in from the west and the east respectively, they had to continue to swing all the way up to the northwest and the northeast. But let's listen to Shen right now.
开心，非常的开心，因为他们比我们弱呀，没办法，打出自信了。没什么，明天再看看他们还来不来嘛，不可能放弃。他们不知道他们是怎么想的，反正来给我们跳 P 层，希望他们别跑啊，希望他们别像今天一样，就打输了就跑，一个灯。
We'll see if that's the case. The interviewers seem to think that if SGD left, they would make it into the top 8 on their own. But so far, we'll see if that maintains because they're in 11th right now. They had an all right, not even, actually, they had a pretty bad game 1. So what you were saying with their ability to micro,
yep.
Can they macro?
Well, that's the thing. They got no points in the first game when they're uncontested in Picardo. I'm just going to say it. They don't get the 3 points that they were getting on day number 1. So they're going to have to work a little bit harder as our kill leaders from match number 6. No surprise, of course, Salute with a big heroic play for Danoa. Howland was so impactful as well in being able to keep Yahoo at bay. But Salute was the one getting those kills, had the damage done as well. But Example and Uber going big too for Na'Vi, who are looking very good so far here at PGC 2022. As we sort of go over Cerberus, they were, of course, a team inside of the top 8 coming into today. Not a bad start in game number 1 from them as well. What are they on now? 37 points coming into today. They were on about 30. So a nice 7 points. And honestly, I think the average of about 6 to 7 points a game should be able to honestly get you top 8. Yahoo also picked up about 6 points too. So if those teams around 7 and 8, 9 and 10 are getting that 6, 7 points a game average, that's going to make it very difficult for the bottom teams to be able to get into the top 8.
Hey, it could all change. It could all change, right, T5? I mean, they had a solid game, jumping up to 15th place, which sounds small, considering only one position from where they started, but that was probably one of the bigger gaps on this entire leaderboard was 15th to 16th at the start of today. Yeah. So if they are able to keep that up, keep their performance, same thing with any of these teams.
They picked up 11 points in that last game, so that was literally doubling all of what they were able to achieve on day number 1 in the opening game today, and they desperately needed that. You know, for Theraton 5 coming into this tournament, back in PCS 6 and 7 APAC, a very consistent team from Thailand. Not flashy, won't go and probably get the number 1 spot or anything like that, but very consistent in what they're able to achieve. That may be somewhat of their downfall here at PGC. Yeah. Mel going to get knocked by Zennan. I imagine that's a long-range knock, though. Of course,
not
GX,
that long.
though, and Na'Vi were going toe-to-toe in the last game. It is a long knock, but unfortunately, there's no cover for said knock. So that's the biggest issue, though. So Zennan picks up a really, really strong opening kill, and it does wound Na'Vi by getting rid of that player and also getting rid of that Pucky just about too.
Yeah, popped at least one of the tires. Oh, this is really, really bad for Uba. Okay, because behind the building, that's enough for now. GEX immediately pull off because they know that it's not valuable to overcommit to this. They've already pushed Na'Vi away from their position, push them further down south, and get back onto just holding this 2-2 split that they have. It's not that wide of a split. It's a very good, safe distance here, east side of Los Leones, but a very nice point to start things off.
Hopefully we can get a replay of that shot there from Zennan.
Yeah, I want to see what that was.
Not the first time that we've seen Zennan have a couple of good shots this tournament. Had a couple of really strong ones, obviously, on day number 1 as well. And it's just a unfortunate moment there for Mel and unfortunate moment for Na'Vi. Really, really good shot. And honestly, got a little greedy there going for Uber as well.
Well, no, greedy by Uba to stop there.
That's true. Well, I mean,
he was, yes, they were right next to the hay bale.
Yeah.
That's one of those ones that you could argue either way whether he should have stopped or not. It was sort of on that precipice of like unsavable or not. But either way, GX get the point. Na'Vi move on with 3. We'll see what they can do the rest of the game. Twisted Minds right now rotating in just inside the zone on the west side. Cruising on through, not far from Danoa, actually. It's going to be Salute caught off on his own. Depending on the timing, Twisted Minds could be able to get No, okay, I think Salute's out of here. Just barely. It was tight, but he's able to make a break.
And of course, as we have that sort of southeastern circle over towards Los Leones, you go back to the teams like New Happy, Sonics, the ones that are looting down there, and you go, okay, well, how are they going to play this kind of circle? New Happy have pushed out of Los Leones rather quickly. They're playing on that eastern side of the city now, really strong center position. Sonics basically just sort of holding roughly where they have been looting. They may be pushed up a little closer towards the south side of Los Leones. It has allowed Tiamba as well to hold that position too. Na'Vi have made their way to Puerto Paraíso, and Entropic coming down that sort of coastal highway as well. Overpeakers on the move. They didn't actually have to do much moving in the last game, but I think their strengths actually in this tournament so far have been playing edge, killing teams, and being able to sort of flex their muscles that way.
One of the things that when you talk to multiple teams actually about this competition is that timings are going to be different from your regional stuff, and part of that is just the skill level of the teams involved. So when I was talking about overpeakers, can they maintain that form? I wonder if how much of their ability to get those kills on day one had to do with the fact of just catching teams off guard. Teams not expecting someone to be in the position that they were, ready to fight when overpeakers were ready to go at it. 22 Esports right now, rather just Gizera off on his own. Vinny does get a knock against Tycon. So, judging whatever 22 is trying to pick on up. Oh no, Vinny, where are you? How, why is he out in the open like this? I mean, good on Vinny to get that initial knock. I don't know if anyone's going to be able to confirm that down.
One of Cerberus' strengths has been able to play these high rock positions on Miramar back in the APAC region. Tycon maybe a little bit over-aggressive, but one of the strengths of it is the fact that if you do get knocked down from this particular position, very easy to get revived. You generally get knocked and fall out of the sightlines, but Zipyan has found an angle very far away. Okay, yeah, I'm not expecting him to get a re-knock there, and obviously Cerberus do get away, but Vinny does not, and Vinny was obviously in a bit more of a susceptible position. If he does get knocked, he probably gets killed, and that did eventuate. So really unfortunate for 22 Esports, and it just continues on with what has kind of been their storyline this tournament so far. They're just losing players too early on in these games that you just never see them with 4 alive late game.
Yeah. Flip side, I'm really enjoying this new Happy position right now. They got out of Los Leones, which is definitely the game plan, but they chose to play these rocks on the east side. High ground is going to give them a lot of angles against Cerberus that we're seeing right now. They're already taking out some of the tires, already trying to re-knock some of those players. They have eyes on GEX, and a bunch of these teams here on the east side. And the east coastline of Miramar in this position can be very, very rough to try and find proper cover, especially with the way that New Happy are positioned. But
no
look
way.
at these shots.
Yeah, that's rough.
I'm just really wondering where Vinny was planning on going.
Potentially over towards Haven is the only thing I can think of, but that's kind of going away from the good positions, right? So I understand what you're saying there. He's kind of going away from the direction that maybe you would expect 22 Esports to want to head into. Potentially had to go pick up Haven, not too sure. Just very unfortunate. Really good shots, though, of course, from Himas, and Cerberus will pick up a cheeky little point. 38 now for them. Guangdong Freaks on the move, close by to Entropic, out on that eastern coast as you were sort of talking about, and 10 seconds away now from phase 2. So again, another rather quiet start on Miramar. Not too much of a surprise, but this next circle, the way we've been having circles for Group A, wow, straight onto Los Leones. One thing we've not really had this tournament so far is a proper city finish. Los Leones, well, this actually might be a massive benefit for a team like SGD. Not only are they already there, but we know how good their micro play is in and around these city positions. This could be a monumental game for them.
If it does commit to the city. The problem is Los Leones is so big, but there's no guarantee that it's not going to hard shift here on phase 3. But for a number of these teams, there's not going to be a lot of other places they can go outside of the city because of how big the city is. So teams are going to have to make a gamble. We're already seeing overpeakers make their way inside. Cerberus make their way inside. Jamba trying to take some shots onto Na'Vi, but good drive-by shooting in return.
They've still got another team to get through. Na'Vi off into the distance. It is Sonics also now taking a pot shot. Shrimsy with the mini. But immediately they skirt past his sort of sight line. Have Mime still on the hill off in the distance. Sonics have elected to not push into Los Leones. They want to hold this southern position. And I wonder if Na'Vi wanted to see if they could actually take this position for themselves, only to find that it is already taken. Mime grouping up with Shrimsy and H-Win. Tigleton's quite a distance away as a solo, so a 3-1 split for the Sonics, as Na'Vi, I think, are making themselves right at home.
Yeah, they basically take Mime's position. Naleb right now trying to shoot at GEX. SSR on his way away, grouping up the rest of the squad just inches towards the west. Again, not committing fully into the city, sort of overtaking the position that New Happy gave up, because New Happy also went dead center, which is a shock. I was thinking that they perhaps would hold on to that high ground for one zone more, but then the trade-off comes if it does continue to stay center or even go towards the west side. Getting down from those rocks could be quite dangerous.
And obviously the rock terrain, Miramar, and the way the circle's shifting away from positions like that, obviously they're going to understand that that position is not going to be a position that's going to stay playable for really maybe only 1 or 2 more circles, let's be honest. So I think pushing into Los Leones, being one of the first teams in there, right play from them. This is from the previous match, by the way. Of course, that big battle towards the end. Yahoo, Danoa, this is the work that Hallen had to do. 2 massive kills on the Punage and Sparking. We didn't quite get to see that one in real time. And then Salute, of course, pushing on over and solidifying this. If Salute loses that fight there, and rightfully, in a lot of cases, you would not really blame him for losing that high ground advantage that is there for Shimboy, but he wins it and goes on to win the game from there. So massive, massive performance from both Salute and Hallen, setting up the win for Danoa.
Let's see if they can't win a second in a row. Considering it's likely going to be a city finish, I don't know their chances. You never know anyone's chances of winning a game if it does go urban. Big Apart right now swinging in from the south side, just below Chiamba, who themselves moved forward, and Tropic not too far from this, just off to the east. So not everyone's in the city. We're about half and half right now, it seems. A lot of teams still not banking on the edge, but rather there's no need to try and commit into the city where they're likely going to get torn to shreds by the teams that are already established. Wait to see what the circle does and make a play based off of that.
Yeah, you got about 5 teams that are sort of southeast and just outside Los Leones. I think still banking on a southern shift here for phase number 3, which then can potentially open things up for phase number 4, maybe neglecting that city finish. I'm still probably imagining this will be a Los Leones finish to some degree. Might not be the entire city at play, but I'm imagining a large portion of it. If we do get a real central hard shift here for phase 3, it may very well be a Los Leones finish, and it is a complete hard shift. That is a full hard shift, Cameron, out towards the west. Now, still a large portion of Los Leones, but what this does do is for phase 4, it can actually keep shifting out west.
It can. Yeah, all that, what we call the industrial area, even past that into what sort of semi-fields, could be the end position, which means that these teams that are now on the eastern edge of this next zone, dead center of Los Leones, they're going to have to scramble to try and find a way out because of all the teams that are right next to them. They got to fight shoulder to shoulder, essentially, while they rotate. Look, New Happy are taking shots at Cerberus. You see over Peakers there off in the distance as well.
And there's going to be a lot of this here, man. Nice headshot. And into the Molotov as well, unfortunately for Zipian. I think he might be dead here. And he certainly is. That is a massive power play from him, and Cerberus starting strong here for day 2 of Group A. Pio pops up from the grass in the shade. Didn't quite find a down on that one for Tiamba going on by. Salute, though, the savior for Danoa. From the last game, the winner is gone out. HS being the benefit of that kill for New Happy, who have struggled a little bit to start today. They do get a point, but obviously losing Zipian, not ideal, and one of many teams inside of Los Leones now that have a lot of work to do for the rest of this game. Here comes Entropic through the... you got to pay your toll here if you want to get past Vega. He just cannot get by. Nail-up goes down to the nade of DG98. He collected 2 of them, but 2 have been able to get by.
Oh, no, this is on foot. This is an awful rotation by Entropic. Not in terms of their strategy, but just this hold by Begopod, this toll keeper role that they're playing here.
And what's interesting is Sonics, you can see just in the background there, led by H-Win. They too probably wanted to go this route. They hear the commotion, they probably see the commotion, so they go deep into the blue. They go for a blue wrapped south beyond this hold from Begopod, trying to get past it, but on the other side of it is Tiamba. Ian doing the shots on the Zen, turns his attention to SSR, landing a few of that, so some decent damage. Then there, that will flip, of course, physics. Wonderful, as Guangdong Freaks cannot find it down there onto GEX. They escape, and now they can actually escape into Los Leones.
I mean, escape into Los Leones is a bit of a contradiction there because they're going to have to push through all the teams that are still involved in all that fighting. But yes, it is at least something. It is at least cover, which is the #1 goal right now. Get that figured out. How do you stay alive? And then you'll figure the rest after that. Here's a replay of that hold. Well-placed grenade to get Nathan down to half HP, and the follow-up as well for the second knock of this.
Almost like a minefield there, unfortunately for Nail Up. First one just sort of knocks him into the second one, and the second one does the job. Well, a rare moment of aggression, I guess, in some ways from Vegapar, even just setting up that roadblock. That's something we haven't seen a lot of them. Now, this is trouble for Sonics. They unfortunately have been rotating in the blue. Guess what? Pull up, and PUBG Esports are right here waiting for you. So they've tried to get away from Vegapar, but they push straight into Tiamba. Big fight brewing here. Chewy gets the kill onto Iva, so it's an extra kill there for Tiamba. They turn their attention now back over to Sonics, of course, who H-Win's already been knocked. They need to be aggressive here. They need to win this fight. If they do, Circle has shifted out to the west into that industrial area, and that can be a big boon for whoever wins this fight.
Yeah, Tang really would have wanted more than just that one knock because it's given time for Sonic to try and stabilize. H-Win still needs to get revived, and a lot of follow-up utility from the rest of Tiamba. But where is the next shot going to be coming from? Tiggleton with his own grenade prepped as well. It could still swing either direction.
Does have the tractor for a little bit of cover. Mime playing off the smokes up front, barrel in hand. They need to get it down here and just try and relieve some of the pressure. Vegapar not pushing on this. There is no third party coming in, so it is a straight 4 versus 4. Of course, H-Win still on the ground. 77 stunned there by the grenade. Trimsy continuing to throw out all of these smokes. This is a lot of utility expended early from both teams. This is a tough fight, but if they win it, whoever wins it will benefit greatly with this Phase 4 circle shift. But look at Chewy on the minimap. He's got a nice northern advantage. We shift away to New Happy and SGD momentarily, but I imagine we'll go back down south very quickly.
Yeah, this was another hard shift down to the southwest, which means that whoever survives between Tiamba and Sonics doesn't have to move too far. But again, survival is the #1 goal right now. Mime immediately pushing towards the north, trying to find some position that they can rotate in because they're going to try and distance themselves from this fight. But Vegapar coming in from the east side, or at least the threat alone, is stalling Tiamba, and a vehicle play is going to be the call. It's all 4-in-1 vehicle. That's incredibly uncomfortable. Let's see if Chewy has the angle.
Yeah, I don't know. I think they're doing a good job of actually just pushing out really far wide here and not cutting in, so they don't go past Chewy. Sonics get away from that. Really good defense. You know, sometimes you think, oh, they're running away from the fight. Are they scared? No, they've played that well. Good usage of utility. They get the revive. They go for position. Now they can rebound off of that for the rest of this game. Deep in towards Phase 4 now, minute and 10 till Phase 5. And Tiamba think, well, okay, we've got the position. But Vegapar continue to push up. So it actually benefits Tiamba as well that this didn't prolong for them because they were about to get third-partied.
Yeah. Again, with that first initial strike, they would have wanted to deal significantly more damage and perhaps get a wipe in maybe 30 seconds or so. But now the space freed up, Tiamba can focus on gatekeeping Vegapar's push in through these barns, through these warehouses. And they're aware of Two Hearts' position. No one's been knocked just yet. KDF pushing in. SGD, how can they hold this spot? Leo down to 5 HP, but he's behind cover.
Cat knocked down onto the Junior. Of course, there's going to be a lot of eyes from a lot of different teams on this position. Now you can see all of the player tags here out towards the western side of Los Leones on the edge of the city. Cat gets finished off that Shen. Big point there for SGD. First point of the day for them. Actually puts them above Tiamba. Nate goes out. A lot of smokes being used, but they've got a really, really nice building here that they can play off of now. And getting down from that rock face without losing a player, that is an incredible move for SGD. They do still have Jervis up above. He can get a lot of information. And look at that map. Look how many teams still kind of around. Look at GX, New Happy, and Na'Vi over the top right. Nan will spot one. He gets the down onto SSR. Second as well onto Zetnan. A bit of help from the blue on Yan Lee. That's a nice triple kill there in the end. Well, 2 goes the way of Nan. The blue got 1, and it's a wipe on a GEX. Big points for New Happy.
Hey, they only got 2 points, but I'm going to call it a triple.
Yeah, it would have been had the blue not done the job. So GEX, first team eliminated, just about the 20-minute mark. It is still a heavily congested lobby this deep into Phase 5.
And part of that is because of how much safety Los Leones is able to give towards the mid-game, but all those teams, because of the hard shifts in the past 3 or 4 zones, have to move out of that, have to move into this industrial environment. It's a lot more open ground that they're going to need to be crossing, and we're going to be seeing a lot more deaths in the next minute or so.
Big position for Yahoo, but I'm expecting a lot of teams wanting to try and send it on to that position, especially those that may still have some vehicles. Shimboy, Himas, they will take out Danawa, so no back-to-back chicken dinner for them. They're gone. Sophia peeking through the fence line, down onto Rossiter Jr. Nade, he's got 2 of them available. First one needs to be pretty good. Pat Palm goes down 2, same with Ranger X. Oh, it's just that quick, that easy. Deraton 5, but Deraton gone.
Now New Happy, despite the solid hold and the solid movement through Los Leones, have to go through a similar path. Multiple knocks, and look at Na'Vi swinging in from the east, holding onto that high ground. And Twisted Minds as well. Of course, Twisted Minds are shooting at anyone and everyone. They are unbiased moderators here.
Yeah, and they've got the best position, the best building as well, and they've got a crate just outside the back as well, hopping in the truck, and it is an easy one for Lash K. All too easy from the back on the blue. 22 Esports continue to just struggle here at PGC 2022 as Entropic are gone as well. Hello, Uber just pops out, scares Ming Ming, gets the kill. New Happy out as well, and very quickly from 15 teams down to 10 in about a minute.
And Overpeakers now still 4 up. They were one of the first ones to rotate outside, out of Los Leones, and they find themselves in position on the edge. And this KDF, yeah, they just wiped 22, but they're probably going to get wiped in the next few moments, judging by their position alone. It's going to be a hard run. Cerberus, though, their run is quite free, or at least it was for a second. Shitboy peeks on out.
Oh, Taikon goes down as well to Xiong Chang. That's not ideal. Yeah, it's a long-range knock from Bagapa as, of course, Cerberus were pushing onto the building of Yahoo. How much information do they have, though? Of course, they do know that their Taikon was knocked. Chewy gets knocked as well. So Cerberus never even really got to fight this in the building. That stun is not really going to do a whole lot. Punich just pushes out. They get the kills. 5 now for Yahoo. Still a really strong position as well inside of the circle. So making really, really good work of this Los Leones game for them.
And again, immediately looking for more fights. This is the Yahoo way. Always looking for engagements.
Well, SGD and Na'Vi will be the next team, I think, to have their engagement. 9 teams. Next one out will get no placement points, and it might just be SGD. They've lost Jervis and Shen immediately at the same time to 2 different teams. Example, Balefrost, both combining. Shen's gone out. That's example. It's a point for Na'Vi, 4 for them now. Big knock from Leo, though, and they are going to fight back here. They're not going to go out without a whimper. 5 kills from SGD this game, and again, their micro play continues to be their strength. They're getting points in these kind of games.
They've lost Shen, but Jervis did get revived, so there's still 3, but they're going to need to move. Not too far, but they're going to need to move, and the first thing they have to cross is going to be a road. That's after they take care of Na'Vi, and the crawl back is going to allow Uba to revive XMPL. This duo made their way towards the end last game. Can they repeat it a second time? It's a lot more to cross through. Yeah, it's going to be a lot harder of a path for them.
Tiamba just outside of this industrial area of Bagapa, and the duo that they have remaining in Xiong Chang and DG98. Are they even aware that Tiamba are pushing into this? And it's a good position for Tiamba to take in the long run. It may not be in, but slightly higher elevation that they can play around. Sonic's getting pressured now by Tang. And Sonics have to make the move. They're no longer inside of the circle. They need to play off of this ridge. I think they should be able to get here rather safely, and they do. I do wonder, though, about nade range here. Are they in range? Sophia down, Clib. It's Overpeak is now pushing in.
Speaking of grenades, Clib has one ready, throwing it through the window. Bounces out, doesn't go exactly where he wanted it to. That second one deals some good damage to Jervis. A follow-up could do the trick. Goes a bit too far. Still just talking about grenades. Yeah, Overpeakers, they have a whole bunch of grenades still left to use.
So Na'Vi go out, 8th position. More points there for Yahoo. Twisted Minds as well. Again, that top heaviness of Group A apparent with the likes of Overpeakers, Twisted Minds still alive as well. They can soak up more and more points and put themselves closer to top 8 safety. Yahoo are collecting some big valuable points as well to actually make that 8th position more difficult for the teams below them. That nade somehow gets Leo from there. Thought maybe it hadn't done enough, but it had. Overpeakers will not be denied by SGD. 3 kills for them. They push forward, still from the northern side. They have to go through Twisted Minds, though.
Sonic's pushing forward as well. You mentioned, or you questioned, will they be in grenade range? And the answer is yes, but Tiamba used all of their grenades in the earlier engagement. And so now they are more than free to push forward. They find a shack. OP also move in as well. It's a very tentative position for I think all of these teams, but especially the ones on the low ground.
Yeah, Tiamba, though, at any moment, push over onto Sonics, and I think Sonics will be vaporized, but obviously for Tiamba, you do wonder if they make said push, do they then become vulnerable to, say, an Overpeakers, potentially even a Twisted Minds? A little bit difficult to know sort of where they can sort of step safely here. 13 seconds until phase 7. DG98, we follow this nade. It's not that great. It's way off. Although we don't quite know how much intel he really has on Yahoo's position. He goes for another one. That one too, also way off, so a bit to the right here. Needs to just bring it in a little bit more left, and that position, once again for Twisted Minds, will be their safe haven position.
P98 needs to go aggressive, but those missed grenades gave his position away. Now he's getting counter grenade down to a third HP, needs to back off. Songchuck also dropped to 1 HP, so a good hold, good defense, good countering fire from Yoho. But they still need to recover. Twisted Minds could easily push out if they wanted to.
Yeah, but Twisted Minds also have to deal with overpeakers, so it's a bit difficult for them to just push out. In fact, Gaho, you can see them making the run. Watch out, Lou. They are all coming to your direction. He got one, but just sheer numbers will overwhelm him. And they get the down onto Balefrost and Punich, though at least Twisted Minds are fighting back rather valiantly, and Shimboy can't make much more of a step forward towards the warehouse of Twisted Minds. Petulans smells blood in the water, just swings out. Easy kills, easy pick'ems for Twisted Minds. They defend perfectly.
They immediately swung on to lose information and wiped out Yoho, but does that give Overpeakers the possibility to push forward? That doesn't seem to be the case because the initial knocks means that Overpeakers needs to hold on. They need to try and get the revives. No one's able to capitalize on Yoho's strike onto Twisted Minds, so they're going to be able to hold themselves.
I think Tiamba's in a little bit of trouble here because Overpeakers keep shooting in their direction. If they don't win this fight cleanly, they're going to have to push out while getting shot by Overpeakers and Bagapa. Chewy, though, nice knock on to Seong Jang. It is only the duo of Bagapa, but they are being quite annoying.
Should be a good revive here, but just the space is not existent at all. And Chewy knows the revive is happening, rushing forward, not just for his own positioning, but to try and get grenade range. I was wrong about the frags. They still had some remaining.
Is this one going to be wide as well? Well, actually, DG98 is going to run into this. He might get both here. Does get the first one. Does get the second one. Chewy chews them both up. Get through to Bagapa. 4 teams remain. And it could very well be a 4 versus 4 versus 4 versus 4.
Yeah, with the revive coming on an H-Twin, that does seem to be the case. And now with this high ground that Tiamba was able to secure from Bagapa, they now suddenly in a much better position. Chewy's aggressive maneuver was one that could easily just be winning them the game. We still have to wait to see where Phase 8 goes, but with this high ground, they could try and lay the hurt onto Sonics, onto Overpeakers, and onto anyone from Twisted Mind who dares to get out of that building.
Valuable points being gained here for Sonics. Tiamba not inside of the top 8 yet, but for Overpeakers and Twisted Minds, just further validating the fact that they're looking quite comfortable to make top 8, to make that winners bracket, rightfully so. Right now, they are easily playing like the best teams from EU, leading the way here in Group A. And then you've got Na'Vi not too far behind them, so this is very much the EU group. Chewy, well, he did land a headshot, but not enough to get the down.
I'd say that with as silent as the game is right now, all these teams are just waiting for Phase 8, but not a single team is inside the zone.
Ooh.
Twisted Minds have a corner of their building in the next phase, but ooh.
It's honestly...
Who moves first? It's a game of chicken right now,
Exactly.
honestly. Who moves first?
Well, you almost don't want to move first, right? Because if you do make that initial move, you're opening yourself up to being third party.
That's the problem.
I think probably Twisted Minds, in my mind, actually have to probably make that first initial move, because if they push on, wipe Overpeakers, take their position, that might be the best chance for them to get the win.
It's all going to be smoke plays right now, and that's why we question Sonics and Tiamba, especially how many smokes do they have left. Tiamba at least were able to pick up utility off of Bagapa, but Sonics might not have been able to get that. Oh, hop into a vehicle, line up for Mixie, doesn't land the shot. We see a couple of blood splatters here and there, and at least stalls Tiamba momentarily. Spyro gets the knock onto 9.
Oh, they're falling apart. Spyro's got 3! 3 quick headshots from Spyro. Oh, they just line up like target practice. 77. He's just falling back to the tree and he can't make it away. Perfectix will get that kill. It's all easy in the end for Twisted Minds. They played that perfectly. Now they can shift their attention to Overpeakers up close on the other side of the warehouse, but that opens things up potentially for the Sonics.
Yeah, that frees the space for them. You can see they're a little distracted. They didn't exactly know that Tiamba was fully out of the game just yet. But now they're focusing on Overpeakers as well. This is again 2 teams onto 1 squad.
Wow.
And in the matter of seconds, Overpeakers are taken out. 3rd place. But now it's Twisted Minds versus Sonics.
They share the piece of the prize together equally. 2 kills there for Sonics, 2 kills there for Twisted Minds. Mime, though, knocked down by Lou. That is exactly what they needed as well, to now try and make that little push forward, that little foray towards the center of the circle here. Phase 9, you've got to get in those vehicles, go for position. I think Sonics in a slightly better position. They've got to play off of it, though. Tiggleton with a big spray. They need a bit of help. Trims it with the mini. Has to get it down here. You have to get the knocks, and they do. Lou is down, but Spyro stays alive momentarily behind that vehicle. Now Perfectix is pushing up as well, but surely from here, the Sonics, no, Patulans with a big knock onto Tiggleton.
Oh, the car goes up and the grenade comes on in. This could be huge. Sonics only have 1 position. That's a 2nd knock.
there's more to come. On 18 health, he just pushes forward like a madman. They can't stop him. They can't slow down Twisted Minds. Batulins with a bit of help as well from the back. Perfectix will just keep pushing closer. Sonics are withstanding this though slightly. They've got still 2 players up in a 2 versus 2, pushing over to the side. Batulins though, the perfect anchor, gets the down onto Mime. It's a 1 versus 2 now, and they cannot stop Twisted Minds.
Shroomzy cannot peek over to Perfectix because of the angle that Batulin is holding. Twisted Minds just needs to not move, and the peek comes through! And the final kill, Twisted Minds with first place in Game 2.
EU on top, baby, for Group A. Twisted Minds over Peekers and even Na'Vi. EU are loving life here in Group A.
Yeah, it's been a really good round, but Sonics, we have to give it to them, making their way into second place. It was not an easy run for them. It took quite a while for them to even get into position to try and get some kills. But it's the start of a climb.
It's the start, and there's a long, long way to go. Fortunately for them, and fortunately for a lot of other teams, the finish line still not even really within reach. It's not that close. We've got a lot of games still to play. It's a return, though, for the North American Giants.
Yeah, and with the point sponges that we see Overpeakers and Twisted Minds maintain their position as, that means that could vary the cutoff between 8th and 9th place even lower than 90.
Potentially. And obviously, though, for Twisted Minds, they don't really care about
They're
that cutoff.
loving life.
They're like probably 1 game away from getting over said cutoff. They've played amazing, along with Overpeakers. And even Na'Vi have had a really good tournament so far. So, obviously, yesterday was all about APAC and Americas, while EU have sort of just shown everyone once again what they're capable of here in this particular group.
What an exciting finish there. But what an exciting desk that we have to break down game number 2. Kaliris and Avenger, take it away.
Cammy, you want me to be excited? Yes, I will. There we are. Twisted Minds getting themselves the victory off what I thought, quite honestly, was going to be a Sonics win. But Twisted Minds, I loved the dynamic between Perfectix and Batulins at the end, luring him into the eyes of Batulins, because he had to do something to try and stop what Twisted Minds was bringing.
Once they took that, open top Mirado, I was like, no, this is so wrong, this is so bad, but they managed to survive, and I think Aspire, they actually managed to survive a little bit behind the car, and then the 1-2 punch Batulins and Perfectix to lure out multiple members of Sonics, so Batulins could continue to shoot at them with hard cover from that crate. I was a little bit, excited for the potential of an urban finish, though, here with a potential Los Leones ending, but it ended up going out, and a lot of teams were prepared for that. You can see, how with the land ratio works and stuff. You can see we had a few teams that were already there, already expecting and knowing where that next circle is going to go, but some teams were coming out because they were stuck in that urban fields or urban buildings where they had to fight for so long to try to get out of. Now we managed to get out of. They were, for some situations, they tried to get out and got a few frags and kills, but Overpeakers again doing well here in the top with Twisted Minds. It's just insane how well they've been able to do so far.
Yeah, very good strength in the west side here for Twisted Minds, Overpeakers, Sonics as well, getting themselves quite a few off this. This is really important points for Sonics, given that they almost found themselves in a precarious spot against Tiamba, but failed from it. You were saying that you felt like that this was the right play for them. I think it definitely was, all things considered. They lived to fight another day and found themselves some really good terrain to work with.
Yeah, they committed basically all of their utility right as well to it just to survive, so they managed to do that. This is what I'm talking about here. The bait from, and as you were saying, the bait from Perfectix, and then he gets the help and he then gets the frag in the end. 13 kills for them. You can see how happy and how proud these guys are. 23 points there. So important here for them and for their further campaign here in Group 8.
They were already at the top. Twisted Minds, a win on the board. That will push them up nicely. 13 kills to boot.
17 grenades. 17 grenades? That's insane.
20 smokes for Sonics as well. Jeez. But I can understand why.
Also Tianba as well, the fight there. I think they probably used 12 or something at least in that fight.
Yeah, definitely so. Yeah, you've got to, as soon as the knock comes through from Tiamba onto Sonics, you have to stall that moment out for just a little bit. Because Tiamba's a team that, whilst we've seen them kind of sit around and kind of play a compound and just be a bit more patient, if they do see a knock, they will push on it. So for Sonics, they had to stall it out.
The way they used smokes super defensively, managed to get the rest, managed to get all 4, and kind of escape that situation with Tiamba. was almost, you know, it was admirable in a situation, but it was almost,
it was close,
so close, where there's multiple times where, you know, grenades, utility, stun grenades from Tianba was committed to that fight to try to breach through that smoke, but they just didn't dare to push through the smoke because they knew there's still 2 or 3 members holding the smokes off the angles.
And we have final moments here as we take a look at the lay of the land for where all these teams were. For Overpeak, because it was a bit rough.
Spyro here.
Yeah.
Oh my god. One headshot, one more headshot, and one more headshot here. It is insane. Unfortunately, 2 of them got stolen, but 3 headshots out of that vehicle for Spyro. Insane.
Really patient control of the Mini. Like when you're looking at a target like this. I mean, of course, it is moving quite slowly because they're having to pick up and then move down the hill here, but just really patient play. A lot of arm shots coming in across the battlefield as well, and this is where we thought it was all but done for Twisted Minds, but again, the 1-2 punch here, the constant drawing away.
He had 6 kills, Perfectix. What a game for him.
What a gamer. What a gamer.
23 points and 12 for Sonics. They managed to get 11 in day number 1, now 12 in this game here. They are reaping the rewards of having changed their drop spot.
Yeah, SGD might have been saying, Sonics, where are you in the first game? But Sonic says, well, we're here in second place in the second game. And quite honestly, if the hot drop scenario kept going down, I don't know if Sonics would have been here. It just felt a little bit of a floundering over in that Picardo hot drop. And this is better than committing all tournament long, like 21.
Yeah, and also kind of a home turf circle for them, but they had to fight their way through. They had to make proactive moves. They had to constantly move into those situations here. And Perfectix, my fantasy team pick here. I'm a little bit sad.
Very well done.
A little bit sad that he's not my captain at this point. But yeah,
I wonder why.
But Duelin's also doing well there with a 671 damage. 23 points though for them here. This is going to push them really well into the leaderboard.
Yeah, I think the one thing that you can always say about Twisted Minds, if anything, is that it's not just, you know, a single finger here, a single finger there.
Right.
It is a balled fist of all 4 members here that kind of work in tandem with one another. And if you lose, you know, 1 or 2 of them here or there, any one of them is able to clutch out a situation, and in this case, it was 2 of them.
Yeah, you can see even though Sparrow only had 1 kill, still 585 damage and the 3 headshots we saw. It was, you know, it's just crazy. Unfortunate for Tianba, of course, we gotta say. The way that they had to move out from that high ground with the circle, how they shifted, it's just almost nothing you can do there. But Twisted Minds, 77 points in first place. Again, remember, we're talking about a 90 points soft cutoff. That's kind of where you're gonna should feel.
Yes.
In theory, you should be feeling safe, and 100 points for a kind of a hard cutoff. That you should be 100% guaranteed to go into the top 8. Then only 23 points away from that. Opik is still doing well. I mean, Navi is still in top 4. 3 European teams here in the top 4, James.
I will say though, man, hasn't Twisted Minds made Miramar from PCS7 look like a thing of the past quickly? They've looked really good on Miramar to get this ball rolled in for PGC.
Yeah, super happy for them to succeed like they have here. Of course, plenty of games to go still.
Yeah, definitely so, definitely so. That was our first 2 Miramars down in the books here for today. We'll have 1 more Miramar and they'll be moving over. Oh, excuse me. Oh, I couldn't catch my breath there for a second. We'll have 1 more Miramar before we are, of course, moving over to Erangel for 2 games as well. I think what we're going to do now is go to a short break, and then when we return, we are going to have 3 more games remaining here for Group A for today.
Should I look at the cameras?
No, that should be a free one. Then he can spot out Singleton, though. He's going to be the one that gets them. And 3
Wow.
Hello, bro. Nice to meet you.
That bridge to cross, and now Aix left his hands down a bit. Oh, Aix left able to be traded, but he has got the finish. The Mount.
Biggest rivals. I consider us to be friends.
因为他比较菜吧。
What did he say?
I say you good.
Really?
You're easy.
No,
I say you good.
Liar.
Do you know your Twilight rankings? Oh, 知道。
Take it to number 2. Towards the bus?
Okay.
Alright, let's go. Alright, let's go.
Wow, amazing. 感觉很好，就跟那边都不像一个地方。
I didn't realize the Burj Khalifa was literally right there. I can't even see the top of it.
Arifa Tower, you know? Arifa Tower.
Yeah, number 1. That's Tiggleton Tower. My house.
Huh?
My house. We haven't seen any Lamborghinis yet. Yeah, I don't know. I thought there would be a lot of Lamborghinis. Oh! Whoa! What is that timing? Let's go! That's the first one. Yeah, who do you think wins in the hot job? Us or 17?
Still a little bit of a working
between Sonics and SGD.
我觉得可能实际上有把他的蛋蛋贴在你的脸上了。
Hey, that's fair, that's fair. What about us versus SGD?
SGD.
Not exactly going to be punching out, but oh no! Oh, that's not a good...
Can you see? Oh. Oh. Wow. We'll just take normal selfie. All right. I can't get past how nice everything is here. Like, there's so much marble and like so much glass. Everything just looks so neat and futuristic and clean.
就感觉很高级的感觉。
So that's apparently the royal palace where the king lives.
Oh, my home. Let's go.
这里吗？
Another selfie? Okay. I look like Albert Einstein. Okay.
Oh, my heart. 那这个，你对我有什么想法呢？有什么看法
What I think about Ace Left? I think he's the best player online. I think he still has to prove himself on LAN.
所以说就是因为这种原因，我们才会更喜欢就线下这种比赛嘛。
Do you think the Americas region is weak, and do you think Peru would win in PCS?
如果我们去了北美，应该现在是7连冠了。Easy.
I don't think so.
这个好像那种沙滩上别人堆出来的那种。
The exact words that are going through my head, I just didn't say it.
是的，我们队的训练也是不光是在游戏内的，我们很多也是比赛之前、游戏外需要放松一下身心啊，就散散步，大家一起运动运动，这样对比赛也是有帮助的。
Yeah. Yeah, it's important to make time to explore the cities that you get to go to.
Wow, amazing! Okay, thank you. Oh, 所以我们在这干嘛？
You ready?
Yeah.
Okay. Would you rather wear someone else's underwear or use someone else's toothbrush?
这太难了，这个。那就牙刷。
What? I go for the underwear. It doesn't take how long. You can just go. Which one do you think is harder, PGC or PCL?
PCL 因为就是 PCL 就是我们自己在那打联赛打了这么久嘛，就感觉所有的队伍都 就是比在国际比赛了解的更多，而且 PCL 的打法就是太过凶悍了，就是动不动就找你干这种。如果让你比赛里拿了第1，但是你没有任何奖金，但如果你是最后1名，但是会给你10亿的奖金，你会选哪个？
Last place every day, every time. I'm taking the money. What? Like what? I'll be celebrating my defeat on my super yacht.
要 take off， 所以你要用2倍镜还是6倍镜，就比较好一点。
2x.
2?
Yeah. I don't like. I used to always play with the 8x and spray with that, and then the 6x and then the 4x, but I just don't do it anymore. I can't control it very well.
分享一下你获胜的经验喽。
Well, we have stars for each win, so I guess we've won 5 tournaments, and the big one is for PGIS.
As they prepare to hoist the trophy in the sky.
让我印象最深刻的冠军应该是 PCS 6的冠军嘛，因为不同以往的 PCS， 然后我们开头打得很不好，但是后面我们就一直追分追成了冠军，这样就让我印象很深刻。
I was a little bit upset when you guys won 3 PCS in a row, because we did that at first, and I was really happy about it. I was like, no one else is going to do that. And then you did it, and Northern Lights did it. It was disappointing.
我要是在北美，我都5连冠。
That's fair. Do you agree with the rankings, or do you feel like they're a little bit skewed? How do you feel about them?
我觉得就是还不算太好吧，因为就是我并没有带领队伍取得 PCS 7的冠军，所以说可能我觉得这个给的有点高了。这样。
It's always like the running joke on our team that I stand on Shrimsy's shoulders to shoot people.
Yeah, 我也是。
Where is Pero landing?
School.
Okay, we'll come school labs. SQ school labs.
Oh, okay. Fighting.
What are you trying to achieve at PGC? Like, what is your final goal?
一定要比上一次 PGC 要有进步，这样才可以。这样。
I just want to play to the best of my ability. Like, last PGC I went home and I felt like I didn't do myself justice. Like, I know I'm good at the game and I didn't play nearly as well as I could have. So I just want to feel like I at least played my best.
Good.
Good, yeah. Thank you.
标准的 say bye. Yeah, good bro. Bye.
Well, the EU dominance in Group A has continued to be quite strong, very prevalent. Of course, one more game of Miramar today before we head back to Erangel. Miramar, though, has been where a lot of this devastation has been laid from the European region. Of course, Twisted Minds, Overpeakers continue to lead the way. Na'Vi has been impressive too. They are really the story of this group so far.
Yeah, of the 4 Miramar games that we've played, Twisted Minds have 2 wins and 1 second place. So they're definitely the dominant team on this map specifically. Will they repeat that once again? on the final Miramar of the day.
That's true. Of course, then we head back to Erangel, where I would probably say, without having the numbers directly in front of me, I think a lot of the teams from Asia performed a lot more stronger on Erangel on day number 1, of course, when we had those 3 games. Of course, now we played a little bit more on Miramar.
Yes, the 3 wins on Erangel were all from Asian teams. 2 of them China, 1 of them was Daniel from Korea.
Yes,
but the interesting thing is that up until the just last game with the second win, or actually no, until today with Danawa and then Twisted Minds, there have been no repeat wins.
Alrighty, let's head into our final game of Miramar for day number 2 for Group A. It's match 8. Final game of Miramar. What I've been able to have a glimpse of pretty decent play pass, slightly south side, but a really, really strong start here for our final game of Miramar, where, as I said, EU have been leading the way. I look at the damage numbers here to sort of really signify it. Perfectix, example, Bard. That's 1, 2, and 3 EU on top.
Yeah, and even Uba there in 5th place. Just him as making a surprise appearance. Cerberus is a team that is looking pretty good, but if I'm being honest, I expected maybe just a little bit better. I mean, 7th place is definitely nothing to stamp your face at. It's what?
Is there any North American teams above them?
I expected better from the North American teams as well. Absolutely. I expected better of everyone.
Yeah. I will say though, I mean, looking at this group for APAC compared to obviously Group B, where Group B was amazing for APAC, Cerberus is the team I expect to make top 8. They're in that position at the moment, and that's all really I would ask of them. Obviously for SGD, some question marks now that they are no longer in that hot drop contention. Of course, in a game, though, where the microplay became prevalent, hey, they did all right. They got a couple of points. They're still in the mix, but unfortunately for Theraton 5, it has been struggle street. Looking at the average survival time through the first 7 matches for Group A, not a surprise to see Twisted Minds really dominating, and then, of course, Example as well to round out the top 5.
There's a little bit of a dropping crossover there on the southeast side now that I look at it. In fact,
circle?
Oh no, Nan is even shooting at Tong, who's trying to fly through the air. But this circle is, this is half water. So we thought this was going to be a really normal, straightforward game.
Kari, well, yeah, this is a little bit of a drop on Porto Para Iso. Tiamba on the outskirts of it. You've got Guangdong Freaks going straight in. Looks like for 9, though, on the road. I'm imagining, is he running towards a vehicle? I can't see it. He's just running away from EN, so I'm not too sure how this has sort of played out and why it's potentially played out.
KDF, they drop towards the north with this southern plane path. Their alt drop is actually south of Los Leones, but that's where Sonics took over. So instead, they just elected to drop on Tiamba's drop spot, catching Tiamba off guard, which is why they're suddenly having to run away, and they can't really contest this position here.
So obviously in our last game there of Miramar, we had that South Los Leones circle. This one even more southerly. This was the previous match where, of course, it came down to Twisted Minds versus the Sonics. And this was a big moment, actually, that I think in some ways might be forgotten about, but Spyro being able to survive there for some time despite Lou going down, and then just the ability for Twisted Minds to bridge the gap in terms of their positioning to where Sonics were, hit good shots. Petulans was amazing in that anchor position, and of course Perfectix, well, pretty perfect with this nade.
Yeah, and even just getting to that position in the first place, Twisted Minds needed to make an aggressive move outside of that warehouse before Sonics sort of tore them apart. And the fact that they were able to get a player pitted in that position right below Sonics, that was really the game-winning play.
And a big, big bunch of kills for Twisted Minds from that game as well to go along with the win. They're right on top now, and in terms of winners bracket, basically 1 foot in the door, considering there's so many games still to play. The finish line's still a distance away. You can't help but think that they're basically there just about. Yeah. And of course, we do zoom on up for our wonderful top 5 kills, and it is led by Perfectix and Petulans as well. Shen did well. 4 kills, I believe, of the 5 for SGD. And again, it shows in terms of those city positions. They just do well, and Shen is a menace up close.
Yeah, absolutely. But just to sort of wrap up Twisted Minds OP at the top, in regards to that cutoff of what we're thinking like soft 90, definitely if you break triple digits, you're 100% going to be in top 8.
Yeah.
At this point, with 77 and then 70 for Twisted Minds and Overpeakers, they would have to completely bomb out for them not making to the top 8.
They have to melt down.
They have to still play the games, obviously. They have to still make effort so they don't bomb out like that, but they should have no stress the rest of the group stage.
9. Just a little bit precariously close to Sonics here. Are they aware of this? I imagine they might be with the way that they're moving up to this compound. They are ready for action, so I think they are aware that 9 is here. This is on the very south coast, really, really south of Los Leones. Really decent position considering the phase 1 circle. And the Sonics are not messing around here. And neither is 9. I think he's got the sense that he needs to get out of dodge. Tiamba quite split at the moment.
Yeah, it looks like 9 and I think maybe Mime from Sonics, they spotted each other out. And so 9 is backing away. This isn't just Sonics trying to hold where they drop. This is them trying to hold a position in this circle because this is dead center of the zone. It's going to be pulling away from the coast, but watch out because I do see on the map Danawa is looping on that southern highway and could pull another distraction against Sonics. This does mean that 9 is able to leave.
Yep.
And Tiamba, through all of that, with KDF dropping on them, forced to push into Sonic's territory, staying alive with 4 with a decent spot and actually a crate to work with is pretty good.
It's a bit of a reward for the efforts. Well, I imagine we might be shifting back to Sonic shortly because, as you mentioned, Danawa has pulled up onto that position. Could be an early fight there. SGD have made their way out of Picardo really early. One thing that they've been lacking has been that spacing, being able to play for position. While they've got the entire western side of the circle here, they can go for 2-2 splits. We'll see if they can perfect it though, because they're going to have to improve in that area if they are to make top 8. They cannot just rely on getting kills and winning those close quarter fights, especially on maps like Miramar.
Scouting out ahead of them, they're discovering just how much space they have to take for themselves. But yes, this is that fight that you were talking about. Sonic's been shooting at Danawa. Still no knock just yet, but it forces Salute at the very least. Ooh!
Oh no! Wow!
To get the knock on H-Win, Salute was the prey and is now the predator, rushing forward to try and at least confirm that 1 kill.
That's a slightly tilting moment there from H-Win. He probably feels he should have been able to win that. Mime is just running in the middle of the road, taken very low. Where's the response here from Sonics? They're falling apart. Danawa have been able to play them like a fiddle. So they've just lost H-Win and Mime, seemingly for nothing. Shrimsy and Tiggleton will be the duo. Oh, that was a massive misplay there. H-Win shots were just a little bit astray, and you cannot have that against a player like Salute. Yeah. What he has been able to do today, if you give him a chance, boy, he's going to take it.
Yeah, I think you might have been overestimating his cover, but out there on 5 up against BKB and Navi versus GEX. A lot of teams shooting at each other on these coastal roads because of how much space there is unavailable in Circle 1. Zenon does get confirmed, but returning fire means that Navi needs to make a move and actually figure out where exactly they want to hold.
Yeah, and Navi have been, in my eyes, the way that they've played, actually almost like they're from the Asian region. They're very calculated with their approach. They don't get too overly aggressive. They wait for the knocks. They go for the opportunities when it presents itself rather than forcing it and brute forcing it open like we've seen from, I'll say, Overpeakers, Twisted Minds, for example, at times. So an interesting contrast of style from the 3 European teams in the top 4 at the moment, and rightfully Danawa in and around that position too. But a team that I kind of wanted to, if we have some time here with this circle, is New Happy. Slowly just falling away. Only the 44 points and only 2 points away from 8th position, Cameron. So, I mean, they've dropped off a little bit today going into the final game of Miramar. Again, another Southern Circle. It's in that loot slots, Leonas. They need to play well off of this kind of circle.
Yeah, this should be the game that they do well in. As you're mentioning, the high ground usage once again, and the chance that this one going onto Los Leones itself is very, very low. That city is going to be in the circle for probably 3, maybe even 4 phases because of how much water is in play. But they can continue to use this high ground for a long, long time. A COD from the Freaks shooting at Na'Vi. It's getting incredibly populated here.
Yep, and rightfully so. Of course, the coastline, a big factor here. This very well can continue to go south for phase 2. Don't doubt that one for a minute. And I'm not imagining, as you said, that it's going to go all the way hard back up north in towards Los Leones for that kind of finish. Probably a halfway point in between there, maybe around the point where SGD are currently located. Yahoo coming in, north side of Puerto Padre, east side. They do have to go through Cerberus. 90 seconds until phase 2. Typhon taking some long-range shots. Quiet day from him on an individual level, but from a team perspective, Cerberus still are racking up that 6 to 7 point a game average, along with Yahoo, in fact, the 2 teams fighting each other there. I've already sort of phrased off there before to you. They're the gatekeepers at the moment, and that will remain so for the time being.
Tropic, last team to make their way inside the zone. Good space right in front of them, but you have me trying to punish 22, who have been pretty quiet group stage so far. Elected to move through Los Leones for the safety of the cover, I imagine, and then going to find themselves in position on this hill, but they're going to be caught between SGG as well as more continual shots from New Happy. I just want to see 22 Esports get themselves in a position to play a game from.
with 4 alive.
It could even be 3, just a position to actually show what value they have in fights. It's been getting to the fights, being torn apart, that's been, like, they can't even play the game yet. It's not dissimilar to Sonic's day 1.
Losing players on rotation has been a very common theme for 22 Esports, and that's what I'm sort of saying. If they can have 4 alive, they can get good positions, like you say. Maybe we can see them really at their full potential and what they're capable of, you know, with a team that I think has the fragging power, but just has to put themselves in the position to do the said fragging. Well, Twisted Minds, they've been able to do that. They've been able to put themselves in good positions, get those kills as they make their way towards Porto Paraíso, and we will start to see where we go for phase 2. 5 seconds away. Do we continue down south? Why not? Throw it our way, PUBG. Come on.
Oh, we do. This is, dead center is right onto GEX. This is going to pull northwest at some point, but the fact that there is still so much water into play is going to force these fights to happen continuously. OP trying to rotate in, SGD taking shots.
Yeah, this is a moment where I'm expecting this to be a common theme over the next couple of minutes. Teams rotating through these roadblocks. SGD not able to get it down. This might be an opportunity though. A rare one there where the overpeakers are a little bit vulnerable, but even then, they spin out of it perfectly. Clib ducking and weaving his way, but he cannot get past Sophia. So for the first time, it feels like this tournament, overpeakers might lose a player early, and they will. Good shots from Sophia. Big points for SGD.
Oh, the rest of the team, though, does find safety in the caverns. But that's only safety alone. They're not going to be able to get any control from that. Yoho rolling on up. Do they know of Akad's position? And now Sonic's holding position against BGP.
Tiggleton's going to get this next knock. Of course, it's only the duo for the Sonics. Shrimsy did get one. They're blocking each other's path, though. Too Heart, I believe, will bleed out here. Flash is going to go out here from Tiggleton. DG looking to avoid that one. Seong Jang watching from that Murado position. Shrimsy onto the top floor now. Smoke out as well from Tiggleton. They know they're surrounded, but now playing from the outside, he is vulnerable from many different of angles. Shrimsy having to avoid the Molotov. This is a dangerous moment here for the Sonics.
It is. They've been very aggressive outside of the building to not allow BGP to just storm them for free, but they have to retreat back inside. Freaks as well, dealing some damage on Yoho with their own kill.
Well, Yoho's in that building, and Punich is like, guys, there's a guy on your roof. Go deal with him. Tiggleton's been knocked, so only Shrimsy left alive. As of right now, both Yoho and the Sonics on the verge of collapsing in this game, potentially. At least for the Sonics, though. I think it may be. Can you stick it? Yes. But the nade might just have your name on it as a death wish from Seong Jang. Doesn't make it in. Shrimsy just has to stick it. It's their only win condition and has got Tiggleton back up.
Old timing. Shrimsy has a spot him. It goes for the repeat. Lands the headshot. Sucked it down to 1 HP, but swings around the side. He gets knocked. It's all to Tig.
Tiggleton gets one. He has to get another couple, but he can't. Pio's there. Sonics are gone in last place. Even despite moving away from Picard, they just cannot find success.
And it all started with Tiamba. Danawa found position onto them because they repositioned to take care of Tiamba, and the butterfly effect just threw it all away.
Tiamba, well, there they are, and obviously fully alive. 9, the butterfly effect.
Grenade, wow.
Big nade from Chewy. It's a rough one for the overpickers. Well, they can follow Sonics to the grave, but they'll do so with about 45 extra points. It's fine.
I'm pretty sure
70.
they're okay.
They're okay.
Yeah, they're not going to be too tilted off of that one, I imagine. Take some time to reset now. But Akad still hasn't been taken care of because how do you as Yoho? The only way to really try and swing onto him is go up that hill, go up that ramp, but that you don't have any cover, and Akad does.
It's an intriguing position. It's an intriguing spot that Akad has been able to find. Yoho, obviously, inside of the building, are safe. The one player that was outside the building, of course, dying, and so they are down to just the 3 players. As you can see, Hikari has even more vision further afield over towards Twisted Minds. Well, we had the sudden shift for phase 2. 10 seconds away now for phase 3. Does it give these teams a reprieve, Cameron? Is it feeling that it's done itself a little disservice here for these players? Does it want to make up for it? Well, somewhat. It's an intriguing shift. Porto Paraíso, a large portion of it, but then GEX, Guangdong Freaks, and obviously Yoho will be feeling like they've got a good spot for phase 4.
I think Cerberus is my favorite spot in that zone, in that circle. I have the high ground overlooking everything. Twisted Minds could try and gatekeep entrance into the port itself, but the bit spread, they could also get torn apart one by one. But it's up to so many different teams to try and break their way into this circle and try and find safety of that city. Shen right now, eyes set onto Entropic.
Headshot. Shen couldn't quite land a follow-up shot there to get the down. Not sure if he would have been able to get the elimination even if he had been able to get the knock. But better from SGD in this game. It may not work for them because the circle shifts away from them, phase 3, but I like the space they're taking, not over-committing into certain areas. They're able to get a kill early. Like, this is better from them. And here come Deraton 5. Oh, as soon as I praise them, Shen just gets caught from behind by Naylor to push Deraton 5 onto Guangdong Freaks. Wants a junior down immediately. They're not even able to fire a shot just yet. Now, finally, Exquisite will get the down onto Lash K, but Ian, oh, perfect discipline. Doesn't rush out. He waits for Patton Pong to push into his sight line. Gets the down. It's only Exquisite and Ranger X left standing for Deraton 5.
Hikari swinging out from the side. Akkad is not terribly able to help him. Because of his position again over Yaho. But Ian is trying to make it work. Confirming the kills that they got the knocks on. That into the last two players. Peeking into the window. A good hold by Ranger.
Need a bit more though. Going for the revive right now is Hikari. Okay, they get the flush onto Ian. You'll take it. And it does just relieve a bit of pressure at their current position. In fact, maybe giving them a chance to push on this. They are going to go aggressive. They're going to go Apex style here, right onto Guangdong Freaks. They've caught them off guard. They got the revive, but Hikari falls for it. One more player up close, it's Lash K! Oh, big wipe from Lash K! And he can get the revive onto Hikari as well. A little bit of over-aggression from Deraton 5 has cost them.
While that was happening, 22 also tried to send it onto Twisted Mind's position, then they get torn apart. A bit of an extended fight there. Wasn't immediate, but it was still 4-0 in favor of Twisted Mind, still holding their spot. We have a number of teams that need to make their way inside the zone, and it's all going to be coming in from the west side.
Guangdong Freaks right now sort of on the bubble in 9th position, 4 points away from a top 8, a winner's bracket position. So a big game from them brewing, especially with the Cavs still on that roof on top of Yaho. Hikari and Lash K will sort of just now loot up, heal up, and then probably make their way, I would imagine, over towards that position. I'm not sure. How do actually Lash K and Hikari play this? How do you go and help a Cad?
I don't think you do. I think you have to. Akkad is able to stay safe enough as is, so let him be the X Factor. Here's a replay of that initial send. Tried to go for the cover of the gas station itself, but the high ground you saw more than enough for Twisted Minds to
I feel like blocked the city here. They're almost sort of blocking that entry point as you see on this map. Cerberus could push in on the backside as we get phase 4. It does go over towards GEX, Na'Vi, Twisted Minds in a great spot now. And obviously, as I said, Yaho, Freak still pretty happy with this as well.
Bigopah trying to push in the last team in. It's only one up. Everyone's been taken down. They haven't really been able to find an opening, find an option. That car's about to go up. Oh, the final grenade! It finishes the kill. DG still alive. But where can he go?
Just runs away, goes prone, but Sol spots him in the grass. 5 kills now for Danawa. And again, Bigopah just cannot find an answer for this group. They are struggling. Bottom 4, 28 points. They did get a couple of kills this game, but not quite keeping up with the pace needed for top 8. And that's their issue, and probably the issue with all of those teams in the bottom 4 at the moment. And they're all out again early.
Jervis, last one up for SGD. We saw them try a few minutes ago, positioning just over Bigopah, but it seems that they weren't able to push in, just getting caught off by Danawa's hold. Once again, and Tropic as well. The two teams gatekeeping that west side, and now once Jervis goes down, it's going to be all towards the center, attention-wise, from those squads.
Very curious to see what's going to happen on this northern circle here with New Happy, Cerberus. Do they engage each other? Does someone go for a push onto Twisted Minds or try to thread the needle between them and Na'Vi and go for a center position for this circle? 90 seconds till phase 5. Jervis low, deep inside of the blue here as well. And I don't sense he will be long for this world. In fact, we'll just deny the point and go down. So 10 teams remaining now at the 18-minute mark of match 8. Our final game of Miramar for today. Of course, we still have 2 more games of Erangel after this. More games, more chances. And for those bottom teams, chances they will need to start taking very quickly.
Yeah. Na'Vi right now holding position. Everyone's pretty set in stone right now, even though we still have a minute left. But again, just because of the amount of water that's been in the first couple of circles, we're already down to 10 teams, which means there is not as much fighting over space at this point. But Cerberus and New Happy, you mentioned them just a few moments ago, these are the 2 teams that have the most work in order to get into the zone and are very likely going to have to push through each other.
Yeah, I mean, they're technically inside of the circle for phase 4.
Technically.
Yeah, on a technicality, but it's more, what are they going to do from phase 5 onwards, and how are they going to do it? Obviously, for New Happy, it's been a rough day for them. I brought them up before. Again, another sort of southern circle, but they find themselves on the edge. It worked well on day 1 for this group. They were pretty much farming up the lobby. They also got a lot of circle shifts, to be fair, and had to play out of those compounds on Erangel. That's where they found a lot of their success. But on Miramar Edge, it has been a disaster.
Perfectix trying to take some shots onto Cerberus. It does mean that, well, they're not going to have an easy, just like slow walk, step by step. Let's see where phase 5 goes. That's going to define where New Happy and Cerberus, as well as everyone else, of course, needs to move. And a shift towards Cerberus' position. This means that they could elect to just hold. And as long as they keep the line of sight broken between them and Twisted Minds, they can hold against New Happy. But it does seem they're backing away just a little bit, playing a little more safe because of those potential shots from the south.
And over half the lobby affected by this negatively as well. 6 of 10 teams not inside of the circle. This also does mean we're going to come to an end here with Akkad and Yahoo and what's going to happen at this compound because it's no longer inside of the circle. So finally, we may get a finish here. And I think that means for Lashk and Hikari, there's your answer. You've now got to probably go take the fight with Akkad, try and force. And realistically, what else are you going to do? You can't stay on that roof anymore.
You got to fight at some point. You really do. But does your hoe just move out? The thing is, it's one of those catch-22s. If you move first, you're going to get shot in the back. But then if you wait for them to move, you could likely be fighting in the blue.
That's why there is a bit of credence to maybe making your moves a little bit earlier rather than when you're forced to do so. Well, Danawa will go in the middle here of GEX, Na'Vi, and Tiamba. And I think Tiamba and Na'Vi may just exchange some pleasantries.
Tiamba need to move through Na'Vi. Na'Vi are backing away just a little bit, but they're not giving up this compound. They're still holding inside the building. There it is, your hoe are making the move.
Ooh, okay, but Lashk and Hikari have not gone to help Akkad. They've actually gone for position. So they are in front of where Yahoo is going. They're going to go straight to that position. Hikari down Balefrost. Big shot, Lashk! Oh, Sparking and Balefrost just go big onto the Guangdong Freaks. But don't forget about Akkad. He's still there. And a bit of help from Hisaki and Cerberus, and all that was a short little moment of happiness for Yahoo. Only Shimboy left. Now the push for Tiamba and Na'Vi. Alia with a knockdown onto 9. Chewy, though, pushes in. Groza gets the quick knock, so that's at least 1 apiece. Now 4 kills for Chewy, but he falls to the nade of example. Na'Vi fighting back really nicely here. Stun grenades go out. Still Uber goes for the flush, but there's more players inside of that building for Tiamba. 77 falls too. Na'Vi have played this really nicely.
Trading very effectively. Alia did get confirmed, did get flushed. They won't be able to revive him, but it's on the tongue right now for Tiamba. And he's just prone to healing. He's hearing footsteps, but he's just got to hold the angle.
It's like a bin snake right out near the trash.
You got a lot of those in Australia?
Definitely. Tang.
And
trying to blend in.
As we noted, GEX also have a line of sight on this off of the third party. Exactly, SSR with the headshot.
Yep.
So XFBL can't just search freely for the last final member of Tiamba. They're going to have to worry about themselves as well.
And what's funny is you got Danawa sort of in between as well. So they're just sort of on the edge of GEX, who we can see on the circle now. There's Lampu on the edge there. GEX have also got Entropic to their south. Shimboy the solo for Yahoo. Tang will get 2 for good measure, but only downs, and it will be, I would imagine, double res here, unless Danawa are making that push. I'm looking indeed. I'm watching Danawa make the push onto Na'Vi. They need this revive, and then they probably can't go for the third.
But you can tell they're also worried about GEX. They keep looking back in that position. That means they have to wrap the far side, the long side.
Stick this.
And that's giving Na'Vi the time to get 1 revive. But yeah, can they get the second? Soul with the first knock onto Mel.
Oh, Example did get off of that, but unfortunately it might be a little bit too late. I think Mel should have actually gone up above and played us 2 above. Unfortunately, the pressure is just too strong. Danawa, they were like sharks to the blood of Na'Vi. Smelling that scent, they made their way over so rapidly.
And they needed to, because this circle swung towards the east side. They needed to immediately take space so they can't worry about the zone. GEX now swinging in towards the south, not towards Danawa, but towards Entropic, and they have the high ground. QBE goes down, QBE gets confirmed, and Entropic there just running away along the road, along the ridgeline.
And nothing that really you could expect there from Nailup or Ivest in terms of returning fire. They just have to go play for position. Phase 6 blue will start moving now, and GEX have to move with it. Danawa actually pushing out of that compound. I think are rotating back towards GEX, seeing them in the kill feed. No Zendan, they are a little bit wounded, and nice shots from Perfectix. Twisted Minds have been able to just sort of hold this position on the edge of Porto Para East. Haven't done a whole lot. Oh, Shimboy. There's a bush snake. We have a lot of those in Australia.
How good is his trigger discipline? He is technically inside the zone in this bush. He could stay here, allow Danawa to get past. And if his kill feed reading, if his team's kill feed reading is good, he should know with relative confidence that there's no one left towards the west. Blue's gonna push in.
He's right on
but they are just sitting still. That's the thing. Oh, he must be salivating at this right now.
Okay, shots though from GEX. Obviously, Danoa will hear this. Danoa should push onto this and try and push over for the third party. Yeah, and Lee will be able to get the double kill onto Ibis and nail up. So Entropic go out in 7th position. Again, not really gaining a whole lot from this game. 30 points now overall. Here's the move from New Happy. They go into the direction of Cerberus. Himas on the ramp, all the way on top. And of course, Twisted Minds with a lot of eyes on this location. A lot of eyes on this fight. With Danoa as well, apparently, with a down onto Lambu.
Twisted Minds have eyes on everything. They're getting knocks and getting kills every which direction, every which way. I'm still waiting for Shinboy to strike. Spots one Smart Soul, but the distance is too far for an easy confirm. Back on Twisted Minds. Lou with the line of sight onto the fight between Cerberus and New Happy. He's getting shots, getting damage everywhere, but Cerberus with the high ground, of course, coming on top between those two teams. And New Happy might just be falling to pieces. It's all onto Non in a vehicle, trying to run away. Shitboy pounces!
Yeah, he gets rid of Soul. That is unfortunate for Danoa. They lose one. Shots immediately, but it's from Himas. It's from Hisaki. It's from Cerberus. And they will take out Yahoo. So that is now 4 teams remaining. Cerberus, Twisted Minds, salute for Danoa. He doesn't last very long, though. It's Himas that collects that kill. Big game brewing here from Cerberus, up to 52 points. And starting to actually entrench themselves towards the top 5 and maybe even remove themselves as gatekeeper status and more as a top team status.
Problem is, Twisted Minds have just been bunkered in the center of the zone this entire time. They're still in a 1-1-1-1 because they have had the freedom to do so. They all have their own individual pieces of hard cover. So for Cerberus and GEX to try and break on in, it's going to have to be a team effort, and more likely Cerberus, just judging by their rotation as well as the terrain, probably going to push onto GEX and just try and guarantee second before they face off against Twisted Minds.
We might be on the verge of our first back-to-back chicken dinner here with Twisted Minds, of course, firmly entrenched still with these compounds, really being able to have eyes on both Cerberus and GEX as well. They've got the 4 players up. Never mind. I couldn't even finish my sentence there as Petulans gets knocked down by Hisaki, and it allows them to push forward here. Spyro with the down onto Savior. The problem for Twisted Minds, though, they're fighting a war on 2 fronts.
Yeah. And because they're so separated, Petulant, once knocked, will not get revived. It's way too risky, way too greedy. Oh, but Spyro gets the second knocks. GEX are falling apart. SSR, the last one remaining. Smoke's gonna come out, gonna try and go for the revive because that's really the win condition if he wants to make any major impact here.
Oh, the spin, the pan shot as well, and he has survived. Can he go and get those revives? Cerberus to pushed in actually into the position that Petulant once held. So a compound has been established now for Cerberus. But still, for GEX, they have suffered the most out of this 3-way fight. So much so that Lou wants to push over and finish this one before they can get the revive off.
Very aggressive push, but it's pushes like this that won them the previous game. This could easily be the push that allows them to win this one. Sneaking up from the side, the revives have come on through, but they still need time to heal, still need time to medkit up. Oh, and the grenade at the ready.
He's got 4 of them ready to go. Splocks SSR, quick down from Lou. Very efficient. Shots from Himas. Lou cannot go down here, otherwise he will be eliminated. Peeks up, sees Yan Li. The nade goes on the backside of him, so Yan Li's still alive. Lou, 2 more nades. Of course, he knows now, though, he can't reach the top of that ridge or he will get taken down by Cerberus. Heal is off. Tycon trying to steal a kill here onto Yan Li. They are all wanting to get rid of GEX, but it's Lou that finds the kill. Double-digit kills now for Twisted Minds, and he makes his way back to the rest of his team.
Yeah, and he has the entire East Coast, that entire ridge just to the east of this road to make his way back safely. Their crossfire that they have set up, where Cerberus, despite having the man advantage, are all in one singular position, and the final zone swings towards Twisted Minds. Cerberus are going to have to pick one singular direction to try and break through, because if they go just directly towards the center, they're going to get caught.
So a 4 versus 3, APAC versus EU. EU, though, with the circle, despite having the lesser of the numbers, it would probably back them in from here, leading that lobby. 93 points. You can almost say they are the first team to the winner's bracket at this point, especially if they win this one. They have been sensational leading Group A. But they've got to stop the rampaging Cerberus. 6 kills for them now in this game. And being the leaders from APAC from Group A, they want to firmly entrench themselves in the top 5.
Cerberus has been taking this very, very slowly, waiting to see if Twisted Minds gives them an opportunity, but Twisted Minds are playing this conservative themselves. They know that they don't need to peek. They've even given up that south side because they know Cerberus' best access of entry is coming in from the north, so they've all grouped up in this singular ridge position here. Spyro up first, but Haisaki has been crawling forward. Will Spyro be aware?
And he's got the bush, playing this well, Spyro, almost using it like a bit of cover, like a smoke inadvertently. And so therefore, if Haisaki was to peek, he may not see Spyro straight away. So Spyro may be getting an angle here, and Cerberus won't like, why are they in a vehicle? This is so risky. It hasn't quite worked off. Haisaki needs to get the quick down in a response, and does so. Needs to get a second one. Now, basically, Perfectix and Lou, do you peek over? Duckmai is very low. It won't take much, but he's got a player above. Haisaki and Duckmai combine! Cerberus, baby, they get the win!
They had the manpower, and they threw them in like the resources that they were. It was a good hold. I know. Listen, it was a solid attempt at a hold by Twisted Minds, but Cerberus were not scared. They knew once they got their first initial piece in position with Haisaki that they just sent it on in, and it would all go well from there, and it did.
Well, I mean, that was a little bit nerve-wracking. You see them in the vehicle, and you think, oh boy, this is actually a chance for Twisted Minds to just spray into that, get the quick double knock, but they obviously knew what they were doing. Haisaki was following it behind, and he was able to peek over, get a big knock.
Exactly. What's really brilliant about that set is that even if the two in the vehicle got taken out immediately, it was enough of a distraction.
APAC, baby. Just for everyone in chat, remember, APAC equals all players are cracked.
You know who else is crap? That's the desk.
What can I say? It's a natural-born gifted talent here at the desk. But that's right, we have got ourselves Cerberus, who are also cracked, doing very well for themselves here. Being able to dislodge a Twisted Minds that looked absolutely on the warpath here, Martin, but was not able to say the chicken dinner. It was Cerberus that got it.
The diversion with the car was literally so smart.
Oh, yeah.
All the focus from Twisted Minds was on that, and then Haisaki was able to backstab and open up everything here. But I was surprised I didn't see the 6 grenades coming out earlier from that. You know, preemptively nading those. First of all, where you saw 2 or 3 players there start nading and start kind of doing it, but
put the pressure on.
Yeah, put the pressure on immediately. Haisaki really made sure that he didn't get a kind of an overlap with it. So really well executed here by Cerberus. Twisted Minds still happy. Second place, they're pretty much safe at this point here in the winners bracket.
That's true. That is true. They have breached themselves that theoretical point mark that we were talking about yesterday, or even the day before, I should say, but the ridiculous stuff that they've been able to put up. I will say, when you look at Twisted Minds here, and again, you know, forgive me if this is incorrect, but I do think that they were trying to control a bit too much space. I understand why they're trying to, you know, cordon off all of these teams trying to come in, but across all of those last 2 circles, that is a lot of space to try and control.
I get the idea, but you gotta be the one that starts the fight then. If you want to have multiple like angles, if you want to, because then you make sure they're like complete, like the confusion is gonna be complete if you get fired upon from so many different angles, so they can't kind of defend that. But yeah, really well played by Cerberus, and in general, a quite impressive game here in a wild circle. So much water in play all the time here. We saw so many teams down there towards the southeast early on, and the fights were insane here in the compounds too.
Yeah, very accelerated game state for this one when you see these circles kind of pop, and we saw, you know, some of the top teams like Overpeakers, for example, trying to send it and having no results gained whatsoever from that. Speaking of sense, this was an interesting one as well. Yeah, crashing into the gas station for that one. But for Therodon 5 being wiped out by Kwangdong Freaks here, and for the most part, it's not really been too much traction gained by a lot of our South Korean teams. It's only Danawa that's really flying the flag high, whilst Vegapar as well, really not being able to do too much alongside Kwangdong Freaks.
Yeah, unfortunate, of course. Happy to see GEX again do well here. You know, third place with some good amount of kills. They managed to come in from a western position and actually survive for quite a long time. And this Haisaki push here onto Spyro was super crucial for this. And then Lou, you see, and then they kind of, the Uno reverse cards on them, they had multiple angles, they had the high ground. And Cerberus so happy with this. The elation from this and celebration in the back there in the player lounge with everyone. Cerberus with a chicken dinner.
That's right. Game number 3 of the day. Round 8 will go to Cerberus here, putting APAC very firmly on the map. And we've got ourselves the top 4 right now. Twisted Minds, GEX, and Danawa are able to take the top spots overall. I'm to a degree, though, this kind of reminds me of PCS 7, day 1 for Europe. It's kind of good that somebody stopped Twisted Minds.
Right.
Because they're gaining a lot of points, and it was almost looking a bit dominating coming out of them for these past couple of games.
Yeah, I cannot anything else than agree here, because you don't want them to run away with anything. You don't want them to sponge up too many points, because then you're going to have this, 14th, 15th game where there's like 7 or 8 teams, which will be exciting as well.
Yes.
7 or 8 teams trying to fight for that top 8, and there's like 2 or 3 spots available only. But yeah, it continues to be quite spongy on the top. Robopeak is also dying quite early here. But yeah, Cerberus doing super well for themselves and pushing themselves into a great spot. 61 points, I think we'll be ending on for this one here. A lot of damage their way. Danawa then, again, doing really great here, but Shinboy with that a bit of a backstab in the bush there. They did not see that coming, and I did not expect it to be that successful for him.
Yeah, we were talking about that bush. That was a quintuple bush. That was the biggest bush we've ever seen. The shrubbery here on Miramar. Normally there's not too much in the desert, but this was ridiculously good cover for Shinboy to evade detection. And unfortunately,
this one, the diversion push.
Yes.
So well played. This was so well executed, honestly. Planned and executed perfectly.
Even if you get the 1-for-1 trade, it's worth it. That
yeah,
point.
you're forced 3. Yeah, exactly. I know that. 19 points for Cerberus Esports. 16 still for Twisted Minds with that 10. And again, Danawa with the representation here, able to take third spot of the total points. Got 4th. Lovely for Danawa and for Korea.
Lovely jubbly, indeed, as Danawa continue to solidify themselves up towards the top. I mean, to be honest, like, if they continue on this path as well, they're going to solidify themselves at the end of the day.
For sure. Also, Yahoo, I gotta say, they continue to have these top placements there. It's just not at the very top again and again. They have been able to play very well, and they have been able to place, one good game, second place with 10, but still now here, 5th, 6th, 5th. Just outside where it really starts to, rain a lot of money.
Let's take a look closer at our winners from that game as well. Saki being able to do a lot with this. I really like their instant, again, dislodge of Patulins on that gas station, and then the send down straight away, knowing that they have this opportunity to be able to claim that land. I mean, the other guys didn't really have decent lines of sight on the rest of them, so it was perfect timing.
Now, I mentioned Patulins there. I was kind of surprised that they didn't kind of crawl back into the gas station. Then they smoked to get across to try to revive him. They decided to leave him. It's like, it's not worth. We might be losing 2 players instead. But Twisted Mind cutting into that hypothetical cutoff. Safe. 90 points. At this point, they are safe. We have 7 more games. Yeah. No, it's not going to happen. It's too insane. Yeah. They're more than double than New Happy there on 46th. And right now we're a little bit more than halfway through. We have 7 more games total for these guys.
I'm glad that you talk about New Happy, because it has not been a great start for them, despite looking pretty ridiculous yesterday. Today has not, sorry, not yesterday, the day before.
The day before, yeah.
The New Happy has not looked very good. No. I mean, they tried to come in from the north side here, and again, no room for them. It looks like they're chasing circles, but they're then not adapting to then go for a sweep mentality. They're still trying to find spots, and it's not working.
And Cerberus was able to play so well. Him as inside the backflip area, and they were able to play super well in that position there and completely wide New Happy. But yeah, they got a really rough start for the day here. 13th with 2 kills, 11th with 3, and then 6th here with no kills.
Well, I am getting word that Erangel is ready to go. The grassy pastures loom as we head over to the commentators for our 4th game of the day.
While some teams have been continuing to extend their lead, there have been others that have been falling off. We'll see if Erangel transition will be enough for any of these ships to right their way. Not only, of course, the Sonics, but New Happy. Falling from, I believe, what were they, top 3 at the start of the day? They're
second
in
after 3
8th
games.
place right now.
Yeah, massive fall, massive. They were, after 3 games, 2nd, then after 5 games, they were 3rd, and now they're 8th.
Yeah.
So a massive proportional drop-off from them. They've only picked up, I think, 2 points today. Fortunately for them and a couple of other teams, I think Erangel is where they found the majority of their success, and so they head back to some greener pastures here for our final 2 games of the day for day 2 of Group A, as we have a pretty decently Eastern playing path.
Yeah,
for the most part.
decently Eastern. It's quite rough for a lot of the teams on the west side of things. But good for Sonics, because they're already out of the plane. They're already dropping around Stalber, and it's a rough split. But the fact that that is the very beginning of the plane path means that they're not going to be in too bad of a position in regards to their rotation timings. Assuming, of course, it's not a military island circle, which it could very well be.
I don't believe we've had one so far here at PGC 2022 for either group, so we could be due any moment. So 9 matches in, Cameron, and of course 15 in total for these groups. It does mean we are getting closer towards the well, the topic, of course, of getting into the top 8. That's the big one. Of course, Cerberus and Overpeakers around that Milton position, but Cerberus have been going farm, and obviously for Overpeakers, they have been given over to Milton. In terms of course, the hot drops, well, once again, Sonics have moved away from Pachinki, so no hot drop there. SGD will get that like they did for Picardo. And Hollow, Stelba Circle, the opposite of Sosnovka Island. And a big one for the Sonics. They need a win here. They need, well, maybe not a win. They need a big game, I should say.
Absolutely. I think the Circle Gods have been trying to give Sonics a little bit of a slack here. And the problem is, well, first, let's watch and see if H-Win can't defend his position. But, of course, taking these shots might only be baiting T5 to push onto him. He's backing away, not overcommit, but the main problem for the Sonics right now, despite the circle being right on top of them, is that with as spread of a loot that they have, the loot itself is also very spread, but they're spread as individuals. It means that they're going to have to loot as quickly as possible and group up before teams, not just there on 5, but needed teams that are around the edge of Zone 1 to push it onto their position in the center. A
pretty even spread for kills in our top 5 from match number 8. Everyone showing with 4, but it was Spyro that had the most damage. Again, another big performance from Seoul and Danoa. They continue to really perform from the Asian region. I think I've really enjoyed what they've been able to do as a team. Seoul's had big plays, Salute, Hallen as well, so I think they've been able to show that they're here to fight here at PGC, and Haisaki has been so phenomenal for Cerberus, really one of the sort of leaders on that team. Of course, Taikon is that young gun. He has been a little bit quiet today, but the older guys for Cerberus have been able to lead, and that's exactly why they're 4th at the moment. For 22 Esports, though, where's it all gone wrong for them, Cameron?
It's just unfortunately looking like 22 Esports when they're not particularly good, which is they're trying to force a center position with no real easy access into it, and they get blown up in the process. It almost feels that 22 need to be gifted position on the edge, placement on the edge for them to make anything from it, and if they are able to, they're able to do a lot from it, especially their new up-and-coming star player, Kizera. But so far, they just don't have proper positioning, and they have to make a plan B, plan C, bomb into the middle.
So 20 points for them at the moment, of course. New Happy in 8th, 46. It's only a 26-point gap. It's not like it's over with. There's still a lot of games to play. Still a bit of hope for them, for T5, for Sonics, Bagapar, all of those in the bottom 4. But, you know, hope quickly turns to despair if you can't find success over the next 2-3 games, especially. Of course, 2 more for today.
Yeah, it's all a mental game right now. Like if you just feel like you're running into a brick wall time and time and time again, it takes an extra special breed of individual to pick themselves up and do it a 9th time at this point. But that's why veteran power in a bunch of these players, Bagapot incredibly included into this, really comes in key, comes in clutch. We've had some global winners on this roster, as well as a number of others that we see in this group with us. So they should hopefully be able to bring the rest of the team behind them and say, like, we got to continue to work, continue to commit. Hakuna Matata. The past doesn't exist anymore.
They've got a long distance to go, though, from Novo all the way up towards Stelba, along with the Guangdong Freaks in military base, who are in that 9th position, now just 7 points away from New Happy. And I've seen some really good things from the Guangdong Freaks, so much so that I'm surprised they're in 9th, actually. So it feels like I wonder if they've just left some points on the table. Has that sort of just been the issue for them, I guess? But they are tracking nicely, and the way that they're tracking probably suggests to me, by the end of the day, I wouldn't be surprised if they actually overtake New Happy, unless New Happy, of course, return to form here on Erangel.
The problem with the Freaks is that their fighting does look good, but their placement, their positioning, they haven't been getting a lot of points. They've had way too many double-digit ends. They've had a couple of podiums, for sure, but outside of that, it's mostly just kills, and you know, if you get the number of kills that Overpeakers did on day 1, then you don't have to worry about placement and positioning at all. But for most other teams, you need to have more podium finishes than what KDF have.
Yep, certainly so. As New Happy, of course, has been a large topic today. Once again, a decent position for them, just sort of north of the Asnaya Pond. And Miramar, not kind. Not just for today, but also for day number 1 for this group. When we did switch over to Miramar, that's where it started to slow down for them. But I do wonder, and in some ways, and do hope for their fans that they can turn it around on Erangel. Because right now, it would be quite a shock if they were to miss out on the winners bracket from the position they were to now where the position they are. Another really good game for them. And I will say, to close on them too, they had good circles on the last couple of Miramar games. They were looting Lost Leanders. They were getting those southeastern shifts. They didn't have to rotate far, and yet just couldn't really do much with it.
I wonder if the pressure of being on the global, and for them coming as the returning champions, the pressure of delivering and performing yet again is perhaps getting to them. That's really the only thing that I can imagine right now, because they're, as you said, their positioning in the very beginning of the game, the first few circles, is looking good, but they always seem to sort of lose a bit of territory bit by bit, and then suddenly they have almost nothing and have to try and break through a virtually unbreakable situation.
And Tropic on the rotation just past Lipovka now, going up on that eastern side. Do wonder if they'll go for the heavy wrap, maybe even through Kameshki. At the moment, it is Yahoo that has overtaken the Stalba position. 2-2 split for the Sonics, just to the west side. And they've got a crate as well, so they've got good position. Obviously, New Happy in a good spot as well. I think Deraton 5 will be pretty content, considering they were one of the first teams to make that move over. And generally with this kind of circle, anytime it is over in that vicinity, I think moving early is always the play, getting those key critical positions. No lean compound. Obviously you've got the warehouse position as well, which can be very, very strong to play out of. Outside of that, there's not a whole lot more. You've obviously got the ability to bridge camp the Yasnaya bridge as well. There's that petrol station too, close by to that area. Outside of that, it really does start to dissipate.
Yeah, we're seeing a lot of 2-2 splits right now in this zone. They're not particularly wide for the most part, but the reason why we're seeing these splits is the openness allows these positions to protect each other in a lot better of a way, but also with the openness of this part of the map, at least, well, the part that the Circle 1 is, not where KDF and Mega Power are rotating from because they're coming from South Africa, but in zone number 1, how open as it is, if you're not in a holdable, solid position in like phase 3 or phase 4, there's almost nothing to play with.
Yep. So Guangdong Freaks making their way out of Sosnovka. They are going through Gatka, and for Bagapar from Novo, they will go up the eastern side through Milta. So neither of those two teams will come near each other. Watching DAY2 Esports though, I wonder, do they send it into Severny and just sort of play a holding position for the time being? I don't necessarily mind it for a team that has probably struggled on those rotations and keeping plays alive. I don't know if they've got the capabilities to thread the needle or the luck.
It's going to be hard. There is a bit of water in circle number 1 as well. Not as much as last game, for sure.
Yeah.
But it should still be noted. DAY2 Esports rotating in on the west side, coming past a shooting range where SGD is also trying to set up. But because they're moving, because they're actually taking shots at, I believe, Chiamba and Theraton 5, they're not necessarily in the best of position to dismantle 22, but just their presence alone could cause 22 to redirect their own rotation.
An interesting play here from SGD. They were a little bit comfortable just outside of Severny, but have elected to now send it in. Imagine the call has come through and just said, hey, let's just go into Severny. And that has kind of blocked off DAY2 Esports in a way. They've almost just pushed in front of them and taken the position I think 22 wanted. So that has caused a bit of a butterfly effect there with what SGD has done last second over Peakers. Is not a bad spot. They will be hoping for a southeastern shift, just at the moment a little bit south of GEX, close by into Na'Vi. Cerberus sitting inside of Yasnaya along with Twisted Minds, both obviously hoping for this to go south for phase 2, 50 seconds away from that. And for Yahoo, looking quite comfortable on top of Stalba. They have watched the rotation of Entropic, which did go through Kameshki, now very much on the north side of Stalba.
Yeah, taking the high ground, they're trying to utilize it to the full potential. Take some shots at Entropic, no down knock just yet. And all these trees, they do get in the way. They do stop your vision. So Entropic are very likely going to be able to survive for now. Question is, do they want to take an opportunity to push even forward towards the zone? Because being on the coast is a rough position. But with only, well, less than 20 seconds, just about 15 seconds for phase 2 to reveal itself, I imagine that none of these teams that are sitting still right now would move.
Yeah. For the record, Sonics did not loot that crate. So that is unlooted. Phase 2 we go. Does it head up to the northern side? It does.
It does.
Now we get ourselves a Stalba circle. A little bit of Kameshki as well for good measure. That is a wonderful circle for Yahoo. And Entropic up north, that rotation suddenly looks absolutely supreme. But look at the amount of teams out towards the west camera that now all will be converging on each other.
Oh, yeah, you can already see Entropic as well deciding not to hold this split because they expect this push from the west side. They just got to hold up in one position because they know that Yahoo is going to have priority on shooting all of the vehicles rotating past.
It's not just the western teams as well. Bagapa, over Peakers, GEX, Na'Vi, towards the southeast end of Stalba, all converging on each other as well. And then you've got the teams that are still coming in late, like Vegapar and, of course, Guangdong Freaks, and they're still basically haven't stopped moving. They're moving the shots. Exquisite's done really well there. Gets the down. Can they convert that into a kill? They've got to be careful taking his fight. Danoa, they're starting to fall apart at the seams. They're on top 5. Showing some signs of life, but they've lost Ranger X to Sophia. Knockdown is successful. They're going for more, but now on to 22 Esports. SGD feeling like they can capitalize on all these teams rotating past them.
Oh, and Na'Vi also swinging past Vegapar. All this action happening on the west side, especially when PDO gets a nice bolt action knock onto Uba. Alia's trying to trade pass, but a grenade at the ready.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a good one from Pio. It is very, very good on Alia. He falls. Pio, though, does as well. It is an absolute bloodbath at Stalber at the moment here in match number 9. Everyone is falling. Everyone shooting everyone. Mel, example, are the only 2 players remaining now for Na'Vi that are on their feet. And one's obviously in the US trying to just get away from this. So Pio goes down, but Vegapar's done a lot of damage to Na'Vi. And they will want to collect as many points as they can onto both Alia and Uba.
Really good timing on the fight by Vegapar. They know that there's going to be some teams rotating around them, but with the terrain that they're working with, they have an opportunity to try and delete Na'Vi, but XMPL with the great spot and the great shots. Can the great grenade follow it up for another kill for them?
Apparently not. And 2 Heart, though, is getting shot at by Overpeakers. They've come to help out Na'Vi from the backside of Vegapar. Cerberus around the area, same with GEX. There's a lot of teams in and around that position. Exquisite just can't make it back to the UAZ with Rossiter Jr. Mime watching, waiting, and pounces with a big kill for the Sonics. They're on the board out west looking to gatekeep a few teams. And it looks like Seong Jang will be saved here by DG98. But Jeems pushing up close.
2 Hearts at the ready. Good grenade, and Jeems, well, was ready for that as well. Gonna have his own grenade at the counter.
Oh,
cooked very, very well. 2 Heart immediately figuring out what he needs to do to try and survive.
Yahoo and 22 Esports, though, have had a bit of a confrontational battle, and Punage is already down. Gizera eliminated. To the extent of what has already taken place, it now means it's a 3 versus 3 finish with a good angle into Shimboy, but he just couldn't land enough to get the down. That allows Shimboy to just fall back and go for a heal. They've got some vehicles, and obviously Sparking going for the revival onto Punage to get him back up and force the 3 versus 3. What do 22 Esports do from here? Do they look to fall back and away? And I think that will be the answer.
Vegapar backing off. Na'Vi with the revive as well, which means they're likely to get crushed from both directions. That timing onto the fight against Na'Vi, well, they didn't get it done fast enough.
There's no one in Stelba. Completely vacant. No one wants to play in Stelba on essentially a Stelba circle.
It's incredibly hard to hold Stalber because it is so wide. If you try and hold the south side, someone can easily push in from the north and vice versa. And it's not even going to go to Stalber anyway. It's swinging in towards the east, so far towards the east. I can't remember the last time we've seen Kameshi this deep into the game.
I can tell you, I don't think we've seen Kameshki in APAC all year long. I'm happy to see it right now. Shimboy, Punage on the rotation. Hallen's already down. Sparking with a good nade being thrown in. No, it's actually a stun grenade, and they will just be able to get the kills anyway. Clean, easy pickings there for Yahoo. Looking very good from North America, up to 50 points now. Of course, they had that Stelba region locked down earlier, but so many teams still in and around that vicinity rotating past them. I sense that their fighting is not done yet.
St. Mines rotating away, and they're taking a long wrapping rotation. They're not going to go through GEX, which is the team that was shooting them from the north side, but Guangdong Feeks just passed them as well, skirting the edge of the zone. Swinging past Witch's nose. And then Tianba from the north going through Entropic, who, for their credit, did not stay in one singular position. They're in a 1-2-1.
And I am getting the sense that SGD and Sonics might be renewing pleasantries in Stelba, and I would probably say that might actually benefit SGD if that battle does actually take place within Stelba, but it might actually happen on the outskirts, which might help out. Sonics, Hikari, Ian, both taken down here by the roadblock of Twisted Minds. Guangdong Freaks not able to make it out of the blue, even on 2 wheels though. That Darcy continues on until stopped by the guard post, and that might actually be their demise. That has stunted them so drastically. But Twisted Minds unable to finish off. Akkad and Lash K have just made it in. They've just kept themselves alive and kept the Guangdong Freaks in this game.
Oh, just barely. I thought that they were done for once they hit that tower. But they're going to be able to move past. Overpeakers now pushing on in. Songjang has gotten dropped. And more grenades. And then more pushes as well. DG98 Counter grenade at the ready. It's going to be a Molotov.
Very patient play here from Overpeakers. Unlike day one, where they were very aggressive, they've really calculated their attack here, and it's worked out well. They get the down onto 2 heart. They know now that there's only 1 player left standing. DG98 almost Molotov'd out, but of course the bet helping him. Clip will throw in the nade. That might just about do it. Good little nade was thrown out the other way, but it won't do much there for DG98. He falls. Really, really well played from Overpeakers. That was really nice.
Now they have a control of a very, very strong compound here. All 4 still up. They're down 5 now, trying to survive. Shots coming on in. KDF, they need to make something work, and there it is. He actually downs himself.
He kills himself, and that's Theraton 5 gone. 14th position, but Lash K gets knocked immediately by QBE. Akkad, can he get the revive? Yeah, he will. They're inside of the shack now, and it's deep inside of this circle too for phase 3. 20 seconds away from phase 4. Na'Vi have eyes on it, but they can't really do a whole lot from that position. We go towards seeing where phase 4 will eventuate. And as I said, look at Stalba, look at SGD and Sonics, so close to each other. Sonics would love nothing more than to wipe them out at Stalba. Where do we go for phase 4? It is on top of Na'Vi.
And it's on top of a bunch of rocks. There's really not that much cover, not that much real compounds outside of maybe the singular building that James is holding for Overpeakers. But they're going to be busy watching their backfill, watching behind on Twisted Minds. But here is that Sonics SGD standoff that we've been waiting on.
I love this from Shen. Sonics are going to push straight past him, and he can get a lot of information. The roadblock from SGD, is it going to be set up? Are they going to push back over to the Sonics and try and gatekeep them? Shrimzy. Is he aware? Oh, he spotted him. Oh, the snake from behind has been caught in the trap, courtesy of Shrimzy. Big kill. They'll like that one. Might put a smile on their dial, but they've got a lot more work that they need to do, and they've still got 3 SGD players in front of them to push into this next circle. But they get the kill onto Shen, arguably their best player.
Oh, new happy. They're not going through Stalber. They're going to go through GEX, swinging around the south side. Grenades coming on out, trying to get the knock onto SSR.
Fall short. Valiant effort for that kind of distance wall. Ming's, that one doesn't fall short onto SSR. Another one to follow up for good measure. GEX are going to lose SSR. CPM will confirm that. Zennan off into the background and further afield, but Yan Lee and Savior, they're not even remotely close to Zennan.
Now a bit wide of a spread. And oh, look at SGD. They're falling away from the Sonics and pushing into this fight. They know that there's action. They want to get involved because they want to get these kills. They want to get these points. And Leo spots out Zen, gets the knock, tries to go for the confirm.
Yeah, and Savior, and Lee in the vehicles in the background will not be able to help out at all. Leo confirms that. So a couple of kills there for SGD. The AWM in the hands of New Happy is a dangerous sight. They've got a Groza as well. Hello? What is going on?
I think hearing the Groza and the AWM, SGD's like, you know what? Maybe you can have this.
Himas will go down to the blue. Haisaki dying out as well, I think to 9. Not looking good for Cerberus in Kameshki. They are struggling to push out of that city. Twisted Minds in and around that area as well, as we sort of have that overview. Yanli's going to go down a clip. Savior got one onto Mexi, but I think it will be Overpeakers who have the numbers overall. Of course, only Savior left alive for GEX, losing too many members earlier. And we saw them go down. No kills yet for GEX. They're in 6th position, 52 points. If they get nothing from this one, just puts them still in a precarious position in terms of top 8. That falls well short. Mexi dies out to Savior though, so that's unfortunate for the Overpeakers. Ming continues to put that Groza to good use. Down onto Jervis. They should be able to get Sophia as well. SGD losing players too easily at the moment. Only Leo and Sophia left.
Ooh, but watch out. I think Sonics are thirsting for this third party, swinging on in as a full group of 4.
Do they have intel, though, that is efficient? Throwing nades into an empty smoke, overwrapping. They're not quite close to New Happy, who are looking to finish off SGD. Now they're starting to turn their attention down the hill. I guess in good news for Sonics, they've been able to clear out that position so they can push straight into New Happy and know that there's no one behind them. HS will get rid of Sophia. Leo, last one standing. He doesn't stand for long when Miming is in his way with the Groza in hand. 5 kills for New Happy, so the Miramar disaster is gone. The Erangel savior for New Happy has arrived.
They've already gotten more points than they have on any previous round today, and there is more than enough time, more than enough victims, potentially, for them to get even more. HS with shots out does finally land the final bullet necessary onto A-Twin, and a potential confirm available for him. Utilities coming out from Sonics trying to protect their captain, but will it be enough?
2-2 in this little battlefield split for New Happy. Makes it hard here for the Sonics. They've got to keep eyes on 2 different areas. Mime down as well. This is all too easy for New Happy. 3 easy down. Savior maybe to save Tiggleton as the only one left alive for the Sonics. He does get the down onto Nan. Buys Tiggleton some time to retreat back, but he's retreating back as a solo. This is not good at all. He's carrying 1 player in H-Win, but I mean, the damage is done, Cameron.
It is. It was a good idea. The timing was a little bit off, and they didn't have much cover streaming down this hill. New Happy wasn't nearly as damaged by GEX as I think Sonics were hoping. But he's able to get the revive onto H-Win. Can you hold a solid defense? And Savior as well, shooting New Happy from the back. And now Cliff as well, though, is going to be trying to take care of GEX. Oh, it's all falling apart for everyone here.
Well, Tiggleton gets it down onto Zip, and of course, we see Savior survive and get away there from the shots of Overpeak. It throws a nade out as well. Another down. H-Win knock onto HS. Sonics are turning this one around. They've only got the 2 kills, not inside of the placement points just yet. Nade will fall short and away. So the revive should be able to take place from Ming onto Zip Yan. Stun out as well from Tiggleton, but he's out of utility. No smokes, no nades. The stun's the last thing he's got. Zip Yan is up, trying to push into the next smoke, which has a little bit longer lifeline. H-Win still just trying to watch the backside here to make sure no one can push up. Tiggleton getting so aggressive in a 2 versus 3, standing out in the open. He's got to be so accurate with his shots, and he couldn't hit any of them in the end to get any downs. 9 kills for New Happy. They firmly are loving Erangel, that's for sure.
The timing was there, but the shots were not, and Sonics go out before placement points. But what else can New Happy get out of this round? Now 22 trying to hold strong up against your Ho. A few knocks on either side. But back onto Don. Overpeak is pushing into their direction. It's just even more kills coming their way. They could easily hit double digits in the next few moments.
Crazy. 2 points from 3 games of Miramar. 9 kills alone already here on Erangel, only losing to 1 player. Nade does a decent effort. Savior continues to just be a thorn in the side. Finally, though, Mel will help out New Happy by getting rid of said thorn. So GEX out in 9th. That means now placement points for all our 8 teams remaining.
Another revive going the way for New Happy onto Ming. Overpeakers backing off. They know they cannot overpeak this particular position. And while everyone's been swinging around from that squad, James has been holding on and been anchoring into the last hard cover compound in the game. And Tropic as well pushing in from the north, condensing down to 1 singular position. And the duo that are still alive from KDF facing off against them.
23 players alive at the 22-minute mark. Card and Lash Cave done well to stay alive in the shack. That's a decent nade. Thought Lucarex could have honestly got a bit more out of that one, but he does not get the fortune of the damage. No kills yet for Entropic, but maybe a couple could be coming their way. That one also too, basically landing on top of Lash K. A couple of nades there that Lucarex will look back and think, how did I not get it down from those?
Some small pixel out of place. Some little door in the way. That bench is made out of pure deadwood.
Titanium bench it is. Well, Na'Vi are going to get the phase 6 circle shift. It goes slightly towards the northwest. Yahoo around there. But one thing that I'm sort of noticing is 22 Esports, 3 players alive, 23 minutes in. Is this going to be the first game where they might just really be able to sort of get fighting, see what they can really do outside of that rotational phase of the game?
This would be the test, but they're in a very precarious position with Yahoo just to the north, New Happy and Overpeakers just to their south. But New Happy are not worried about 22. They're worried about getting into the zone, and they're sending it into a vehicle, slowing down. This gives Overpeakers the spot.
But initial shots, just not enough to get anything really for that. But they do have the location of New Happy, and I think 22 Esports starting to make their way over there. Na'Vi are also taking a few shots onto Overpeakers, so they're actually making it very difficult and actually allowing New Happy to push up here. Ming with the Groza has been so influential, and I think he's spot. Oh, that was so quick and clean. Ming is on another level right now. He loves Erangel.
22 is trying to third party this, but New Happy is swinging away, trying to do it with Overpeakers. The last few members up, a Cliff catches Nan off guard.
Well, Clip's not the type of player you really want to be pushing like that. That was a little bit overzealous. Zipyan, high ground. Oh, nicely done as well from James. Clip does go down, so good shots from Zipyan. James was able to land a couple from that distance, but not enough to save Clip. Dies out to the Molotov. Ming's still up. 22 Esports are going to push, but it's sparking. Headshot onto Haven as they're pushing up. It's Vinny that gets the down into Zipyan. It's now Ming, and the UAZ pushing down over towards Clip's position. He might have to just keep going here because that blue making its way in.
Where can he go?
James.
That's the big question. He's going to try and drive by. The shots are there! And he lands another kill with the Groza.
It's Ming's world. We all just live in it. That Groza so deadly. Now over to Na'Vi, though, and Yahoo. And Entropic are making their presence known very quickly, too. Pushing over, looking for the third party.
Man, Na'Vi had center. but it's all falling apart. It's all into XMPL left. Pooch is getting revived, but Entropic as well swinging on in. Balefrost is trying to protect, but the utility is flying.
Good angle for Balefrost, but yeah, he doesn't have a whole lot more utility himself. Has to get the down, and he does so. QBE will fall. Has to push off of this now with the barrel. Hasn't reloaded, only 19 bullets, needs to be quite accurate, and he is. He gets the down to Amos, but Lucarex was there to cover. 5 HP, last one standing for Entropic, player above, surely. Yahoo should be able to wipe this one out. Little jump down from Shimboy, style points, but it's a wipe as well. On to Entropic, 5 teams left. Yahoo looking very good.
But look, they're not going for the double revive. They know XMPL is still in position, so one of them is holding while XMPL pushes, while Petulant has taken over that shack, but XMPL, what can he get with this angle? He knows that he is above them. A flash at the ready, no other utility available.
Pops it out. Cooked it for a while. Does have a smoke, but that's probably not going to be what he wants here. They do get the revives out. All 4 standing now for Yahoo. This is a strong position, but Example with a good headshot onto Shimboy. Goes for the flush. Didn't get it. That gives Yahoo a chance to maybe protect Shimboy. Balefrost is low. This could get really ugly, though, if they misplay their hand. Punich peeks out. Doesn't go down initially to Example, who threw out that smoke. Gives himself a little bit more cover. But Yahoo, are they just panicking a little bit here? No one's able to push up. I think Twisted Minds have an angle, a sight line here that's stopping them from going up.
At what point do they recognize that XMPL doesn't have any grenades? Because he hasn't used any yet. But now he's going to swing around the side, peek around the side, use the smoke to his advantage. But Sparking has the angle. That is Na'Vi. Ao Yahoo have made it with the only team with 4 up into the podium.
And now they can actually push up into that position as well and then keep wrapping down south and away from the sightlines of Twisted Minds. They should then be safe pushing in towards 22 Esports too. So it gives Yahoo somewhat of a passageway. 4 teams remaining. Ming Ming is still in the server, and I'd give him a pretty good shot with that Groza, the way he's playing.
The way that he's playing right now, the way that New Happy have been playing this round, they already have 15 kills. And, I mean, he has a dead center. I don't know if a win is what we expect out of this, but honestly, crazier things have happened.
Certainly so. Well, Yahoo certainly have the numbers here. They got 4 players alive, 22 Esports, only the 1 kill, but 3 players to the good. Petulant and Loot certainly wouldn't be counting them out. We've seen Twisted Minds win from this kind of position on day 1 when they had 2 players at the shack. There was another, sort of 3v3 happening elsewhere. They then were able to push over in third party and timed it perfectly. Can they repeat that again? 9 kills for Ming Ming. Incredible.
That's why he's my captain, baby.
I captained him today as well, so we can both be happy with that one, but still a bit more work for him to do if he is to find a couple more points. Yahoo have spotted Twisted Minds, though, in the shack. The only problem is that shack is still in.
Yeah, they don't really have to move, and as a duo, it's in their best interest right now to kind of hope that the other teams deal with each other and at least weaken each other first. Similar, again, to the game that you were alluding from day number 1. They would like to be able to help out in that, but where they are right now, just surviving and hope that 22 and Yahoo whittle each other down is their win condition.
22 so far yet to really make a move. They are firmly on the edge. They can hear the shots from Yahoo. You would think they would maybe want to push on this, but right now they're just playing position, trying to really suss out the way that this circle is looking to finish off. Ming Ming, well, that's not good news for him. Spotted and could really get pushed on here. So 22 Esports keeping him obviously locked down on that position, but he gets the circle shift, and Twisted Minds will have to leave that shack.
Those shots might have actually clued 22 in onto where Ming Ming's position was, because they weren't shooting at 22. Their shots were way too low for that, so that could be information that 22 might have lacked previously. But yes, the circle does swing towards the left. 22 and Yahoo don't need to move all too much. It really is going to be on Twisted Minds to try and make a move, and honest, I really don't see any move that they can make. Petulant's made his way out of the shack onto the tree, but the next tree is yards away.
It feels inevitable that this time around Twisted Minds will not be able to make that run across as a duo, that they will get pinned down and not able to make the run, especially considering it's the terrain that's really against them this time as well. Really high ground advantage for Yahoo, on top of the fact that, of course, the circle not helping them out. They're behind a tree, pinned down. Yahoo not really feeling any pressure at all from 22 Esports, so that third party not really available for Twisted Minds.
And they want these points. They want to secure their position in the top 8 as much as they can, and so Punich has been swinging down, trying to find the off angle. Misses them right when they leave the tree.
Oh, there you go. He's got the angle on them now. Oh, Lou with the knock onto Punich, though. They've got to be careful to not over-aggress. This might open the door as well for 22 Esports.
Already you can see 22 moving off of this. Haven with a knock of his own. It's falling apart for Yahoo, all based off of a single headshot from Twisted Minds, and they are out in 4th place. They were the big dogs here. Who knows who's going to take this now?
Yahoo! You're kidding me. And it's opened it up rightly for 22 Esports. They want to loot up here. And it has firmly allowed Twisted Minds to make the move. And they know where Mingming is as well. Surely Twisted Minds don't find another win from this kind of position. Lightning cannot strike twice. I'm sure
not calling it. I'm not calling it at this point.
Oh, no.
They are making it work where all science is saying otherwise.
Well, a calamity for Yahoo. There's a present presented for Twisted Minds and still potentially Mingming. You definitely don't count him out. Now, Haven has stayed back as the anchor on the position they once held while the other two go loot.
It is good that 22 made it into the podium. It's good that they have at least 3rd place, but they only have 3 kills. For a team that is struggling like they are, they need to get as many points off of this as possible, but look at this approach.
Yeah,
they know that he is there. That's the big thing.
Unfortunate for Mingming. I think he's about to be the meat in this sandwich between 22 Esports and the duo of Twisted Minds. He's got high ground, but he has to deal with 22. 2 players pushing behind him. Hazelton along with Vinny. Grows is tough to beat, but Hazelton does so. Someone finally shuts down Mingming. 3rd place for New Happy, but still a significant performance from them.
Oh!
It's the nade from Lou. He just cannot be stopped. Have you heard of the story of Twisted Minds and the way that they've got out of the shack once again? I think I've heard this story before.
Swinging around the side, and Hazelton is not peeking. He does peek now. He gets one. It's all into Lou.
Hazelton surely will shut down that storyline, shut down that fairy tale run. Twisted Minds will not push past 22 Esports. They get a much needed victory.
Yes.
These guys have been sort of thereabouts, and finally they break through.
It was a low kill win, but it's the fact that it was the win is important for them and their confidence going into the rest of the games remaining in these group stage. And for Twisted Minds, they did a lot better in that Final 4 than I don't know, I can't speak for anyone else, but I thought that they were going to be deleted.
We thought that last time as well, and they went on and won the game. We thought that this time they came second and honestly had themselves in a really good position to get maybe more from that big win for 22 Esports. Of course, Twisted Minds, they continue on. Mingming, you happy. That is a huge story in itself. 15 kills. They got 3rd place. Massive performance considering what happened on Miramar. It really does solidify the fact that Erangel is their playground. It is their oyster. And we got 2 guys on the desk that's going to break it all down.
What a game here. Very rare we get our finishes here. And not only that north, but that east of Stalbert as well. And 22 plays a blinder against some of the remaining players, which, to be honest, all of the remaining players there for against 22 are absolute killers. But they are able to dispatch off Twisted Minds and Mingming.
And honestly, they realized that they had to fight against Yahoo. There are 4 players live, right? So Twisted Minds and 22, they knew they kind of had to work together to make sure that they kind of at least displaced a few of their members, but they actually managed to wipe them with a 2-sided angled attack for them. That's really well executed. Super happy for 22 to be able to release this for them. Great chicken dinner for them.
Yeah, very important points, especially since, as we noted, halfway through that game, the gap between that kind of 9th through 7th location is getting a bit bigger. So all of these teams want to rack up as many points to try and get themselves solidified in that top 8. But let's take a look at the final moments coming on in as 22 here alongside Twisted Minds really put the boot in against Yahoo, and there was not much room for them to work with.
Twisted Minds made up a good effort there. They got a knock in the opening. They were expecting a 2v2. And then, of course, the shots here onto Yahoo. Good for 22, though. Their best game so far was a 5th with 6 kills. This is a big one for them here. First place with 6, of course, for 22. And the way they moved around and managed also to kind of dislodge New Happy in the situation where they're keeping the high ground, continuously holding on to the edge of the high ground there. It's rough to play off that and get into a position where you're able to win it up. But 22 Esports managed to do so here at PGC.
Let's take a look at the highlights then, and there is so much to talk about from this game. I guess whilst we watch the highlights, I have to bring it up. Mingming, he almost got 10 kills that game. He was on 9 and just kept going. That was ridiculous. Another MVP performance coming out. We've had so many already through the past few days.
And another crazy thing, this circle, we get a Stalba Kameshki-esque ending here.
Crazy.
Ending on the northeastern side of Stalba. It's so long time ago since I've seen that. But I love how the ridges and how the high ground works out here. And Vinny and the barrel, and in general, how they're able to really make sure that New Happy didn't get off this, but this drive-by. And in general, this grosser work we saw from Mingming and from New Happy. 9 kills more than 800 damage for him in this game.
The Groza GOAT, I think is fair to say. That was lovely stuff from Ming Ming coming on in. I like how the rest of the teams though eventually dislodged him from that position. And again, the bombardment began here from Twisted Minds.
I gotta say, this play here from Hassetten here in this situation where he's just constantly jiggling, constantly putting pressure on to Twisted Minds, and he has to be like, you're gonna be super trigger happy in this situation, but he killed it, made sure and got the win here in the end for DAY2 Esports.
Doing well, number one for them here in this game. We do have to address the Twisted Minds in the room though, because today for them has been nigh on ridiculous. For a group of this caliber, I think, when you look at their results, talk to me about them today.
Yeah, insane. 3 second places and a win with 13 kills so far. They have only placed in the top 2. Twisted Minds. All day.
All day.
All day. And of course, when they played their first day, they also got a second and a first place. So their performance so far has been absolutely insane. A lot of utility used here for them. 12 nades, 15 smokes, of course, as well.
Yeah, ridiculous stuff coming in from Twisted Minds. Absolutely guaranteed to go into that winner's bracket.
I gotta say, I'm happy to see Yahoo up here. They finally managed to get into the top 4. This was definitely the win that they felt that they should have had in the back here. There were 4 alive. They had the pressure on Twisted Minds. They had the high ground advantage over Twisted Minds. Punitz tried to make a play where he's getting close enough to this tree to get an angle to get both of them, but he didn't win the play for it, and he lost from it. And then 22 pushed it once they saw this opening, and they had an opening, and then of course Lou as well. He get an insane SLR knock.
Up in the north, it was kind of wonky scenarios here and there. I mean, Na'Vi's in a position where they can kind of pressure some of the teams out there, and Chopit's kind of behind Yahoo, but really not doing anything. Nail Up, very disjointed, very disconnected, not even really holding Yahoo, and just kind of falls for nothing.
No, I'm really sad to see Nail Up fall off in this situation where he's trying to play like an aggressive position onto Yahoo and kind of contain them, but it didn't work out.
Is it New Happy or is it Ming Ming up there? 20 points. How many fantasy points did he get me? If he's the captain?
26 if he's not the captain, 52 if he is the captain for one game.
I got
52
points
for
one
game.
player in one game.
Yeah.
Unbelievable.
Insane.
Yeah, that is New Happy with 20 points. And this is very important for them because honestly, the rest of the day was a standstill. They weren't doing anything before this.
Their Miramar games have been really rough here for New Happy, but also still over Pigas and Navi there on 5th and 6th place here. 9 kills and almost 900 damage. We still got to see the double-digit kills and the 1K club. It still hasn't happened yet, but it was so close. If you got one more knock on one of those players, then in the end, that would have been insane.
Those kinds of things are why they're a world champion.
He had a broken 3 vest. If he didn't have a broken 3 vest, he could potentially have taken on 22 there and then too.
Definitely. That's what a rack up there by New Happy and especially Ming Ming. As I don't think they were in exactly the easiest positions ever.
No.
The SGD, they had to kind of go through them. They knew that Sonics was going to be on the high ground above them as well. There were threats here, there, and everywhere. GEX was there, then eventually Overpeak was coming around. But here's the overall standings as Twisted Minds breaks 100 points here, 107 on the board.
Congratulations to Twisted Minds for the first team being in the winner bracket next week. With 107 points there. 30 points down to Overpeakers. Danava still. Our mid pack is obviously huge, right? We have 77 all the way down to Yahoo on 59 there. So still close. Cutoff, GX still, and in general,
divide.
It's pretty divide, but still, I gotta say, from 2nd and down to 6th, 7th, it's still close.
Yes.
It's still not 100% safe, even though, Twisted Minds, they have been sponging up at the top. It's still a relative easy cutoff to get in, even if you're on the right side. Quantum Freaks, 13 points from 8.
That's the thing.
Janba, also possible.
6 more games to play here in this group, so definitely a lot possible as it does stand for. I mean, when you're getting all the way down to the bottom in the weeds here for like Therodon 5, it's going to be a pretty bit of struggle, I think is fair. But beyond that, I think when you look down at some of the underperformers so far, you've got to keep your eyes on teams like Begopar, Sonics down there. Sonics with the change here today so far. When you see a circle like this as well, and they're up there in style, but I was thinking to myself, maybe they're going to flex out and take a little bit more room, but it's not the case.
Yeah, I really hope to see them, push off in a more aggressive spot, because once you come off style, but off that high ground, it's going to be really rough for them. They did get 19 points so far today compared to the 11 on their day number 1, so it's still an improvement. They're just hoping for a little bit better. They have one more match to do so, though, James.
A little bit of spice. All right, we're going to go to that break, and when we return, we have one more game remaining for the day here. What a day it's been so far.
They are playing it so sneaky here, Toby.
China versus China. This is a full-on red bait. They know the rotation's coming through from Petrichor. They know what they like to do. Shushu already found the first. Hopefully, Petrichor can get out, but I don't think there's a way out of this one, especially not now. TyLoo engaging as well.
TyLoo from range. You might find it smart. Yes, it will suit you. Nice. Oh, it's going so bad, Toby.
But now with them on their feet, first one spotted, second one spotted, and there you have it, both of them torn apart. Last one is going to be seen, and just like that, being applied from
right into the United.
Baffled by how 17 got all the way around them. They're able to get up over the hillside without too much pressure being applied from FaceFan. Now the shots are coming through, fortunately. Damage is coming through from the United as well. Kickstart all that's left for the team. Does manage to find one. Last one runs into the molly, and that's going to be 17 out in 9th. Kicks. I need to just try and see if I can beat him too, but now an entire team behind him. This is going to be so damn difficult. Connects with the MK in hand. Not going to allow for it to happen. Run him over, get across. AC single-handed player on the other side. He's going to fall, and that is FaZe.
Underneath the bridge.
Once United again, there's only so many places they can go, and the Ford is ready on the side of TyLoo. This is why they win early. This is why.
777. Oh, BBL, like you said, has no idea. The spray comes through. The transfer. Give 3 to 777. He doesn't miss a shot. Give him all 4. 777.
Now Adam again finds the first one. 7-7 with 1-1 return fight.
1v1 playing around the smokes now, Toby.
There you go, around this side. Perfect off angle. 7-7-7. See to join their phases. They told us they were...
Improvements to the folded shield, some spawn rate adjustments for vehicles, and a collaboration with one of the best footballers in the world. All this and more as we dive into the Update 20.2 patch report. First up, the folded shield is getting a few changes based on community feedback. The inventory weight has been reduced, weapon durability increased for both guns and grenades, and it now installs in half the time. You'll also find it a bit harder to run over than before, with a vehicle now needing to be going at least 10 kilometers per hour, instead of the 1 kilometer per hour it was before. In addition, the shield can now be placed back into your inventory, and deployment can be cancelled before it finishes. Let us know what you think about these requested changes. Next up, vehicles on Erangel and Miramar are getting a slight adjustment, with some spawning more and less frequently. You'll now find more UAZs and Dacias on Erangel, and more Murados and pickups on Miramar. To contrast, we've lowered the amount of boats, buggies, and aqua rails on Erangel. And speaking of maps, this update's rotation will now include Erangel, Miramar, Tago, and Destin for all regions. Regions with map select enabled will also have the option of playing on Sanaa, while regions without will instead drop into Karakin. As usual, the ranked rotation will remain Erangel, Miramar, and Tago. This update also features a collaboration with one of the best footballers in the game, Neymar Jr. For a limited time, you can pick up several Neymar-themed items in the store. Gear up and score big. There's also a reduction in the number of multi-care packages on Tega, some MMR adjustments for normal games, new workshop skins, and more. So be sure to check out the patch notes for full details. Update 20.2 is here, so fold up your shield, pack up the Dacia, and go catch a ball game. We'll see you on the battlegrounds.
So one more game to go today for Group A, Cameron. It has been a tremendous day. Obviously, we've been talking about EU coming into today, but when we look at the wins, Danoa, Twisted Minds, Cerberus, 22, that's all 4 regions.
It's all 4 regions, yeah. We just pack it up, go home, we're all even. There's no gap here.
No, look, obviously for Group A, we thought it was going to be top-heavy. There is a little bit of that top-heaviness that is at play, but it is still pretty competitive towards the middle end of the pack. I think obviously what we've seen is a lot of consistency from the likes of Na'Vi, Cerberus, Yahoo, and being able to sort of be the gatekeepers around that sort of top 8 on the bottom end of it, and then GEX kind of just holding on now.
Yeah, GEX are kind of a bit on a slip, a bit of a slide. But to your point about Cerberus, Yahoo, and Na'Vi, the fact that those teams that are going to be like at the bubble in the midsection towards the bubble, the fact that they're like very stable and confident in a way in their position, kind of might be a bit disappointing to the teams in the bottom that are going to be wanting to overtake them. Because even with New Happy, for example, they're a bit of a drop down and then immediate spike back up. That's not really going to be affecting the mid pack.
Yeah, and obviously there's the other part of the fact that we are now going into the last game of the day, right? So you're running out of chances. We ended day 1 by saying how there is a lot of games still to play. Well, guess what? You're starting to run out of said chances. This is our final match for day 2 of Group A, match number 10. After this, there's only one more day for these guys to get into the top 8 to make the winner's bracket. 5 more games after this, so you've got to make this one count to close out day number 2.
Yeah. Only 5 more left, as you said, and you got to figure out what exactly you need to change, what you can rearrange. We've seen some of that after day 1. Of course, Sonic's finding a new drop spot is one of them. Megapod also seem to be changing up, or at least attempting to change up their game plan. Maybe trying to focus a little more center, where Edge used to be their bread and butter. But for both of those teams, it hasn't really been working out too positively.
So a direct middle plane path right over Pachinki. Everyone will be happy with this one. Obviously, Guangdong Freaks now go military base, Megapod over towards Nova. So do we get a Sosnovka Island finish? We still haven't had one yet for PGC 2022. Maybe not expecting it entirely here. So Sonics, are they playing a bit of mind games potentially with SGD? They've gone early on top of Pachinki rather than going up north, but it looks like they're actually going to go for the Gatka Fields here.
Yeah, wide open. No one's dropping there. And with a plane path like this, you don't go to Sauber. There's no reason you go to that area. I'm just kind of shocked because T5 traditionally go Gatka, but now they're going North George.
They're going to their ult drop, aren't they?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a little bit interesting with that circle path, with that plane path. I don't know necessarily what has made them make that decision, but I think Sonics will be quite happy with it.
Yeah, that's really good because the rotation paths from Gatka are not terribly different from Pachinki. It's close enough. Stauber is a completely different story. And again, the reason why Sonics would... the reason why Sonics would have wanted to stay in Pachinki in the first place is because that's how they know how to rotate. They've been doing it for years. So this is close enough that it should be comfortable. But what's not going to be comfortable for anyone is going to be this circle. It's a Pokeball. 50-50 north and south.
Oh, almost a run over there. Tiamba And Theraton 5 exchanging players. Sentries, Ranger X though, he's getting mounted. Oh my god! Oh no! That's a very aggressive man on a motorbike. Ranger X has just been abused by Tiamba. Oh no, well the ult drop has not worked out for Theraton 5 at all. Tiamba Esports will take a very handy point.
Oh, that's going to be in a highlight, I know.
He thought he was done. He's like, haha, I'm in the vehicle, you can't get me.
Yeah,
and then
exactly.
Bang, here comes Tang. All right, well, our kill leaders for match number 9, Ming Ming, Groza. He does pretty good things with that.
Very good things. And if their game right now looks more like that game than the first 3 Miramars, then New Happy are going to be back at the top, potentially contesting Twisted Minds. We'll see what happens on day number 3, but at this point, Twisted Minds, they are looking unstoppable.
Lou with almost 1,000 damage there as well. Big performance and has been so instrumental in what has been a very stacked Twisted Minds. Entropic on our screens at the moment, bottom 4, 32 points. There were question marks surrounding this team coming into this event. Obviously with what transpired in around PCS at 7, missing out on that, you then don't really have a whole lot of information to go off for our PCS 6 winners of EU. But I mean, ultimately, they haven't quite been able to find much form in this group.
Yeah, a couple of good fights here and there. I actually really like their rotation, their management of spacing around Stauber, considering how wild and unexpected that circle was. But yeah, the kills just haven't really been able to seem to follow too much. 32 points. It's really not great.
I do want to talk about this circle, though. Well, we've got some time now. You mentioned the Pokeball kind of style, and I guess why does this fill you with excitement? Is it because of the fact that it is that sort of 50-50 split between mainland and Sosnovka?
Basically, you don't know where it's going to go. Phase 2 could give us some hints, but at the same time, Phase 2 could also be just as split. And the big problem is transferring across that strait in between that cuts between the two is incredibly hard. What I'm expecting to see is a couple of the teams, particularly the ones around Milta, like Cerberus and Overpeakers, crossing through. We're already seeing Na'Vi as well go down to the south side, even if they're already on the north, because all the teams that are way up top, like Dynamo, who are already moving, like Theraton 5 and Entropic, who we just talked about, they're not gonna want to cross over to Sosnovka just yet. And in a circle, in a game that is very likely gonna force early fights due to the water, you want to avoid those fights now.
I think that's probably been the story of Group A in a nutshell through the first 10 matches, is circle shifts that are forcing fights. We saw it on day 1. We've seen it really again here on day 2. The circle has really dictated this lobby, almost putting all these players and teams almost like puppets to the enjoyment of the circle for all of the viewers. Danoa, a little bit inconsistent despite being 3rd place. 71 points in total. They have some big games and they have some poor games, and obviously they finished last with just the 1 kill in our previous match for match number 9. Earlier than that, they finished 2nd last with no kills as well, but that one being a couple of games before, which is in and around the fact that they then won a game with 11 kills and 4th with 7 kills.
Yeah, Dynamo are similar to what you were talking about SGD, where they're really, really good at team fighting. If they're up in your face and it's a 4v4, or actually in some cases even a 2v4, they do very, very well. But when they need to rotate far, things can kind of become a problem. And so I'm actually really worried for a team like that, especially in a circle like this.
Well, Na'Vi made the early rotation from the mainland to Sosnovka Island, and they will get rewarded with a nice crate if they want to go into the water to go and get that one. There is actually the boat.
I think it's on the coast.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely gettable, but it is also somewhat dangerous still to, say, a team like Cerberus. GEX making their rotation now as well. They've got a bit of a 2-2 split at the moment. Still 2 players over towards the quarry, but then 2 more making their way into Sosnovka Island.
No one's gone on the ferry just yet. We've seen a bit more of that as time goes on. It's very risky play, of course, but GEX coming in from the west coast. There's got to be at least one team that swings down to the south. That's at least been a pattern that we've seen in Americas. But Vard trying to take some shots, get rid of those tires. It's going to be too hard for Vegapod there on the opposite end.
This is what I was thinking of with this kind of circle, the bridge camping shenanigans. So you got Vegapod on one side and then Overpeakers on the other. And in terms of that lighthouse bridge, well, Sonics are pulled up towards Ferry Pier's side, and then you've got 22 Esports holding essentially the compounds just south of the bridge.
So because of Big Up's hold here on the bridge, Cerberus and Overpeakers haven't been able to cross like I expected, which means that unless we see all these teams from the north, Entropic, they're on 5, even New Happy, unless we see them take a boat down to the town, swinging around, coming in from the south, similar to how GEX did, we might be seeing a lot of fights here on the coast. Big Up doing a lot to just try and deal damage in terms of spacing, in terms of positioning for a lot of the opposing teams. Now, if it swings to the north, it's not going to be that impactful, but if it does commit down to the south with so many teams still stuck on the north side, it's going to be a rough rotation once again.
They have Seong Jang over towards Radio Tower as well, just being able to get a lot of information for the actual position on Sosnovka Island, making sure no teams really push over to that position. As we see Guangdong Freaks, of course, holding those hills just north of the military base, Na'Vi just north of them. So when we kind of look at the teams that have made their way over to Sosnovka Island, everyone's quite situated, and the teams on the mainland that have still not really gone and moved a whole lot, New Happy, Entropic, Terrathon 5, all up north still. They'll, of course, be sort of pushing in and holding that mainland position, which is already quite congested. Still 2 minutes to go until Phase 2, and then we can get our answer, but there's going to be half the lobby really upset with the Phase 2 circle, and the other half are going to be extremely happy, depending, of course, where it goes.
I will say, I don't think there's anyone that's particularly happy right now. Because even if Circle 2 does shift, unless it's a hard shift far north where Twisted Minds would be center, or far south where KDF and 22 would be center, it's still going to have a lot of unanswered questions this early on.
So Tiamba Esports trying to see if they can find a boat, but they are coming in very late in trying to do so. They will backfill into Ferry Pier, where Sonics were holding a bit earlier ago, but they've pushed all the way up now to that lighthouse position.
New Happy also pushing in. No one immediately in front of them, though Entropic are not far off. But yeah, Sonics. They're actually very, very comfortable with this position. This is routinely where they like to go when they leave Pachinki. So the fact that they're able to grab Gatka, again, this sort of allows them to play more into their usual game plan. But right now, Twisted Minds, Entropic coming right on in. It's an early fight, and it's not where I would have expected it to be.
And they've already lost 2 immediately. Lucarix, unfortunately, not helping himself out as QBE. I don't think he's going to want to entertain this at all. Same with Ibis. Unfortunately for Entropic, it's another poor game from them. Spyro will collect the body of Lucarix. So 2 kills for Twisted Minds. They don't really need a whole lot more.
They don't need any of them. They've already broken triple digits. They're already past the hard cutoff for top 8. They are about to get a third. Danimal are here to try and answer back, see if they can't get any of their own. But, I mean, on one hand, this is good for Entropic because if they're going to feed kills to anyone, it's the team that won't need them.
It's not good for Entropic.
Well, no, but if they're going to feed kills to anyone, it might as well be the team that's not going to be contesting them for the bubble.
They cannot be affording to feed kills to anybody, though, because they need points themselves. 32 now with a solo remaining with 5 games to go. The hopes of making top 8 and going into the winner's bracket is starting to dwindle for Entropic off the back of this game. And that will be the case for a lot of these teams towards the bottom. If they can't get points here in match number 10 with only 1 more day to go, 5 more games to go for this group, it is going to look very difficult. Here we go, though. Phase 2, circle shift. North or south? It is south. It is on to Sosnovka Island. It is a massive victory for those already there. And for those on the mainland, it is going to be rough, very, very rough. But Sonic's actually pushed 2 over the bridge already. So H-Weird and Tiggletip will now make their way over. They're not too bad with this, and then they can play off of the way that 22 Esports will move around the area. It has opened it up on the western side of the island.
Yeah, the little spread of compounds that you see north to south. Vertical spread, 22 and GEX, they're already repositioning themselves there. Sonics are retaking that, but a lot of these teams are going to have to worry about crossing. Twisted Minds pushing in towards the south. Will they be expecting Cerberus? General also swinging on in. Going to have to swim across, which gives Na'Vi potentially the opportunity for kills, depending, considering how hard they might want to hold.
Big moment here for Cerberus here. They've got the push from Twisted Minds. Tycon is holding up close, and they're not going to be aware of his initial position. He has got the intel as well onto Twisted Minds that he can convey back over to the rest of the team. Perfectix is making the push down. Good trigger discipline to not shoot initially from Tycon. Hold his position. He spots 2 heads at once. He can play off of that. For a young player, for a star young player, this level of trigger discipline is absolutely perfect. He knows that he's not in danger just yet. He knows that they have not spotted him just yet. Now they have. Now he's got to shoot, and he gets the initial down onto Perfectix, pulls out the nade. He needs a bit of help, though, from the rest of his team.
Do they have the angle though? Can they find it? The grenade goes too far! I say that! It goes perfectly! He knew exactly where Spyro was. Heat-seeking missile. Oh, now Fortune's gonna drop down into a Molotov. It is falling apart for Twisted Minds.
18-year-old prodigy, but unfortunately pushes out a little too early, and Lou will punish him for that duck mine. Couldn't land the headshot, but he is getting lit up though by Haisaki, who's got a really good angle, a good wrap. Cerberus have played this perfectly. Badula's the last one left. Oh, it's a clean wipe. Absolute annihilation from Cerberus. Vietnam will send Twisted Minds out in last place.
Twisted Minds not really going to care about that. They're more than safe in the top 8, but everyone else is going to be loving this because they're not going to be there to steal more points than they already have.
4 big points for Cerberus, puts them on 66 points, now tied with New Happy, 1 point above Na'Vi. Good company to be in for the APAC team that is leading the way for Group A from that region. Overpeakers, though, have been able to at least get across the bridge and playing now the position that Bagabert once were.
But it's not in the zone. They're trying to hold, trying to backfill to make it hard for other teams that are coming behind them. Maybe Cerberus is the one that they were probably expecting from Farm, but also New Happy as well. How long do they hold on to the position is the question. Na'Vi, they're on the south side in a really, really strong position. They couldn't keep Danawa from breaching the coast, but they can keep them potentially from pushing too deep in.
You stay in the blue. Phase 2, it's not going to do that much damage. You really want to make sure and try and force New Happy over to Lighthouse Bridge. It just makes it a little bit easier for Overpeakers that they don't then have teams pushing behind them.
Yeah.
As long as they've got good medical supplies, they can actually sit in the blue for the entirety of the rest of Phase 2, which is another 30 seconds, and even into Phase 3, just to make sure that a team doesn't push in behind them. And it is what they're doing.
Yeah. No, for Overpeakers and other teams like even New Happy and Cerberus, who are actually shooting at each other, the blue is not going to do that much damage. It's not worth the risk right now, and all 4 in a singular boat. It only gets riskier and riskier as time goes on.
And yeah, time goes on, the closer they get to Sosnovka Island, of course, there's going to be other teams that will be shooting towards them. Danawa, to be exact, potentially even the likes of Sonics or Deraton 5. Lambu, yeah, Danawa should be able to maybe pick up a down or 2 here onto Cerberus, but Lambu's got to deal with shots being laid onto him as well. They are getting closer towards the beachfront, and Cerberus still have not had a player knocked out of this boat.
I'm shocked.
I just said it. Himaz then gets knocked, but 3 still make it to the beach. They can throw the smokes out. Cerberus have done an amazing job to even just get to this position.
I am shocked. In fact, they might even get the revive
I
and
think
still
they will.
remain as 4.
Yeah.
And no one's here to really give any more angles. Lambu is the only one that has the line of sight. That's particularly powerful. Again, it's still going to be hard movement for them, but the phase number 3, it's going to be around that Na'Vi, somewhere between Na'Vi and 22. So a lot of teams that are already on the edge here, not so many center.
And I know we haven't got it on our screen right now, but still I want to update. Overpeakers are still holding that bridge, and New Happy's still on the other side of it. Both are playing a game of cat and mouse. Who's going to blink first? Mexi has pushed out, but the other 3 members of Overpeakers, don't be surprised if we go back to the bridge. There it is immediately as I've said it, because I think New Happy are gearing up to make the push, and Overpeakers have stayed in the blue. Deep phase 3, they will pop out and surprise New Happy.
Overpeakers, underpeakers, they've been hiding in them and then hoping that New Happy take the bait, and that does seem to be the case. Clib trying to find the angles. EP does stop short, just in case. They don't trust Overpeakers, and honestly, I wouldn't either.
This is what makes them such a great team, though, that they are even somewhat expecting this, and despite expecting it, Cameron, they still will fall for it. Shot, though, lands onto Vard. James with a big shot back the other way, though, for the Overpeakers. This has been largely successful. Watch out for that UAC, the Coast Guard, James. Just watch out. You never know. Nan on 30 health, and then Ming Ming's still alive as well. But Clip going for the revival to Vard. Now, you've got to remember, there's a minute until phase 4, and once it heads into phase 4, that's when it's really going to start hurting.
Wait, I saw another logo. I saw another icon in the background. QBE from Entropic is swinging in from behind New Happy, and they are probably going to not be expecting this.
Well, definitely Ming Ming, Nan will not be expecting a player pushing from behind them. With 48 seconds until phase 4, deep in the blue. Cerberus have made their way to the rock. What a tremendous push from Cerberus. So far, I mean, a perfect 15 minutes from them in the final game of the day.
Overpeakers backing away. New Happy have clocked it. Now they have some space to move on in. Hopefully, as you said, that the meds are there. Oh, take the shot.
I don't know if you can. That's a tough shot to hit. QBE, though, very, very patient here. I think we're waiting for Nan to cross the road, but he's not scoped in here. Does have 6 first aid kits, and of course there's vehicles in front of him that he can go and collect and make his way further in. But once it goes and ticks over to phase 4, that damage will be quite significant. Shots go out. That's a down onto Dan. And unfortunately for New Happy, it looks as if they will end today at around that 66-point mark. So not quite safe going into the final day.
No, but still good. Still reasonable, and how they've played before the shenanigans by overpeakers, I'm not too worried about them going to the day number 3. But let's put our attention back onto the rest of the map. Na'Vi still center. It's still, the circle is still centering up around those hills to the north of the military base. And again, all these teams are still on the edge. Sonics have found a position, getting a couple of kills.
So Ming Ming eliminated by QBE in the end. It's New Happy, though. We'll go out in second last position, so that's actually first and fourth on our leaderboards gone. So a bit of that top heaviness may not be in effect for our final game of the night. Shen, good shots under Rossiter Jr. trying to just make the run on the bridge here on the catwalk on the side. Nine's been knocked by Hassiton, and Leo 2 by Exquisite. So T5 at least get down onto SGD, can relieve some of that pressure as they try and continue to make their way off of the bridge. Ranger X eliminated already, and Rossiter's down. It's still not looking good for the team in last position. So they do get a point onto Leo's elimination, and QBE goes down to the blue.
Tropic out. Stuck in 13th place right now, and SGD, Sophia pushing forward, trying to revive Shen. And this is going to give an opportunity for T5 to get their own revive, but they need to break some way through this situation because the blue is closing at their back, and they still need to make their way inside the zone. Grenades coming out. They're close.
Oh,
that one's even better.
That's down onto Shen. That's another knock. Sophia at half health on the tree, expecting the push now. Gets his gun out, but not going to be enough. There it's on 5. Big squad wipe onto SGD. And they've still got 3 players alive. Tiamba, though, wanting to push and see if they can punish while they're still out in the open. And they do catch Exquisite while he was still somewhat vulnerable. James finding a kill onto Salt. And Mime will get rid of Exquisite and still steal that point away. Much needed points for the Sonics.
Yeah, can they get any more? It's a very strong compound that they're hanging out from. They need to make it to the zone. The Freaks right now fighting up against Megapaw. It's Korea on Korean violence. Pia with the angle, but a lot of smoke on KDF's side allows End to get the med off. Oh, wait, who's that flanking? DG98 is swinging all the way to the south side.
Will it work, though? He has to keep pushing and quickly because obviously Begapa under the threat, but they've been able to get the knock onto Hikari, and no one else has been knocked yet either. DG98 not really close just yet. But fortunately for Begapa, they've got that initial knock, and I think they will get that kill onto Hikari confirmed. But DG98 just keeps pushing closer. I think we'll probably go to his POV very, very soon, because he might just be able to get a card and Lash K.
Wait, GEX, they have a line of sight onto this. They're hanging out inside the barracks, inside the military base.
Oh, throws the nade from the blue. DG98 gets the first, second. No, he couldn't get it quite. Lash K did get knocked down, but it was a CAD who got the turnaround elimination onto DG98. So Begapa don't really get a whole lot from that. They feed points over to Guangdong Freaks, and they actually will be able to get the revive, so they'll have 3 players. Over to Tiamba Esports still, now pushing over to Sonics. Sonics, I'm going to say it, Kermit, they need to win this fight. They need to get this wipe onto Tiamba.
Oh, absolutely. You will hear no disagreement from me, but Haisaki is going to be there. Another team swinging in from the opposite side. Mime's trying to answer back and forces Haisaki away, but then Tiamba grenades from Chewy.
H-Win is behind the rock. Cover goes out. Smokes galore. Tiggleton going for the revive. Sonics definitely cannot be affording to go down to 3 players. They haven't been able to really fight as 4 for very much in this tournament. This is their opportunity to do so. They've still got some vehicles, but a lot of that smoke utility has now been expended. Oh, big day. James pushing in, gets rid of Dano up for 3 kills for the Overpeakers. Firmly, of course, in second. Not much of a concern for them. And for Dano, of course, looking pretty good. But here go the Sonics on the move.
They were not able to just try and take that fight against Yama because of Severus. Instead, they're going to choose one and commit to it. And they're driving forward, but Haisaki gets the first. A second knock as well onto Tig.
Yeah, unfortunately for the Sonics, it's not the best of position. Right in the middle of both Cerberus and Tiamba, and they are being picked apart. They're getting torn to shreds for the Sonics. Unfortunately, match 10 still not going to be where it turns around for them. 3 kills, but again, placement points lacking. Going into the final day, they will need a massive day if they are to make the winner's bracket.
We've seen some amazing plays, ridiculous plays out of Mime before, so don't count them out just yet. But 22 Esports now swinging on in. Giamba having to force to fight them. Tong has gone down to Hazelton, and Mime is trying to answer back with a grenade of his own.
Oh, landing some good damage. Gets the dock onto Kazera. 28 health though for Mighty. Just picks over. I don't mind it though. Not allowing them to have a respite. He just throws out the nade, but he loses his life to E-End of Guangdong Freaks. What can you really do about that? Not a whole lot. Tiamba fall as well to 22 Esports. And the nade from Mime ended up getting the knock onto Hazleton from the grave. And it may just have the knock-on effect here for the Guangdong Freaks to go over and clean up.
We got a number of teams pushing onto 22. Will the revive come on in onto Hazleton? The grenade doesn't quite stop Haven. And Vinny is taking some shots at Ian. Actually, he's able to get another knock. But Cerberus, they have fully taken control of this position. They have swept over this spot.
So Cerberus having a tremendous day. Already winning one game earlier. Back on Miramar, now a knock onto Haven. 8 killed and really just flexing their muscles and showing the firepower that they have within them. Essentially the pride of APAC in this group, and they are leading from the front. They go to double-digit kills. They go into the top 3, and they are assuring that they are a contender here at PGC 2022.
Remember when I said that they were underwhelming day one? This is what I expected from Cerberus all along. And they push this even further, but Na'Vi right now, they're wounded, they're a bit bleeding. Overpeakers pushing onto their position with still 4 up. The circle favors the east side, but it favors Yahoo more than anyone else.
Yahoo, of course, have the circle for now, but Na'Vi, Overpeakers to the north will battle out. Vard pushing forward. Oh, but he gets spotted. Alia, nice knock. Gets the big knock on to Vard, going for the flush immediately. Na'Vi need the points here, 5th place at the moment, and they would like to keep in touch with the likes of Danoa and Cerberus just above them. And try and get some separation from New Happy as well. Valuable points going into the final day for them, of course, for day 3 later in the week. Duck might knock onto Arcad. So only example in Alia though for Na'Vi.
Overpeaker's not overcommitting onto Na'Vi. You can see a few of them swinging to the north side, dealing some damage to Cerberus. They're even getting some knocks in this venture. Huge play. It's all into Himas right now. And Tycon, of course, as well, but Himas on the high ground needs to get some cover. But it's also Duckbite swinging in from the north. 22 are eliminated to Yahoo.
GEX being spotted as well from Yahoo, so they've got the eyes on just about everyone here. Duckbite at the tree. Clip has spotted him. Car 98, almost out of ammunition though. 19 shots remaining. Oh, example with a good angle. And Clib's not sure who he really wants to just keep an eye on here. Alia's been knocked down by James though, and this might just allow Overpeakers to push into the compound of Na'Vi. I don't think Alia's in a position to get revived here. Example knows that he's getting pushed aggressively. He'll close this door. I'd imagine, no, he's got no time to waste. He's going for the revive. He has to stick this, and I think, and get the revive successfully if they're to win this fight.
Well, the grenade, good damage, but no knock just yet. The revive is being stuck. They're hiding. They need the revive. They need the health. They need the first aid kits. Good Molotov to stop the push, even temporarily.
Yeah, really strong defensive Molotov. Oh, inside of the building though, example. Gets caught, James. Oh, he's pushed in perfectly. He's caught them off guard. But now, speaking of catching off guard, Cerberus have just made the move straight onto Overpeakers. They're not done. They just want to wipe the lobby. Everyone in their way will fall to Cerberus. 15 kills! The pride of Vietnam on display at PGC!
Oh, and Bill Frost is pushing forward for GEX. Grenade at the ready. He knows exactly where they are. Behind one singular rock is their only position of safety.
Just the 1 kill for Yahoo, but I sense a couple more potentially on the way here because there's no way that GEX can get out of this rock position. What a nade as well from Shimboy to finish off SSR. I think kill 3 coming up very shortly.
Grenades going just too far. Zen9 is holding strong, gets a knock, but not enough time. Oh, of course it's Cerberus. All the kills are going Cerberus' way.
I think they've just broken the record for this year in terms of kills as well for PGC. For this year, at least so far. Now, it's ongoing. It's only day 3 overall, but still 16 kills. Massive.
Broken the 16K club. Can they get any more than that? Yahoo are swinging around. Attention towards that direction. And Lash K is still into this. The Freaks are still at the top. Can Lash survive for second?
Valuable points considering they are in 9th, right? They're on that sort of precipice going into what will be the final day for this group. They're only a couple of points away from GEX, so every point matters for the Guangdong Freaks, 9 points behind them. Yahoo as well, sort of on that sort of bubble in 7th, 66 points. You know, they were kind of neck and neck with Cerberus, but Cerberus with this massive game have just broken away, broken into the top 3. They win this game, they go second with 1 more day to go. An incredible performance. Hisaki had 5 kills before he finally got eliminated, but an overall team effort. But now they've got to finish off Yahoo, who have good position inside of the circle.
Sparking's pushing forward, wants to try and eliminate Himas, hoping that find an isolated fight, catch him off guard, but not going to overextend it. Pushing away. They do have the circle, in a sense.
Oh,
but Shimboy catches Tycon off guard. That's huge! But the
Duckmai
answer attempted to return.
Yeah, good shots from Duckmai, but Tycon already goes down. Duckmai couldn't quite get the knock in response, but a chance maybe for Tycon to still get revived. Himas could make his way over. I don't think it will happen. He's a pretty fair distance away from both Duckmai and Himas. Yahoo are actually grouping up. I don't mind this. Maybe like a mini death ball to close this one out. They will have the numbers from here on out if Tycon does not get revived, unless there's Lash K that could still have a play in this game.
And that's always the question. I have to assume that they know that there is a solo in the midst. These players are too good at reading the kill feed at this point, at this level of competition, to not expect that, but do they know exactly where that player is?
They may just find out sooner rather than later, though. Lash K forced away from the rock, forced to make his way into this next circle. And even if Duckmai spots him, do you maybe just let... Well, to be fair, Lash K's making his way closer to Cerberus. So this is not ideal. This is going to be great for Yahoo, though. If Lash K gets a knock onto Duckmai, there is the crate, has been emptied, so he could just use it for cover.
He's just barely inside the zone. He does not need to move. And oh, Duckmai, yeah, looking towards the north. See, they know that there is someone close to them, but they don't know the exact angle. Which means that Yahoo can just sit pretty and just hang out, while Cerberus is so distracted by the north side. They're not making too much movement, Yahoo, because there's not much ground to be made in terms of terrain and cover. But this is a great setup for them to try to finish this game. They had the last game essentially stolen from them, you could say, a little bit. Yahoo going to try and finish this one out strong.
Would be our 5th different winner today. It would be back-to-back wins for the Americas region as well. A1 was really all about EU and Asia, but Americas and APAC have really woken up at this tournament. Himas, nade. Does he have the intel, or is that just sort of a random nade potentially?
It's process of elimination. No one came in from the north side. It's got to be from the west.
Well,
but Yahoo are sweeping up from the east. This is huge.
Yep. Well, unfortunately, Cerberus have put themselves in a position where they're now in between Lash K and Yahoo. But I love this sweep from Yahoo as 3, as a trio, but spotted by Himas. He'll get the initial shot with the 3x on the barrel. 15 bullets still left. Got to reload now. He has forced them away. Balefrost still feeling like they can be aggressive here. They know they got the numbers. They know they got the position. They know they can win this game.
They didn't catch him off guard. They don't have the element of surprise, but Balefrost is staying there because of the crossfire. They know that the center of the zone is essentially the bottom of a bowl, so they don't want to give the high ground quite so quickly. Some shots still coming through. But again, no knock. A lot of smoke in play, and Lash K strikes.
Yeah, and Lash K will strike successfully. Gets the elimination onto Duckmai. Big point gained, and any chance that they can get up into second are massive points for the Guangdong Freaks. They will be very happy with how this is playing out. Second really on the cards here. Only Himas in a 1 versus 3 against Yahoo, and he still has to contend with Lash K behind him. Is he, I was going to say, is he not running for the blue here to deny? He just gets to the tree. Now, this could be the element of surprise. He can very well get a double knock here with the barrel. He goes for the first, but doesn't get the down. Needed that one, and he will get punished for it. Well done from Balefrost. Well done from Yahoo. I think they're going to get their first win here.
And that's Lash K pulls out something spectacular. Already a little bit of damage onto Shinboy, but he's been cornered. He has one singular tree. Has a couple of flashes to set up the fight, but it is going to be Yahoo at the end. They come out with the win. It slipped out of their hands, but they did it the second time.
Massive performance from Yahoo, massive from North America and APAC again today. That is really the overarching storyline that is developing here at PGC. We've got ourselves a wonderful tournament because all 4 regions are making noise, Karen, and that's what you like to see.
Yeah, there's not a single team that's also just completely falling flat. Either the ones at the bottom are making plays. Granted, it's nothing like the plays we've seen from the teams at the top. I'm talking about Overpeakers, I'm talking about Cerberus, I'm talking about Twisted Minds, and of course, Yahoo, winners of Match 5.
Obviously, you mentioned that Cerberus, you can't look past that performance. 16 kills, massive amount of placement points into the top 3 with 1 day to go. Tremendous from them, massive from Yahoo. What a great day, Cameron. I mean, fantastic here. Of course, 5 more games for Group A, but we go back to the desk where they can wrap the day off.
That's right, that's us. We're back. We've got ourselves Yahoo doing the winning. Brilliant stuff from them. And I thought for a long time in that game, this was destined to be Cerberus all over. They painted the town red, but it wasn't to be.
The amount of frags and the amount of plays they made throughout this game here. Obviously going to get the most points out of it, but of course, it is Yahoo able to take this chicken dinner home here, and they've been able to play super consistent, but they just haven't been in those big points until this very game here. So I'm happy to see these guys finally be able to clutch it up. Shinboy here and Screen, and Bale sparking, of course, with Boonage. Fantastic game for them, and now this could mean they've solidified themselves a little bit outside, you know. They were on the cusp a few times today. They've constantly been on that, you know, 8th, 7th place, the barrier. And now with this win here, they're going to be able to push themselves a little bit further, be a little bit more safe for the last day for themselves.
And them alongside EU United really looking very strong for Americas as a whole. So really cool to see that come out. And as you say, really kind of a lot of late game scenarios that they're able to get to. Not quite round things out, but do down here on military as we take a look at some of these teams, rounding things out for the day as well.
Yahoo, worst placement today is a 6th with 6 kills. That is honestly very well done, honestly, being able to get in there. But first time they're able to get into the top 3 here. They got a 4th with 7 as well. Now the win, that Mark 14 singing song, and Balefudge clutch here with a really nice headshot onto it. The opening in general, and also, you know, the spoiler of Lash K on Freaks. It's just so unfortunate for Cerberus. If they just had, you know, 1 or 2 more guys alive, this situation would have been completely different, but it was really great. Good control from Yahoo. It was looking a little bit scary at a point. You know, there is a drop Molotov and a push onto GEX, but they managed to get back up and stay 3 alive in the situation that was crucial for this win.
Yeah, quite unfortunate it felt like for a Cerberus going up against Lash K, because it really felt like they knew that there was someone over there. They threw the double grenade on towards the crate, thinking that it was behind the crate, not to be the case, just beyond, just at the tree. So, yeah, not the best of situations, but road rage to start things off here for game number 5 of the day. He even became part of the vehicle there for a moment. That was amazing.
That is honestly the sickest stress. Like, that's public game stress. Just drive into cars and just drive people over. But we got to talk about this Cerberus opening up, and our current leaders, Twisted Minds and Tycon, with a massive game here. A lot of people have believed in him. He was listed as a sub in the fantasy team, but he's been playing all games, and he's been playing all right, as you say here, so far. And Twisted Minds, an early retirement for them, but they have been doing fantastic today.
Absolutely, yeah. Tycon a bit of a prodigy in the region, and to list him as a sub, yeah, sure, okay. Because he did very well when it came to PCS 7, as we are all very well aware of. For a lot of teams here trying to find themselves a spot towards the later stages, difficult. Sonics once again, a big attempt to ascend and through an area that was going to be having a lot of barrier teams. I think just too much of an oversight.
Yeah, honestly, they should have been having one of the prior spots here already. They should have been deeper into the circle.
They did 2-2 across the first circle.
Yeah, that's fine to maintain control. But once you see the circle goes into military, I would like to see more control. I see more greed in terms of taking some of the priority spots towards kind of further on the southern side. Because once, as we talked about during the game here, once you have these military games and then, you know, shift the second circle guarantees the military ending, you need to be on that southern side to not be kind of overrun by all the teams that are trying to get it. Yeah. You're looking to, obviously, you look to get maybe some points from kills and everything, but they didn't manage to do so. Yahoo here with the 10 points for the win and 5 for a kill, but look at Cerberus, James.
Extreme efficiency with damage. We are almost 100 points of damage per kill.
Look at the throwables used. 17 stun grenades, 27 smokes.
Love it.
16 nades and 4 Molotovs. That is honestly some of the most insane amounts. But if you get 16 kills, you're going to be able to grab all the loots.
Oh, yeah.
And I'll send it into your next enemies.
That's the thing. It wasn't quite just we're going to hold down this location and defend it. It was running from fight to fight. Therefore, you getting all of those extra loot crates. You're able to keep going to the next fight. I mean, a prime example of that is when they then push up on the overpeakers Na'Vi situation, right? Like, the fact that they're getting just exactly these right timings to be able to go to the next fight is pristine. Really nice to see.
Proactive and aggressive third party is just perfect. You know exactly the timing here. They're able to come in and clean up this exact moment here you're talking about, right?
Yeah.
Super well executed by them. And Lash K for Crown and Freaks able to, you know, clutch a situation where he's salvaging a game for them here. They've had somewhat of a rough days so far, both of them. They're just in the cusp there. I think they're going to be a 9th once the total tally has been counted up here. And Shinboy absolutely opening up. Yeah, total tally.
total tally. Here's Lash K just putting the knife into the back of Cerberus, unfortunate for them. Because honestly, like, the Cerberus look brilliant this game. So we do have our top 4 getting the points in. 21 points go the way of Cerberus despite getting third place.
Super top heavy here for this. Double digits all the way along. Down to Overpeakers. They've played a good one as well. I will say at this point, we could say they're guaranteed to go through as well. They're going to be, you know, really close to the 90-point mark after this. So, yeah, fantastic games for them so far too.
Yeah, we've definitely seen some teams really solidify themselves in that top 8 to try and push on to the winners bracket. For some of the teams in this game, though, again, it's another weird situation for teams like Vega Par, Sonics, and Tropic. No points, no big points for big names here today.
It's rough, but it also means that the bottom, you know, outside the top 8 is going to be really, really close. They're going to be able to fight. You know, one good game potentially, you're going to be able to be close to that cutoff point here.
The overalls, when we end up looking at them, they're weird because, I mean, of course, yes, we had this group formulate itself into every name's a big name. But then when you look at the bottom 8, you look at it, you think to yourself, that's going to be a really rough lower bracket because there's such good teams down there.
Yeah, we were talking about, you know, once we get into the winners bracket, you have the best teams from both. You get like the top 8 from both, right? So it's obviously going to be rough, but a lot of teams on that bottom 8 currently.
All right, here it is.
It's going to be rough.
Yeah, top 8 at the moment, and of course up towards the top. Twisted Minds and Overpeakers are pretty, like, they are in such a comfortable position. But Cerberus, after this game, a massive leap forwards here into 3rd place, alongside Yahoo in 4th.
Yeah, it's looking really top heavy still though. It leaves very few points. You can see the cutoff, 59 currently. Again, we're talking about the 90-point soft cutoff, 100-point hard cutoff. It's going to be 90 points or so because you have 66 for New Happy. Then you have it's all the way down to 52 for Kwangdong Freaks, and then 44 on 10th place for Tianba.
As the Today report, we have ourselves Twisted Minds, Haisaki really showing up for Cerberus. Great stuff by him. Yahoo, we constantly saw them in those late game scenarios, and Shimboy.
He's just been playing all the games, all the time.
He's very present in the games.
Like 2 or 3 minutes less than what the total games have been so far today. Yeah, really well played by Yahoo there. Consistency throughout today have really been remarkable.
Yeah.
And it's good for them to obviously end with a big 15-point game, so they're able to solidify themselves in the top.
What was their lowest placement throughout the day?
6th with 6 kills.
That's amazing.
Placement-wise, right? They had games with fewer points, but still, all top 6 placements today, every single game.
The hilarious thing is, if you don't have Twisted Minds getting second, first, second, I think Yahoo would have definitely been us looking at them thinking to ourselves, 6 was their lowest all day. That is an amazing achievement. Unfortunately for them, Twisted Minds just look so insane.
Twisted Mind has something like 13 points per game on average of 5 games.
Ridiculous.
Like mind-blowing games today, and they're obviously going to be into the winners bracket easily now.
And of course, you guys at home saw our 9th through 16th as well. If those teams stay there, they will be going to that lower bracket, which is a bit of a daunting task, but of course, double elimination, at least here, is fantastic for PGC. All right, well, thank you very much, Martin, for joining me here. Thank you to everybody tuning in around the world. Tomorrow, we are back, same time, same place. We're going to continue Group B, where we will have our next 16 teams trying to vie for those top 8 spots. We'll see you tomorrow for more PUBG action.
Yo. I don't think they're ready for it. On the loose, on the loose, on the loose, on the loose. With the beast, on the loose, say the truth, on the loose. Off the chain, it's all the gauge. Yeah, getting wild, shot me out the cage. It's getting wild out here. One by one, we watch them all falling. It's getting wild out here. But I'ma be the last one standing. Can't stop what's begun. Can't stop a revolution. And they so useless, I'm so ruthless. New phone, who this? Get no reply to excuses. Living the lie and the truth is fucking power, bringing it, playing my anthem, singing it, every mountain, ringing it high. I soar, I rise, reborn, strapped on black like never before, taking my final form. overcome. Running, so that we rise with the sun. We will arise and become stunning. Fight for the revolution. You can't stop what's begun. It's coming. Wait. It's coming. Wait. It's coming. Just you wait. Ready for it. On the loose. With the beast. On the loose. With the truth. On the loose. Off the chain. It's all the gauge. Yeah, getting wild. Shot me out the cage. It's getting wild out here. One by one.